George Carlin once said it's called the American. Mic test 1 2. Mic test.
This guy is Jimmy Donaldson, also known as Mr. Beast. This guy is Jimmy Donaldson. Varying allegations and concerning details. However, in today's video, I'm going to be discussing another aspect of Mr. Beast's channel that nobody wants to talk about, and revealing why he isn't as nice as you think he is. However, before we dive any further into the video, I want to tell you all about today's partner, Complement, and in particular, their product, Complement Essential, which is a science-backed multivitamin, and with your first order, can showcase the Complement, which is so large, and that the majority of his viewers are children and impressionable young people. Well, you'd hope that Mr. Beast would consider the ethics of the products that he promotes. But instead of promoting companies that care about our health, animals, and sustainability, well, Mr. Beast, he does the opposite.
The sponsor of this video is dairy.
Now, one of Mr. Beast's most nefarious sponsors is the Dairy Checkoff program, which is a government-backed scheme that is there to promote dairy products and to drive up demand for dairy, often using exploitative marketing tactics.
Want strong bones? The calcium in milk helps make your bones strong.
Exhibit A, of course, is what's in front of us. They paid Mr. Beast to frame a promotional video for the US dairy industry as a competition on Minecraft.
I have 100 Minecraft players here and 100 plots of land. And whoever creates the best farm wins $50,000.
So essentially, he incentivized his audience to unwittingly participate in an advertisement for milk with the promise of winning money. And sadly, the manipulation doesn't stop there. During the video, he spoke about the supposed health and environmental benefits of dairy, as well as framing it as an ethical choice.
Now, while everyone is building, I want to tell you about the sponsor of this video, America's Dairy Farmers. America's Dairy Farmers wanted you to know that 95% of farmers, large and small, are actually family owned. And in case you don't know, drinking dairy is linked to some health benefits.
No, it's actually not. There's high levels of estrogen, and it's terrible for kids. It's actually been equated as child abuse because it can hurt a boy's it can affect puberty. It's very terrible. There's also cancer cause it has high levels of estrogen in dairy products and causes cancer. So that's a flat out lie. He's literally harming kids. He's brainwashing children. This is crazy. He's like psychopath.
It's like reduced inflammation and a stronger immune system. And in a really pro-gamer move, Dairy Farmers of America are aiming to be carbon neutral by 2050. Now,
that's not possible. Animal ag is one of the leading causes of climate change. Animal ag produces more greenhouse gases than the entire transportation sector. That's more than every car, airplane, truck, even private jets. Dairy, like animal ag, produces more greenhouse gases than anything else. It's crazy. So he's literally lying and destroying the planet.
that's epic. On top of that, they're committed to the wellness of the cows, and they're only milked for around 20 minutes a day.
Okay, so
That's not true either. That's a flat out lie. They constantly are being impregnated and hooked up to machines, and as soon as they give birth, their baby is stolen from them, and they start crying for their baby, just like any sentient conscious being would, having their baby stolen from them after being raped.
So let's start with the claim that 95% of dairy farms in the US are family owned. A statement that has no function other than to make the industry seem more wholesome and less harmful than it really is. We shouldn't be supporting the exploitation and abuse of cows for an unnecessary and violent product just because the people carrying out the violence might be related. What about their promise of carbon neutrality by 2050? Firstly, 2050 doesn't really make it seem like a priority, although I do actually have a foolproof way to make dairy farming sustainable. It's called veganism. And actually, the whole climate neutral term is a complete and utter sham. The term itself is being used by the animal farming industry as a red herring. Basically, it's based on this greenhouse gas metric called GWP star that has been used by the farming industry in a misleading way to make themselves seem less harmful than they actually are. Put simply, it is just industry propaganda. The problem is you would think that climate neutral means that the industry is no longer having a negative impact on the planet, but that's just simply not true. The dairy industry's supposed environmental targets are just a marketing strategy. It's not because the industry cares about becoming more sustainable or more ethical. The important thing for us always to remember is that milk stolen from animals will always be the least sustainable and indeed the least ethical. And perhaps the most egregious suggestion of all is that Mr. Beast implies that dairy farmers care about their animals because they only milk them for 20 minutes per day. Now, firstly, by insinuating that limiting the amount of time spent being milked is a good thing, the dairy industry is inadvertently admitting that the exploitation of cows for their milk is not actually in the best interests of the cows themselves. But aside from being a major own goal, this assertion completely, and dare I say deliberately, overlooks the point. You see, the problem is not simply how long cows are milked for. It's about the whole system of dairy farming. Cows are forcibly impregnated by farmers. They have their babies stolen from them at birth. And when their milk production declines, they are killed long before their natural lifespan. Dairy cows ultimately are bred into existence to live a life of misery and suffering, and also that we can needlessly exploit them to steal their breast milk. By channeling industry rhetoric through the mouths of popular gamers and YouTubers, the checkoff aims to convince young people to consume dairy by having their favorite content creators sell it to them, people they find relatable and funny. And also, while this video is framed as Mr. Beast giving away $50,000, whose money actually is it? Is it his own personal money? Or is that money from the dairy industry, which is on top of the money that they will have paid directly to Mr. Beast personally in order for them to be the sponsor of his video?
This is your sign to have a photo shoot at a dairy park.
Even if you're not on a farm like me, I want you to duet this and show me how you're being sustainable.
Okay then, Jimmy, well, vegans are being sustainable by being vegan and eating a plant-based diet, which is supported by the scientific literature and according to the author of the largest study ever done looking at the effects of farming on the environment, is probably the single biggest way of reducing your impact on the planet. You see, Jimmy, talking about sustainability on a dairy farm is like talking about gambling awareness at Caesar's palace. And he says that a glass of cow's milk is made with 20% fewer emissions than 15 years ago, but he doesn't give any references or show any research to back this up, and that doesn't even mean that dairy would now be sustainable. But I guess if the dairy industry says that they're sustainable and ethical, well, we should just believe them, because they certainly have no reason to lie. But sadly, Jimmy's abuse of animals doesn't just stop there, because when he's done exploiting them for their milk, he moves on to their flesh. In 2020, Mr. Beast opened Mr. Beast Burger, a fast food chain which sells the flesh of cows, chickens, and pigs in around 2,000 locations worldwide.
We need 4 burgers!
Four burgers! I've never done this in my life.
Although it is a ghost franchise, mostly operating out of the kitchens of other restaurants, he did open one physical Mr. Beast location in New Jersey, which he claimed broke the record for most burgers sold by one restaurant in a single day. In other words, Mr. Beast broke the record for most animals killed for burgers by one restaurant in a single day. I mean, how many innocent beings were forced into a slaughterhouse for Mr. Beast's burgers? Does that fit in with Jimmy's brand of kindness and charity and generosity? The hypocrisy is just as—
Nah, he's a narcissistic psychopath. He's literally like poisoning kids with candy and shit. That has more sugar than a lot of other candy, chocolate and stuff. So like he's literally giving kids diabetes and cancer. He's fucking evil. He's basically like a serial killer.
as glaring with his Team Trees initiative, campaign that he set up to restore degraded land by planting trees, including in the Amazon rainforest, an area which has been devastated by cattle farming for beef. In fact, beef production is the #1 driver of deforestation in South America and indeed globally. That's right, beef, the cornerstone of Mr. Beast Burger. The truth is, Mr. Beast is just engaging in positive PR for his own personal brand. But unfortunately, Jimmy's exploitation of animals doesn't end there.
This is 10,000 turkeys, and we're gonna give them all away to people in need.
Now, some of you may be thinking, look, I know 10,000 animals have been killed for this, but come on, he's helping to feed families in need. However, that's not really the full picture, because while events like this are framed as charitable acts with purely altruistic intentions, they ultimately serve as promotional tools for Mr. Beast's brand and marketing for unethical corporations and companies, something which comes at the expense of animals, the planet, and indeed even the very people they claim to be helping. In this particular video, Mr. Beast partners with turkey producer Jenny O, who just months before this video was exposed for horrific animal cruelty. Hundreds of turkeys at Jenny O facilities died from heat stress in 6 separate incidents
Damn,
after
from
being left
heat
to endure
stress.
over 90 degrees
Crazy.
Fahrenheit temperatures in direct sunlight with no proper ventilation. And another Jenny O facility was caught running over birds with transport trucks, and another ranked as one of the worst slaughterhouses for birds in the US, with there being frequently malfunctioning stunning equipment that mutilated turkeys alive. Jenny O was also previously implicated in a huge salmonella outbreak, which killed at least one person and made hundreds of others sick. But even if Jenny O hadn't done the things I've just listed, even if they strictly followed what is legally allowed, that's still immoral. They're still causing suffering and harm and violence and still killing animals unnecessarily, which is immoral.
You'd be surprised how many people, especially Americans, believe that law dictates morality when it's ethics that dictates morality, not laws. Like, most laws actually aren't moral or ethical in the United States.
The fact that they've gone beyond that and inflicted even more suffering and harm on these turkeys just further proves how morally bankrupt and unethical Jenny O really is. I mean, what better way to distract people from such PR disasters than by staging a huge publicity stunt framed as a generous giveaway?
In case you're wondering how we got 10,000 turkeys to give away, they all actually came from Genio. And the crazy thing is, this is their largest donation ever. Last year, they donated over 400,000 pounds of turkeys to people in need. Like this. Where'd you get that from? I found it.
Yeah, so poisoning people that need food. Like, I'm sure those people that were starving were happy to not starve. But at the same time, it's like, if you're gonna feed people like that, why wouldn't you feed them the healthier alternative, the cheaper alternative? Like, you could feed twice as many people using buying plants than you can beef and meat in general. Meat is so much more expensive.
That's not fake? This oven-ready turkey from Genio? Did they tell you to say that? They did. They gave me $3 and a turkey. They're also pre-seasoned. And more importantly, they gave us 10,000 turkeys to give away at this food drive, so I forbid you from buying a turkey from any other brand for this Thanksgiving. This is the Thanksgiving turkey now. Obviously, we couldn't have done it without them.
Now, it's obvious here what Jenny O has to gain. They've got the most subscribed YouTuber on the planet, telling everyone how great they are and encouraging his millions of viewers and hundreds of millions of subscribers to buy their products. It's a win-win for Mr. Beast and Jenny O, but it's a lose-lose for the animals. And it's not even necessarily in the best interests of the recipients of the turkeys either. Animal agriculture is a key driver of things like climate change, antibiotic resistance, and indeed pandemics. And animal products increase the risk of developing many different chronic diseases, something which, particularly in the US, affects poor and marginalized communities the most. Plus, Jenny O's parent company was sued for artificially driving up the prices of pig meat in an illegal price-fixing scheme, ultimately making it less affordable. So if you think this company really care about disadvantaged communities, well, think again. Do we really believe they care about helping vulnerable people and feeding the hungry? It's all about cleaning up their own image while continuing to cause so much harm and suffering to animals and indeed ultimately to the planet and inevitably to us as well. Now, is handing out free food to people a good thing to do? Sure, of course it can be. But that's actually a red herring argument, as doing a good thing doesn't make doing a bad thing okay as a consequence. Why not make it something that doesn't promote violence and that'll be better for the planet and people's health and of course animals? And this is actually a really important point. Mr. Beast could still make his viral videos, but without hurting animals. He can do giveaways. He could give away plant-based food. He could open up a plant-based restaurant, and ultimately, he could put his money where his mouth is about things like sustainability. Now, another initiative that Jimmy uses to greenwash himself is Team Seas, which is a campaign that he created to remove plastic from the ocean and has a focus on discarded fishing gear, also called ghost nets. Now, this is obviously beyond ironic for several reasons. Firstly, and most obviously, because Jimmy's not vegan and contributes directly to the problem of ghost nets by eating fish. Secondly, he promotes the consumption and unnecessary killing of fish for food, but also for entertainment. For example, he boasted about eating the world's most poisonous fish.
This is pufferfish, the most poisonous fish in the world.
And he also pays restaurants to make him their rarest and most excessive seafood dishes.
So this is octopus.
That's a flash fried shad roe, sashimi shrimp with the fried shrimp head.
Up next is $5,000 tacos. What makes them so expensive?
So what it makes is all the ingredients, the tuna, the caviar. The shell is made out of squid ink.
Is this how someone who cares about the ocean acts? Is this how someone who claims to care about the issue of ghost nets in the ocean acts? Simply put, if we want to tackle the issue of discarded fishing nets, we have to stop putting fishing nets in the oceans in the first place. If we want to protect our oceans, then the best and simplest thing that we can do is stop eating fish. Sadly, Jimmy is promoting the very thing that he is then asking people to donate to try and clean up. It's like him starting fires and promoting arson and then running a fundraiser for fire extinguishers. Or it's like him raising money for the Amazon, but promoting and profiting off of cattle farming. Even if Mr. Beast's philanthropy had only the best intentions, a few acts of kindness do not cancel out the massive systemic injustices and wrongdoings that he perpetuates every day of the week with things like his burger.
I mean, you could even make the he's basically equivalently a slaver. Like he's literally slave people. Because he would exploit them for money, and then he wouldn't pay them the money that he made off of them, which is essentially slavery.
Franchise, his glorification of mindless overconsumption, his treatment of animals, and his greenwashing of the worst and most harmful industries on the planet. And imagine the impact that Mr. Beast could have if he instead influenced people to stop giving their money to animal abusing, environment destroying businesses, and instead encouraged them to embrace a plant-based vegan lifestyle, something that is truly compassionate. So Mr. Beast, it's time to align what you claim you care about with your actions as well. Let's not just talk about kindness and sustainability. Let's live in a way that actually embodies these values. And please, Jimmy, it's time to use your platform and business ventures to genuinely and meaningfully promote the ideals that you claim to care about. So that brings me to the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. As always, I'd love to know down below in the comments what your thoughts are around the issues that I've discussed throughout. And I'd like to end by saying again, a huge thank you to Compliment for partnering with me on today's video. And as always, I look forward to seeing all of you in the next video.
Others in the field have said to me, I was blown away by what chat was able to do.
I certainly wasn't blown away. It was always obvious that if you had a richer database, you'd do better. As you increase the data, these models were going to get better at what they do. And what they do is they build an approximation of how people use words. It was also obvious that that was not enough to get to artificial general intelligence.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us. Today's conversation is in the area of artificial intelligence, the mind, the future of humanity in an ever increasingly digital world, and I'm so pleased. Others in the field have said to me, I was blown. Future breakthroughs will be found.
I think we're already moving away from scaling. People don't want to admit that because they make a lot of money selling the scaling hype. But the reality is that most of the progress in the last couple of years has actually been from other stuff. People kind of slough it off. They call it the harness. But that harness is really symbolic AI. They're starting to use classical AI like loops and conditionals, Python interpreters, and all this kind of stuff. So
I use
there
Python
was this
interpreter.
hypothesis that literally all you needed was scaling. And that if you had enough scaling, you would get AGI. And everybody's now realizing, even though they're not saying it out loud, that that's not actually working. And so they're using all kinds of gadgets outside the LLMs that are not reliable in order to kind of rescue the mission.
So that would be a no.
That's a no.
Perfect. All right, we'll go further into that. Second question. Evolutionary psychologists have long known that we humans tend to over-attribute agency and intelligence to the external world for natural reasons. Do you think that plays a part in the kind of ways that some of us impute a kind of human essence to these LLMs?
100% yes.
Good. All right. Third question. Related to that, do you think it's ludicrous when some of your colleagues, people in the actual AI field, not just the general person who may be influenced by, our evolutionary past, when they say that current LLMs might have a degree of self-awareness or consciousness, do you think that's ludicrous?
I think it's absolutely ludicrous.
Okay, and final question, again, we'll get into all of these. Is it hopeless to take up a musical instrument as an adult?
It is not.
That's very hopeful, and we'll get there as well. All right, so getting into it, your background. You began studying the brain, neuroscience, as a graduate student. Isn't that what your degree was in?
My degree was in cognitive science, brain and cognitive sciences, technically. I first got interested in computers when I played with a paper computer at age 10. My own science explainer career started the same day. So I learned how to use a paper computer.
What's a paper computer?
You could say it's a simulation of a computer, or you could say it is a computer, depending on how you make your definitions. But
is that what they used on iRobot?
Or not and that night I explained on television how this thing worked.
You did?
This cute kid explaining.
Where was that?
This was in Baltimore, Maryland. It was on the campus of Johns Hopkins University, run by a program for gifted students in Baltimore City Public Schools. And from that minute on, I became obsessed with computers and artificial intelligence. And I got into college early, mostly because I had written a Latin to English translator, a bit of AI, in 10th grade. I never finished high school. I'm sorry.
Did you know Latin, or it was just a formal system?
I did know some Latin, and it did like a semester's worth of Latin or something like that. It wasn't perfect, but it helped me to understand AI techniques and so forth. And I became disillusioned with the field of AI for the first time. I've become disillusioned more than once because I saw that it was just a bunch of hacks. It wasn't really working that well. It wasn't very deep. And I decided instead to study cognitive science. I'd taken a cognitive psychology class when I was 15 and decided to study that instead. So what I really wanted to study was cognitive science, which is interdisciplinary, right? It's cognitive psychology, but it's also linguistics, it's philosophy, computer science.
Yeah.
And I went to my college, which actually just closed, Hampshire College.
I read about Hampshire College closing.
It's very sad that it closed, but I went there because when I applied, or when I sent away for information, they sent me an excerpt of a textbook that was coming out in cognitive science. I was like, oh my God, these people know what cognitive science is?
Yeah.
And the lead author became one of my mentors, Neil Stillings. And so I always wanted to take an interdisciplinary approach to things.
Right.
And AI was a strand of that, but I kind of lost interest in AI for a while because I just didn't think it was very good. And then in 2010, I guess, or so, Watson won in Jeopardy.
Yeah.
And I was surprised by that. I'm not often surprised. I think I have a good track record of predicting what's actually going to work and not work. And I blew that one. And as a scientist, and you're a scientist too, I pay a lot of attention to when I get things wrong. And so I was like, why did I get this wrong?
I mean, you thought it would lose, but you say
I thought it would lose. I thought, to win in Jeopardy, you need to do language and inference and this is very different from a chess computer, and it won anyway. Later, I got to know David Ferrucci, who led the project.
Sure. Yeah.
It turns out that I won't say it was a trick. It was really a fantastic piece of engineering. But the reason that it worked was because 99% of the answers to Jeopardy questions are titles of Wikipedia pages. So you just had to kind of find the nearest Wikipedia page rather than really understand.
Is that a known fact? And
it's in one of his papers, in fact.
And is that, obviously there must be a reason for that. It's the way that people who write Wikipedia pages are Jeopardy fans, or it's the reverse?
The other way around.
Yeah,
the people who write Jeopardy questions, I mean, they just tend to pick out, well-known concepts and
then work backwards.
And then they work backwards. Okay. So how can we ask about, King Henry VIII or whatever?
Right. Wait, so who people who do well in Jeopardy, do they sort of make use of that fact? Is that?
I don't know, actually. I did a podcast called Humans versus Machines, and we had Ferrucci, who built it, and then we had Ken Jennings, who lost to it, who was a wonderful guest.
It worked out well for him, though, in the end.
I didn't actually ask him that question. I wish I had it when I had the chance. That would have been a good question.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that brought me back into the field of AI. And my dissertation had actually been partly on neural networks. It had been comparing neural networks that are the ancestors to today's LLMs with children and how children learned language. Most of my career for a long time was really about that difference.
And can you say a few words about, what did you find there?
I worked with Steven Pinker, who I know you know.
Yeah, sure.
And he actually wrote a book called Words and Rules. It was partly about stuff that I did.
I see.
My dissertation was a few different papers really put together, but the core of it was one on how children learn the past tense of English. And we looked at these things called overregularization errors. So kids would say things like braked and goed and so forth instead of broke and went. And I did one of the first big data analyses. I wrote Unix shell scripts to go through this compilation of transcripts between parents and kids, and found out a few things. One of the things I found out was people made a theory about how kids did this all the time, and they didn't actually do it all the time. People would notice the errors, but not notice when kids were correct. So kids are actually correct 96% of the time, but there were these theories about how they couldn't tell the difference, they were wrong. So I learned something valuable about looking at data, but also we compared it with the neural networks. And the neural networks, someone had shown that neural networks could overgeneralize and said, oh, this is just like kids. But when we looked into detail, it was really very different from kids. In particular, the neural networks, and this is very relevant to today, were very much driven by similarity. And kids and adults, there were a whole range of studies that Pinker and I and some other people did together. The adults could generalize the regular verbs regardless of similarity. So Steve had great examples like, I won't quite get it verbatim, but something like in grim notoriety, Gorbachev Yeltsin out Gorbachev. And so there aren't other verbs like Gorbachev, but we still know this abstract rule, ADD. And that was problematic for these neural networks. So the thesis showed that even though you could sort of broadly approximate what kids were doing with these neural networks, they didn't really get the notion of freely generalizing to something else. And so I pursued that for a number of years, not really interested in building AI systems for myself, but trying to understand, like, what would it take cognitively, minimally, to make an intelligent agent like a human being? And that led to some work that I think is really, really important in 1998, showing that these systems could not generalize abstractions far beyond where they were. So you could sort of think of roughly a distinction between extrapolation and interpolation. That was close to what I had done in my graduate work, and I kind of purified it with neural networks, did some experiments on those neural networks. There's a rumor, by the way, that I've never played with a neural network. It's just like totally false. And in fact, my most important work was these experiments with these neural networks showing that they couldn't generalize what we nowadays call out of distribution.
And does that mean like out of the training set?
So it's slightly more complicated than that. So neural networks can memorize a training set, which is relevant to a lot of stuff around copyright law. There are limits on that. We could go into the details. But roughly speaking, they can memorize their training set. And then they can generalize. If you imagine like a cloud of points, and this is what the point of that paper was, they can generalize to that cloud of points reasonably well. And I'll give you an example in a second. And if you go beyond that cloud of points, they start to break down. And that is still true today. And we can talk about some of the evidence that has confirmed this over and over for the last 30 years. The simple example then I had was just the identity function. F of x equals x, right? And the input is the same as the output. And I did it with binary numbers. And so I would feed in like all the odd numbers. So that's leaving the right bit always a 0. And I wouldn't do all the odd numbers. I would do many of the odd numbers. The system would get all the training examples right. It would get most of the odd numbers it hadn't seen right before. But now it would do an even number. So that's outside the cloud of points. And at that point, it would break down. It broke down over and over again. I gave a bunch of different examples like that. And I said, hey guys, if you really want to build something with the cognitive strength of a human, you're gonna have to deal with this in one way or another. And that led to a book called The Algebraic Mind in 2001. And the point of that book was that humans seem to be able to do a kind of mental algebra, maybe not consciously. I mean, we can do calculus in the process of catching a fly ball. That doesn't mean every person can articulate the calculus.
Sure.
But I said, underlyingly, we have these systems that can do these abstractions. And I showed that babies could do this. A paper I had in 1999 in Science. And I said, look, these kinds of neural networks are bad at this. We're going to need a different approach. And the subtitle was Integrating Connectionism with Cognitive Science. And connectionism is an older term for neural networks. And so the point was, if we want to build the neural networks, we need the symbols too. And when I came back into the field, just to take this back to the biographical part, and then we can talk about some of the implications. When I came back into the field, neural networks became popular again. They had disappeared between like 2000 and 2010. A few people like Jeff Hinton kept working on them, but most people stopped working on them. And then GPUs came along, and suddenly you could train them on much more data. They started working
Was
better.
that a key moment?
That was absolutely a key moment. But it brought me back into the field because I looked at these things and I'm like, I know what's wrong with them. In fact, one key moment is John Markoff wrote a piece about deep learning in the New York Times in November, I believe it was, of 2012, because of this GPU revolution. And I said in a New Yorker piece, literally the next day, I think literally the next day, hey, but there's also problems here. I said, this stuff is great. It's going to be useful, but it's not going to be good at abstraction, formal reasoning, and so forth. And so we're still going to need other mechanisms. In a way, the tension between those two articles completely is defined not only this kind of academic discipline, but it's literally defining the entire world now, because the entire world is invested in scaling, which is really trying to take these old neural networks on the theory that it's going to get to AGI. And it's not, for the reasons that I pointed out in the 2012 and 2001.
So why are smart people who are in the field, I mean, look, I'm sitting across from you. I know you know what you're talking about, so I'll sort of take in what you're saying. I'll compare it to what I've heard other people say and so forth. But there are folks in the field who have their fingers right in the details. Why do so many think that more data, more compute, build these huge centers that can undertake these tasks, that's all that we need?
I think there are a few different answers to that. So there's different people that have different views. Some of them don't actually, I think, have the sophistication to think about distributions in the right way. And I think as a physicist, you're sort of grasping it right away. And some people just don't understand that. You have people like Sam Altman that just don't really have technical chops, but are good salespeople. They don't really understand this side of the technical detail. You have economic reasons. So it's a great story to tell investors, right? You remember that venture capitalists get a cut of what they're selling. So if you can say, or what they're investing in. If you can say, I have $1 trillion investment, and you have a plausible story, and you get 2% of that, you're doing really, really well. And this whole thing allowed this story of more, more, more. I just need more, and it'll work. And so everybody's getting the 2% cut along the way is doing great. Even if it fails at the end, they get their 2%, right? They get a cut of if it actually works too. But if it doesn't work, I mean, 2% of $1 trillion is a lot of money. So some people just kind of want it to work because this story works. You have people like Altman who just really need more money because the dirty secret about this is almost all the companies are losing lots of money.
Right.
And Altman's been playing a kind of double or nothing game of continuing to raise the valuation, raising more money. But it's not clear he can do that forever. It's not clear that people will go for $1 trillion IPO, given the company's in some ways facing hard times and so forth. But it has been a story that has allowed him to raise a lot of money. Then there are people that I think know the math, but don't really know the cognitive science and don't really understand intelligence, right? You know the old thing, a man with a hammer, everything is a nail. There's a lot of that that's gone on in machine learning. I think in the last 12 months or something, people are starting to realize that the scaling doesn't really work, but they pushed the scaling really, really hard. Some of it is what I call naive extrapolation. My favorite example of this was a tweet on Twitter. Somebody posted where they said, my baby was or doubled his weight in his first month in life. So I extrapolate that he'll be
gonna be Mount
trillion
Everest,
pounds. Yeah,
right?
he's going to be a trillion pounds by the time he goes to college.
Right.
Of course, the guy was joking,
Yeah.
but he was making a point, which I think is really deep, which is most things that look exponential initially don't continue that way. Right. So, if you double the number of mosquitoes, like it's not that they're going to cover the, the planet eventually because they're predators. There's lots of reasons why exponentials don't materialize. But I've seen a lot of this. I mean, the whole field is basically naive extrapolation. It's like we fit, these 3 points to a curve. And so we understand everything that's going to happen.
But let me ask you, though. So you did say that you got Watson wrong. And that was sort of a moment. Did you get November of 2022 right or wrong?
I mean, I guess it depends on what projection you're making. So I'll tell you something I got wrong and something I got right. Something I got wrong is I just didn't think it was going to become that popular because it was immediately apparent, something that I did get right, that it was going to hallucinate, that it was going to be unreliable. I wrote about that stuff then. I warned that it was going to cause misinformation, which it does, et cetera. So, I saw all the drawbacks, but I didn't see the enthusiasm. Some of the enthusiasm comes to something else you already indicated you want to talk about, which is a lot of people anthropomorphize that. And I should have seen it. In fact, I wrote a book in 2019 about what some people, that talked about what we called the gullibility gap in the book Rebooting AI, in which we should have called the Eliza effect. I think more people will remember. And the Eliza effect is you can see a very dumb machine and think that it's much smarter than it is. And I didn't quite, when I looked at ChatGPT, realize how much the Eliza effect was going to change the world. And they did a bunch of things to increase the Eliza effect, right? Eliza was this psychiatrist in 1965 that was just dumb keyword matching, and some people thought was real, right? It was, so they did things like had ChatGPT type things out word by word, and it just felt human.
Well, that's the thing you're saying. Rather than just giving you a block, you sort of feel it's flowing as a conversation does.
Which was just a gimmick, right? But it was a gimmick.
It's a powerful one.
I mean, it's true that they do prediction word by word.
Right.
Maybe they didn't do it deliberately as a gimmick, but it came across that way as like it's thinking or whatever. They could have put the whole thing in a buffer and then displayed the buffer as many people do in computer systems all the time, and they didn't. But
I guess my more straightforward question is, were you at all surprised that sufficient data and sufficient compute in this context of neural networks that you already knew was limited, were you surprised at what it could do? Because I ask only because obviously I was.
Really.
But let me just give you just a point to compare. I've spoken to a lot of folks in the field, like yourself, and some of them answer in a way that I think is going to be close to yours. They're like, we kind of knew this. Others in the field have said to me, I was blown away by what Chat was able to do.
I certainly wasn't blown away. I mean, I had been writing about this particular technology, large language models, since 2019. And all of the problems I had been pointing out all along. And it was always obvious that if you had a richer database, you'd do better. There's this old stuff that I learned from Chomsky, but I don't know if it was due to him originally. It was certainly in the paper. Pretty sure it was in the paper with George Miller in 1965, showing about different higher order approximations, right? So if you try to approximate English with what we call bigrams, so just pairs of words, you get a decent approximation of English. You can sort of tell that it's English. If you do it with 3 words, it starts to look pretty good. If you do it with 7 words, so you take the probabilities of any string of 7 words, it starts to look really good. Right? I mean, this is a function of the law of large numbers and having more data. If you did it with like 100 words, it's going to be great. Like, that's no mystery. We've known that since at least 1965, and they may have gotten it from somewhere else. I can't quite remember. So we've known that for decades and decades. It was obvious that as you increase the data, these models were going to get better at what they do. And what they do is they build an approximation of how people use words. It was also obvious that that was not enough to get to artificial general intelligence. And so everything that's followed to me is like, well, of course it's going to be that way. You could say, you can use it for more things than you thought, and then we should drill down into what you think the use cases are. The most impressive thing to me that I've seen so far is Claude Code, and that actually is what I would call neurosymbolic. So it does actually have this symbolic harness around the pure LLM that's inside of it.
Right. But so it does raise the question, which we alluded to early on, why are human beings who use these systems so ready to imagine that they are much like we are?
Again, there's multiple answers. So some of them are motivational. Like some people want to be here in the moment of singularity, and some of it, it's like like you had.
So they just get overexcited by
They
this
just get overexcited
moment.
about it.
Yeah.
Some people have money at stake. You have,
But I'm talking the
grifters.
user, like the average user.
I
right?
think the average user, the thing is, they don't have training in cognitive science.
Sure.
Right? And so what they do, I think, is a kind of small sample error. So they get a small sample of skilled performance and they attribute that to being a human. They don't really have the context to think about mechanisms and algorithms and so forth. Here's another example of the same thing, which is people get used to driverless cars and assume that they drive like people, but they don't really. And so the famous thing that I saw, I'm trying to think of the guy's name. There was a guy who worked at Waymo before it was even called Waymo, and he showed this video once that really left an impression on me. In the early days of Waymo, they said to Google employees, you can try this out, but you must pay attention at all times because this thing is very experimental. And they had a camera, a dash cam, like facing inward.
Yeah.
And this video is all these people, like Google engineers who, you can't get that job unless you're a pretty smart person. Google engineers, they drive it for like 20 minutes. They
And
were like,
they're on
this
their
is
phone?
great. And then they would like reach for the briefcase in the back and not pay attention anymore.
Right.
Because based on a small sample, they assumed it's like a person. But the truth is, it does some things like a person and others not. I mean, like Tesla's for a while had a serious problem, I don't know if they've solved it, of running into stopped emergency vehicles, like 10 times or something like this. It happened. They ran into fire trucks and police cars and so forth. No human driver is very likely to do that. They're not actually like people. They're solving problems that people would solve in different ways, sometimes superior and sometimes not. But the average person doesn't think, is it the same? Is it different?
Right.
Does this data represent the larger thing? So it turns out, for example, you can get ChatGPT to write, a poem in the style of, I don't know, a drunken sailor, and it'll be great, right? And then people are like, wow, the only model they have in their head for how you could do that is you must be a human being. Turns out you can actually make a poem in the style of a drunken sailor pretty easily if you just have enough data and you have an algorithm like an LLM or other ways you could do it. But the average person doesn't have that training to think about that.
Sure.
A related thing is benchmarks. So anybody who's worked in the field of psychometrics, which is hundreds of thousands of people, or something like that, knows it's very difficult to make a test actually measure what you want it to do in psychology. There's always like some way around your test, and it's very difficult to make valid tests, right? You can make a reliable test. So I take it on 2 different days, I get a similar score. But a valid test, this is a key distinction in psychology, reliability versus validity, is very, very difficult. So people who know about things like psychometrics are not surprised to find out that benchmarks don't actually tell us that much. But people who don't know any better are like, look at the benchmarks, these things must be doing really well. And then it turns out like the companies are training towards the benchmarks. The benchmarks weren't really that good in the first place. They only looked at small piece. So like, I think everybody in the field now realizes that the performance on the benchmarks does not necessarily capture what you are actually going to get at home. So if you have that training, you know that, but if you don't,
Sure.
like, it looks good.
But on the other hand, these systems have done really well on like the International Math Olympiad. That is usually something that you think of as more than just predicting, 7-word or 10-word. I mean, that feels like it needs something more.
So there's a couple things. One of the systems that did better on the International Math Olympiad actually was explicitly a neurosymbolic system. This was about 2 years ago from DeepMind. And so it had things like theorem provers that are symbolic systems integrated with some generative AI. The second is like, OpenAI made a big announcement about having gotten gold. They never released that model as far as I know. And so like, I mean, maybe.
I mean, do you think that it wasn't?
I don't know how it works. So what I do know, I'll be careful about how well I know it. What I strongly suspect is that there is at least 2 things going on now with respect to the International Math Olympiads that may not generalize to other things you want to do. One is I'm pretty sure they're using theorem-proving systems like Lean right now,
sure.
Both to generate data and maybe to assess solutions, to validate the solutions. So you're relying on classical AI techniques, basically, in order to prop up the neural network. So, and what's limited about that is very few things in life are formally provable. And so the systems, it would appear from reading the literature, are doing the best on math, on coding, and so forth, where you can create as many test examples as you want, which was like Go and how DeepMind went on Go, and you can validate things, right? That doesn't mean it's going to be able to make good inferences about a war or a new product where they don't have the data and so forth. And so it would appear that we're getting new systems that are actually, in a new way, domain specific. So it used to be that all systems were domain specific by design. You build a chess computer, it would do nothing else, right? And then the notion was with these chatbots, they'll be able to do anything. But the reality is they can, if you build these harnesses and stuff around them, they can do these formal things pretty well, but they're not necessarily generally intelligent.
And so is everyone, not everyone, many people speak of AGI as that's the goal. And once we have that, then we were at the mountaintop, and who knows, we can talk about what life looks like post
whether it's a good idea or bad
or not. But is AGI the right target necessarily? I mean, when you think about the human brain, and disabuse me of this idea, but every time I hear general intelligence, I think, well, we don't really have general intelligence. We have really good specific intelligences to do the kinds of things that allowed our forebears to survive in the African savannah. And so our brains evolved to be able to do those things really well, and sometimes not so well. But that is general in a sense, but it's also highly modular and specific.
Yeah, there's very complicated territory here. And I thought about a bunch of these things from the cognitive science perspective. First of all, it's definitely the case that we have some domain-specific modular adaptations. For example, in choosing mates.
Choosing
mates. There's
right.
A lot of evolved psychology around that. We have that for recognizing moving objects, et cetera. So a lot of our knowledge is modular and domain-specific. We do have some, I would say, that's somewhat general. So the average human can learn a lot of different things if you give them context, motivation, et cetera, ranging from playing games to dancing to cooking or whatever, right? And not all of those are evolved modules. Even reading is not an evolved module. It trades on some evolved modules, but there was no reading in the environment of adaptation, right? So, and not everybody learns to do it. Most people, given the right circumstances, can. Chess is not an evolved module, right? So we can learn new modules better than our current machines can do.
But you don't view those as an overshoot of like the evolutionary capacities? Like when I think about physics, just as an example that I know well, I often think of it as, well, our forebears needed to understand the basic mechanics of their environment. And as we have gotten to a place where survival is not the primary thing that drives what we do, we've been given the luxury of developing those modules that we don't need to know to survive. So it's kind of an overshoot. Do you see these others as overshoots?
I don't know exactly what you mean by overshoot, but I'll sort of
beyond the needs of survival, but along the same trajectory of ideas.
Yeah, okay, I'll accept that. I think a lot of it is what you just described as an overshoot. It's kind of extension of existing modules.
Right.
Fodor wrote this classic book called Modularity of Mind that's very much on these issues. Jerry Fodor, the great philosopher of mind, who passed away maybe a decade ago. And the last chapter was about what he called Quinean and isotropic problems. I haven't read it in a little while, but the basic idea was that there was both these modules, which most of his book was about, and also central processing, if that's the right term for it, that was more flexible and could sort of use any available information. So these modules are often restricted in their domain of application. They only use certain kinds of information. And then there's other central processes where you can kind of use any old information, if it's relevant at the time. And the human mind's very good at, not perfect, but very good at finding what's relevant. So like, I don't know, if this table were to catch on fire, then we would just think about a whole different set of things and we would summon it quickly and we would be like, maybe we should stop this conversation and move. And so we can jump to this other other sets of topics and use a lot of information that we might know, like about the materials it's made of, et cetera. And this is part of the mystery of human cognition, is we don't really know how that part works. We're actually better, not perfect, on the modules, where some of them we've been able to understand in detail, like at least how we do what we call low-level object recognition. Maybe not complex scene understanding, but at least some of these things we know something about how the brain does. The central cognition, we actually know almost nothing about how it really works. We have some vague metaphors and so forth, but we do know that people are pretty good at acquiring new skills, thinking about new problems. I'll give you an example, is chess, right?
Yeah.
So you might call chess an overshoot. I would say in slightly different language that it draws, for example, on geometric reasoning abilities that are innate, and probably kind of predictive things, maybe a little theory of mind, et cetera. And it takes hard work. It's not trivial. But what's interesting is LLMs don't actually learn to play chess properly, even with a lot of data. So, my daughter—
In the sense of they make illegal moves?
You got it. Illegal moves, in the sense they make illegal moves. They are also like, if you remember the Atari 2600, there's a chess cartridge for the 1970s video game system, one of their first console systems,
right.
Can actually beat ChatGPT in chess. So it's also not that skilled, right? The Atari game thing had a formal domain-specific, purpose-built algorithm for chess. And if you just feed a lot of games into ChatGPT, right, it does see a lot of games because that's in the data they scrape from the web, and it sees books like Bobby Fischer Teaches Chess, is where I learned to play chess, and you might have too, since we're somewhat similar in age. That's going to be in the training database, just like every book. And so they get the explicit rules of chess, but they don't induce them. And here's what I think is the hardest open problem. A lot of us have been talking for a while about what we call world models. So in chess, your world model is just the board, the pieces, the history of the moves, because you have to keep track of a draw if the same position repeats a few times. But that's kind of it. And then you might have the opening books, you might have this knowledge about particular games. So you have this simple model of the world. And when my daughter learned chess, she had to induce that model, right? When the Atari game programmers did it, they just built it in. We know how to build in world models for all kinds of things, not everything, but especially simple things like chess, right? The rules haven't changed in 2,000 years. There aren't that many rules. Someone's going to write in the comments, what about en passant? Yeah, I know about en passant, which is a little bit more recent. The rules mostly haven't changed in 2,000 years, right? And they're very restricted, and so we can build the world model there. But the question is, how do you have a system that can look at a new environment or watch a new movie and induce a world model? So for example, my kids were recently watching and reading Harry Potter, and they developed a very complex understanding of that world that was separate from our world. So they knew, for example, that in that world you can fly on a broomstick and you can't in this world. And then they could make inferences about what would be possible given that you could fly on a broomstick, and maybe what kinds of broomsticks, and so forth. We don't really know how to get AI to do that, to be exposed to a new movie, a new book, a new game, or like every time a 13-year-old picks up a new video game,
My
they
AI
build
can
a
do that.
model of that world, right? They play Grand Theft Auto. There's a world there, and there are certain things you can do there, and certain things you can't do in the real world, et cetera. We need to have AI build world models from the data that it observes.
Right.
And we don't really know how to do that. Chess should be easy, and still the LLMs fail at that.
Well, how do I square that with the following experience? So I've mentioned this little story before. It's not unusual or particularly new, but I was working on a physics project, the details of which don't really matter so much for the question, but it had to do with universes different from ours, a different world, if you will. Not a Harry Potter world, but this was a world in which there are some extra dimensions, a world in which some of those extra dimensions may circle back on themselves, which may or may not be true of our world, but certainly we don't see that. This is a world in which the extra dimensions could have some weird mathematical properties where there's no definition of left versus right, a sort of non-orientable quality of these extra.
Or however you say that word.
Exactly. Yep. And so working with some colleagues, we were able to get some modestly interesting results for what would happen in that world. Okay. We wrote a paper. Before we put it out, I wondered if I treated chat like a graduate student, how long would it take it to get to that place? Not given the, as graduates, when we have graduates, we don't tell them the answer. We give them a little bit of guidance and try to shape. And so within like a half hour, I was able to get chat pretty much to the answer. So it had to understand all sorts of fairly esoteric mathematics that even most physicists never encounter. It had to kind of imagine, I'm using very anthropomorphic words, which I probably shouldn't, but it had to kind of put itself in this weird other world and deduce qualities like flying on a broomstick, but here they're mathematical qualities that follow from, the set of rules in that world. When I got to the end of that, again, I could be over, attributing, but I felt like I now have like my best graduate student right here in this box.
So, I mean, results on that are mixed. Certainly some people have reported experiences like that. Some people still, report weird hallucinations. You're there in the loop, which I think is, fundamentally important. There are interesting new results basically showing that people get better results out of these things if they have the sophistication to guide them.
Right.
And if they don't, and they just ask for an answer, they don't learn anything. They don't get as good results and so forth. So, I think it's right to think of them as tools. It's interesting to ask like what mathematics and assumptions they can absorb and how well they can stick to that. I have not seen a lot of good results about actual, new discovery autonomously. I have heard more and more people in physics and fields like that saying I was able to use it as a kind of apprentice to do these things. I question how well it's actually absorbing all of the assumptions of the world, but it's an empirical question.
Right. And so do you have any examples, or have you read or heard or whatever of examples where you would say this was a creative output? Would you ever use the word creativity? And again, I ask this because I've had this conversation with a variety of people, some in the arts, some in AI. Some of the arts are like, yeah, this is creative. Others who I've spoken to are like, no, it's a regurgitation machine. It's simply an algorithm. There's nothing creative in that at all. And then what strikes me is I wonder,
I disagree.
maybe we're over attributing to us creative powers that maybe feel mysterious, but maybe we are doing the analog of just predicting the next word. And so maybe we're just aggrandizing creativity.
It's a complex thing, and it's a question of, partly a definitional question of how you define creativity.
Even animals can create.
In general, what these systems tend to do, other things being equal, is to produce something kind of in the training space, to use the terms we were describing before, and tend not to go outside the box, tend not to do things that are truly original. That can still feel, quote, creative, right?
So, and isn't that what we do?
I think it's what many people do most.
Nothing's made in a vacuum.
I think that the most creative people do go outside the box, even if that box itself, or even if that thing itself is kind of recombination. It's still like nobody thought to do it that way.
But that recombination, isn't that what these systems, like for instance, I give you an example, which is a bad one because people get a little irritated when I say this, but I have the deepest respect for Albert Einstein. I shouldn't use the word but. I need another connective word
dug
here.
yourself in the corner there.
Yeah, I got to stop there.
And still.
And still. When I look at the general, thank you. Look at that, predicting the next word. And yet, when I look at the general theory of relativity, I see it as him taking, in a way that nobody ever imagined you should do, mathematics from the 1800s on differential geometry, gravitational physics that comes from Newton ultimately, but he was able to blend these two together with his understanding of special relativity that he himself. But it was putting together things in a novel way. There isn't sort of a thing.
But that's the thing, right? It's the novel part. It's the novel way. It's looking at these things that nobody thought to put together. I think
that's what I've been doing.
Cases of creativity are like that. I'll give you a couple examples. Dylan started thinking about Bertolt Brecht's poetry, and that led to his kind of lyrical explosion. You could have done that before, but nobody had thought to do it.
Exactly.
Right? For my music book, I interviewed Tom Morello, and he learned guitar a little bit later than average person. He didn't really get serious till he was like 15. He got an honors degree in college while playing 8 hours a day, trying to catch up with his peers. And still, he became very technically proficient, but he didn't really have a signature style. He was doing like studio work.
Right.
And he says it was when he started listening to DJs doing their little tricks, and he said, how can I do something like that on guitar? That he found his voice. That was the creative part of Morello's career, and everything else is built around that. And
Yeah,
so
it's just like
somebody else
Sarta.
could have
Sarta
done
never
that.
created
You can
anything.
certainly call it recombination of, DJ music, and once you understand how he did it, you might be able to do it too. But the creative part that really gave him his career was saying, hey, let's take these things that nobody has thought about putting together. That's what I mostly don't see from LLMs.
But all I'm saying is recombination of existing is not necessarily a bad thing. Look what it can yield.
It's not. I think recombination is cool. And I think, like I write for a living, sort of. And, it's all recombination in some sense.
Hey, Shakespeare used 12,000 words.
And,
Well, he used, I think, a grand total of 12,000 of the whatever few hundred thousand
but
that
the
are available.
interest comes in, thinking about recombining things in new ways. And LLMs tend not to do that. You can even tell them that, right? You can tell them recombine these things that have never been done, and they might do it. But the impetus to do that typically comes from a person. I've not seen.
Right. So if one's talking about genius level creativity of, say, an Albert Einstein or a Dylan, right?
Sometimes the best creations come from just combining, scaffolding different theories and principles together instead of just trying to create a whole new one. That's what Sarda did. Sarda's whole thing, he never actually created anything. That's what a lot of people don't realize. Like, Sarda never created anything. He just took existing things and then put them together and scaffolded them.
Always beyond creativity, depending on how you define it.
Sort of like Legos, basically. Like, you don't create the Lego pieces, but you use the pieces to create something new.
Argument there, right? I mean, you could say,
which argument, though?
You could make the argument that an LLM is creative in the way that an ordinary non-genius person is, right?
Right.
And think about it also, like, so if you were to, a way a lot of people don't think of philosophy and AI is like, if you train an AI on like your experiences, because like, what is a person? Like, what is their consciousness? Their consciousness is basically founded upon experiences, things that they've experienced, memories. So if you train an AI on like your individual experiences, good and bad, and like your ideas, your philosophy, your beliefs, then anything it creates is basically an extension of you.
It's hard to make the argument that they kind of reach the outer boundaries.
Good. Yes. Yeah. So I think that's a reasonable way of describing it. And it feels to me that that's really impressive. If geniuses are like the 1 in a million, or call it the 1 in 100,000, but probably the 1 in a million, if these artificial systems can replicate the level of creativity of the 99.9 whatever percent, that's amazing, isn't it?
I mean, in some way it is amazing. Because I know how the trick is done. I'm not as impressed with it, but I can understand why somebody would be impressed with it. And there's certainly utility in it, right? Like if you want to do marketing pitches and you don't have the budget to hire the best people, you can use this and you will get, at least some credible results. Probably you as a human will sort of sort out the wheat from the chaff, and that's using some of your own creativity, but it will come up with some possibilities. I've talked to Bob Mankoff a lot about this. He used to, as you may know, be the—
I don't know who that is.
He used to be the cartoon editor at The New Yorker.
Okay.
And he's very interested in LLMs and humor. And, if he gives it a prompt, it will come back with 20 possible, like he's interested in the caption contest.
Are they any good?
Which he invented.
Yeah, for instance, can it win a caption contest?
And, if he does the screening, then yes. Like he has it do 20 examples, and I'm going to get an angry email from Bob. And 2 of them might actually be pretty good, and he can pick them out. And he has very good taste on this.
He doesn't use them, does he? Well, anyway, we'll put that
use
to
them
the
for
side.
what?
Yes, exactly. But so you mentioned that the state-of-the-art systems have begun to use other techniques.
Yeah.
Can you drill down a little bit on that? For instance, in some of these systems, I played around a little bit, as many of us have, and you can watch it kind of in in ghosted script tells you what it's doing.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Is that real? Because I sit there, I'm like, oh, that's a good move. Yep, that's what I would, smart graduate student would definitely do that integral for, and I was like, well, and so it's telling me, is it telling me what I
Caption
want
for
to hear?
episode. Physicist Brian Greene asked Gary Marcus, what's real?
Yes.
I mean, it depends what you mean is real. They've built these harnesses that will call LLMs to do certain things. And if the manufacturers of these things wish to, they can give you some trace, to use computer science term, of what it's actually doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, how straight they are with this, what they suppress and so forth. Different companies are going to vary on that. When they call it reasoning, I would not use that word myself, and we could talk about that. It is true that given the harnesses that they will like kind of farm off sub-problems, which is a classic symbolic technique, by the way. And one of the most classic symbolic techniques is means-ends analysis, where you break things into pieces. And they're now using that. They use the LLM to do the individual pieces, but they have some, you know, classical
Yeah, I say it's
AI
calling
artifice.
Python and,
It's
you know,
calling
that
Python.
sort of thing. Right.
That's what I use. I use Python.
And if it says calling Python, it probably is. Sometimes if it doesn't say it's calling Python, it may actually be doing so. So I played around a bunch with these systems maybe 18 months ago. A friend had an example that he texted me, which was something like, draw a picture with exactly 17 circles in it. And sometimes it would make explicit that it was calling Python, and sometimes it wasn't. And then like 6 months later, they were not making explicit, but you could kind of tell when it wasn't. So, you know, whether the reflection, you could call, well, I guess I'll call it the trace. You know, whether the trace is veridical or not and complete or not is kind of up to the people who build the systems for how much they want to disclose. There are reasons why they might not want to disclose all of it, because these companies, not only have they stolen every book that's ever been written, but they steal from each other, right?
Sure.
And so they don't necessarily want other people to know the so-called chains of reasoning that they use in their systems.
So is it a marketing ploy? I mean, like behind the scenes, they don't need to provide you that.
I think it was a marketing ploy, and they've done it somewhat less because they don't want people to rip off the steps that they're following.
Right.
So anytime a company like OpenAI exposes what it's doing underneath, other people are going to try to copy that.
Right.
And so at first it was a market ploy. It's like, wow, this is cool. And it built on that anthropomorphic effect that we were talking about earlier. But then I don't know the current state of play exactly, but I think people have drawn back from being complete because they don't want to be ripped off.
Right. Now, I get it. Now, it certainly gives you the impression by design that the system is reasoning, right? But you are going to...
I'm not happy with that. It's a common term in the literature, but there are lots of studies that show that there's a lack of abstraction in that. There was a great tweet a year ago. Josh Wolf, who's a venture capitalist who hangs out not very far from where we're sitting right now, wrote about this paper that Apple had called The Illusion of Thinking, or Illusion of Reasoning, or something like that, in these reasoning models. And so they kind of tore apart some of these things. And Josh Wolf, you see why I like this tweet, said that Apple had Gary Marcus LLM reasoning ability.
This is now a past tense verb?
He used my name as a past tense verb. Exactly.
Right.
You got it. We call this a denominational verb. So he taken my name, turned it into a verb, saying that Apple had basically dissected hype, which is something I tend to do. And what they did in that paper is they took simple problems like the Tower of Hanoi. So you have three pegs and rings on top. And they showed that a pure LLM, not one with the that's writing code, but a pure LLM, maybe with this reasoning stuff, but not writing code, could play, let's say, Tower of Hanoi with 7 pegs, and then it would completely break down at 8 pegs. Whereas a human child who learns to do it with 7 can easily do it with 8. They learn a recursive algorithm, and they can generalize it. And so the point was, what looks like reasoning is really a lot of memorization and so forth. There's a level of abstraction that a physicist can do, that a logician can do, et cetera, that these systems can't do. It's, again, definitional. What do you want to count as reasoning? But it's clear that it's not very abstract.
Not all reasoning is equal either.
A lot of the reasoning that we care about really is pretty abstract, at least if done well.
And so what would it take to get to the place where you'd say, yeah, it's actually reasoning? Do we need to understand the human brain better and emulate
Not
it? Or?
necessarily. So my view is that the human brain is pretty bad at a bunch of things.
It's pretty bad.
At a bunch of things. I wrote a book called Kludge. You might know the old engineer's word for
of course.
clumsy solution to a problem, duct tape, rubber bands. I think
That's because like most people don't actually.
I don't think we want to replicate it. I mean, if you
like most people aren't interested in like logical coherence or correctness. They're more interested in like confirming their own beliefs than they are like trying to prove themselves wrong. Like the best sort of like reasoning is where you're trying to prove yourself wrong. And then if you are wrong, you change and update to that. But most people don't. That's not how most people are. They just want to be confirmed in what they already believe.
you want to do math, don't replicate a person who can't carry the one, right? So I don't think it's a necessary thing for intelligence to be modeled on humans or not closely modeled. But there are things humans are still better at, in particular, these kind of learning about a new world, learning a new skill, kind of flexible reasoning. People are still better. And so we might want to learn from how humans do that. We might not. I mean, it might turn out that there's nothing we can salvage from human reasoning, that everything can be done better. That's conceivable to me. Right now, there are certainly still at least a few things that humans are better at than even the best machines.
Well, you mentioned before, just to be concrete, the Jerry Fodor and the reference to Quine, sort of different kinds of reasoning, if I can use that. Daniel Kahneman had his, thinking
System
fast,
one and system two,
one, system two. Is that an essential thing? I mean, do the systems invoke that at all now? Is that part of what people are doing?
So the way I think about it, first of all, I think that that's an oversimplified distinction. And Danny, were he still here, would not be offended by that. I mean, he also argued that it's simplified, but it's a nice way to get started on the problem, right? And so I'll adopt it, temporarily. I would say that neural networks, as we know them, though there might be other ways to build them, are very good at system one thinking and very poor at system two thinking. So remember, system one is fast, automatic, reflexive, statistical, and system two is more deliberative, more reasoning, more symbolic. And these neural networks are not very good at it. This is another way of making the argument that I often make, that we need neurosymbolic AI. We need system two is the symbolic stuff, and system one is the neural network stuff. We need to have a marriage between those two.
Can you tell more about this neurosymbolic stuff? So I know little examples of it, but how would you frame that?
So, I mean, neurosymbolic is an approach. It's not just one thing. Just like programming is an approach, right? With programming, you can build a video game, you can build a database, you can build a browser. But if you think about classical programming, you have things like variables and operations you can do over those variables. You have conditioning. You have typically you have iteration and loops and so forth, right? These are classical symbolic things. And the idea that became popular, especially in the 2015 era, was that you didn't need any of that stuff. You could just do it all with a large neural network. And by the end of that decade, people thought with a large language model in particular. And the notion of neurosymbolic AI is no, you actually need a bunch. The neural networks are good at pattern recognition. You should use them. You shouldn't throw them away. They're genuinely useful for pattern recognition, or at least many kinds of pattern recognition. But sometimes you need this other stuff. You need rules, for example, to do planning. And you need, you probably need iteration to go through loops, to compare results and so forth. And why tie your hands behind your back and do everything with this one architecture that's popular and imagine that if you pour enough data, it's going to do everything. If you look at the human as a model, humans don't just do that statistical stuff. They do it pretty well. So if I say the word inextricably, you know that could be followed by linked or bound, but it's probably not going to be followed by too many other things. The kind of statistics of that. But you also do a bunch of abstract reasoning, I mean, especially as a physicist, but everybody does to some extent. And so the notion of neurosymbolic AI, which is the through line that I pushed throughout my career, is that you need to have some of both, that they have complementary strengths. So let's talk about that for a second. The neural networks are good at kind of absorbing large amounts of data, but they're not good at abstract reasoning. The symbolic stuff has never been very good at learning, but is very good at abstraction. Oh, and sorry, the neural networks are pretty bad at sticking to facts. So that's the hallucination stuff, which I wrote about in this 2001 book. And the symbolic stuff, they don't make stuff up that way. My favorite example of this is, do you know the actor Harry Shearer? He was in Spinal Tap, the bass player. Yeah. So he's a friend of mine. And I had been doing this running riff about Henrietta the chicken. Somebody said that somebody used ChatGPT and it claimed that I owned a pet chicken named Henrietta, which I don't. I don't have a pet chicken. I wouldn't name it Henrietta. So one day Harry Shearer sends me an email with a subject header, "No Henrietta but." And what it is a biography of him written by ChatGPT, I think it was ChatGPT, which says that he's a British entertainer, comedian, voiceover actor. And in reality, he was born in LA. He's an American who does these things. But the point is there are many British
So statistically speaking, it's not a bad guess.
So statistically speaking, it's not a bad guess. And that's what LLMs do, is they make not bad guesses statistically speaking. But you could just go to Wikipedia and see where he's born. And because he's a pretty well-known actor, you could also go to IMDb and Rotten Tomatoes and a million places. He's done interviews, et cetera. So you should be able to stick to the facts, or at least say, interesting, my statistical mind is telling me that he might be British, but I have 3,000 other examples in my database that he's American. You might want to consider that. But LLMs don't do that. They don't give you a confidence measure.
But along those lines, just to, again, an example, early on in whatever it was, 2022 or something, fiddling around like everybody else was at that time. And so I asked Chat who I was married to. And it said I was married to Renee Fleming, the opera singer. We had actually done an event at one point together. I presume that's where the link came from. Then I asked if we had any children, and it listed her kids, not mine, But that doesn't happen anymore, right?
Still does.
So
it still does.
But my question is, over time, presumably we'll get to a place where the hallucinations are so far out and would only arise in highly engineered prompts. Can't we get to a place where we've just improved it, and we don't, for all intents and purposes, have to worry about that?
It's just not happening. So I mean, this goes back to the naive extrapolation thing, right? You assume that if there's progress every week that you're eventually going to solve the problem rather than asymptotic.
Sure.
And that's a bad assumption. Empirically, I just saw data on Claude. They said it was 92% honest. I mean, first of all, it's not really honest or not honest, right? That's again, anthropomorphism.
Of course.
And second of all, that means it's still an 8% error rate, which for some problems is fine.
Yeah.
And it actually leads to the problem that I noticed with the overregularizations, but in reverse, where people notice one kind of data and not the others. They notice it, well, it depends on their personality, actually.
Yeah,
here.
of course.
So people like me notice the errors, and people who want to believe in the system notice the correct thing. Very few people do the math of looking at the numerator and the denominator, but they did, and they said it was 92% correct. And this is, billions of dollars of going. Well,
but where was it like 2 years ago?
I don't know that number offhand, but you're still seeing this residue.
Okay.
And the residue comes because of you yourself said it a few minutes ago, because they're statistical approximators and making good guesses. So what happens is when you add more data, if they can mimic that data, they're good. But sometimes they don't mimic that data. Sometimes stuff gets inflated. Sometimes they have to make inferences. If they have to make inferences, it doesn't work out so well.
Right.
And so you continue to see these errors.
So if you look at the human brain, we got to a place somehow where we can do, to use the simplified language, the system 1, system 2, however, fast and slow.
Yeah.
When I hear some people talk about these artificial intelligence systems, they describe as sort of the next critical juncture, which maybe we're at already, when these systems can self-improve, so that they're kind of undergoing an evolution by natural selection that they're creating. Now, the timescale for biological evolution is extremely large. Is it the case, perhaps, that with the small timescale for digital evolution, the systems themselves can get to a place where they can do system 1 and system 2?
I guess there are a few different variables there. So one is, what do you mean by the system? So if you mean pure LLMs...
No, I think...
No.
Yeah.
If you mean, could some AI system do some interesting self-evolution and improvement?
Yes.
Surely yes. I mean, we don't maybe have the right kinds of systems. There have actually been a lot of experiments in evolving AI systems, and none of them have gone very far. And I have a theory about why, which is that the interesting stuff that's happened in our evolution, some of the interesting stuff, the stuff that we tend to think about as self-absorbed humans, happened pretty recently, when there was already, I think of it as like a subroutine library that was vast, right? So if you think about how the brain unfolds, my book, The Birth of the Mind, is about that. You know, there was an enormous amount of evolution before primates or before humans and so forth. And essentially, the genome is like a self-assembling computer, where each gene essentially, I'm oversimplifying, but each gene can be thought of as kind of like a subroutine that you call, right? And so, you know, people talk about like we're whatever, 2% different from chimps or something like that. If you have this huge subroutine library, you can do a lot once you have it. If you don't, if you're just a bacteria and you change 2 genes, bacterium, you're not going to get anything all that exciting out of it, right? It depends what you have in place for what you can, how you can leverage those routines. Or another way of thinking about it is
That's
like
exactly
people
what
do
I
all
have.
kinds of crazy stuff with Python now because there are these huge libraries out there. And so, you know, you can, I don't know, if you want to make a weather app, somebody's already got the weather data, has scraped it from the web for you, whatever. You don't have to write that from scratch anymore, right? And the genome is like that. So we have, you know, routines for building whole hemispheres and stuff like that. I'm oversimplifying a little bit, but you get the idea. And when people build these AI evolution systems, they tend to do things like evolve one of the quote neurons. They're not really even neurons, but whatever. The nodes in the neural network, you know, with this weight or something like that. They're not really evolving at the algorithmic level or at the high algorithmic level. They're really kind of like at the low level of the individual neurons. And so that doesn't really go anywhere in a short amount of time. You know, like the last 7 million years of our evolution, or whatever the number is, as compared to like the billions of years before that, you know, there's more acceleration because there's more of a subroutine library in the genome. And so I think if somebody could figure out what the high-level subroutines are and do evolution on that, we might actually get a lot of progress. But it just hasn't been what people have done. And that's
I'd love to share
because
my
of the
work,
bias in the
but
field.
people
The
just
field has very
steal
much
my
been on
shit
the
from me, and I
empiricist
wouldn't get
side, which
credit.
like we learn everything from data, and opposed to the innatist or nativist side, where you start with a lot. There's a really interesting asterisk on that I'm gonna come back to in a second. But the bias in the field has been to really like learn everything from data and not build anything in. And I think what we should be doing is building a lot in, thinking thoughtfully, and then evolving on top of that. And when we do that, we might actually get interesting results. The weird thing is these people who used to like attack me for being a nativist now build these system prompts that have all kinds of crazy stuff built into the system that it doesn't learn. Like, you remember the river crossing problems? You have like three wolves, or you have a wolf,
How do you
a
get
guy,
across, the
how do you get
food,
across?
and
These systems are so bad at variations on that at one point Anthropic was innately building in things
The
about
answers?
river crossing problems.
Right.
And it still wasn't working that well.
Right.
And so like they've done this very weird thing. Instead of building principled nativism, and what would principled nativism be? Well, you've maybe met Liz Spelke over the years, the
No, I have
Harvard
not.
developmental
Yeah.
psychologist.
Yeah.
You should have her on your show. She has done all of these cognitive psychology experiments with little kids and shown, for example, that they seem to know that objects persist in time and space.
Object permanence.
Object permanence and so forth, much earlier than people recognize. And she has argued that there's what she calls, I think, core cognition or something like that. And then, you know, there's a core and there's a periphery that you learn, but this core, she has argued, I think quite well, is innate. And I think we should be like, what is the core that we need to build into our systems, not learning it from the data, such that when we get to the data, you can learn more sophisticated things. So, for example, she's talked about and argued that humans have built in the notions, not explicitly, but of object sets, places, events, stuff like that. If you have those, then you can learn what are the objects, what are the sets, what are the places. But if you just have pixels like Sora did, you don't really assemble that into a representation of the world. Today I wrote a piece, maybe that dates this too much, but today I wrote a piece. There's a new image generation system that OpenAI happens to put out. And you can ask it things like, draw a picture of a bicycle. And if you move even a little bit from what's there on the internet already, you find that it does weird things. So I asked, draw a picture of a tall tandem bicycle with a rear, how do you say, panniers and rear rack in the back, right? And the image was pretty good, not perfect. But then there were weird things like maybe one of them I think had a derailleur in a tire. And it's like, it doesn't actually understand how these things function. What is the causal relationship? Even though it's been trained on ungodly amounts of data, far more than a human being would ever be exposed to it. Like there's still something missing in its functional understanding of the world, despite having all that data, which is why we should be listening to Liz Spelke, or Elizabeth Spelke, as she formerly knew, about like what would be the core such that when you get exposed to all this data, you can extrapolate the right things around it.
And so does this view make you less nervous about the future of humanity in the face of AI?
It doesn't, because I think the problem is not so much intelligence as power. So you can have an unintelligent person, very powerful.
Really?
Even a person with possible neural degeneration with enormous power, and just hypothetically speaking, and that person could do great harm. And the analog here is we have these systems now that actually make lots of kinds of mistakes, but we are giving them a lot of power in the world. We're using them to plan military targets. We're using them to decide who gets jobs, and all of these things around society. Plus, bad actors can exploit them. So, for example, large language models, because they don't really understand facts, can
That's
easily
why I
be
haven't fucking
but they are
told
good at
people
style
how I
transfer.
did my.
Can easily be induced into writing fake news that sounds plausible. Right? They don't have the wherewithal to say, I'm not going to write a story saying such and such because it's not true. They don't understand what true is, right? So bad actors can exploit them, and on their own, they could just do pretty wacky stuff, and that creates danger. The danger that I am most worried about right now, I think, is actually accidental nuclear war, which I think could come in two different ways from current systems that are not that smart. One is that you could get accidental nuclear war from mistargeting and what ensues. So, for example, we all know that the U.S. Appears to have bombed a school in Iran, and that raises the temperature. In this case, maybe it didn't raise it too much because it was already high enough. There's not much delta, but you can imagine incidents like that get out of hand, right? And that could lead to war and even accidental nuclear war. And then you have the misinformation potential. And so, misinformation has been really rampant in the last few months, including in the current military conflicts around the world. And so you can imagine a route there where, for example, we get mad at the Russians because we think that they turned off our power grid, but really it's someone else is doing this or that. And then, we have a skirmish and one thing leads to another. So, I mean, that's just one set of scenarios. But there are a lot of scenarios where AI, I won't call it stupid, but not reliable AI like we have now, can actually lead to things like accidental conflict.
Right. So those are existential and obviously deeply important to the future of the species. But what about on the more day-to-day level? I mean, there's always been a lot of fear when any new technology comes along that there won't be a place for human beings to still do useful, interesting, important work. And I think this is the first time when people have really started to take that idea seriously. So do you think with the way things are going, obviously, if there's a radical change and the world models are included and we may be in a completely different domain, but where we are right now, will AIs, do you see them displacing a great deal of the workforce?
Not in the short term. I mean, I sort of have good news and bad news, and I'll give you them both and then go through them.
Yeah.
So the good news is in the short term, I don't think that much employment is actually going to be replaced. And the simplest way to think about it is a distinction I guess I got originally from Eric Brynjolfsson, which is between
Yeah, 'cause Altman actually backtracked that and said that AI is going to actually help create new jobs. Because if a disabled person can learn how to use AI, then they can do things they couldn't do before, thus giving them job opportunities they didn't even have before.
tasks and jobs. AI is pretty good at many, but not all tasks. It's not very good at many complete jobs. And so what happens as a function of that is it makes people who do those jobs better or more efficiently. Sometimes it makes them work harder or whatever. Has different permutations. It changes the nature of those jobs. But there are very few things that AI does reliably enough especially generative AI, which is most of what we've been talking about, such that it can actually replace a person. There may be some, but most of the jobs so far that I think have been replaced are really just CEOs looking to do job cutting, and they're using it as a shield.
Yeah, that's the big harm with AI
There aren't
is the
that many
CEOs,
studies showing
not the average
that
person,
full
but the
jobs can be
corporations.
replaced by AI. Jeff Hinton said in 2016, we might as well stop training radiologists. There's still been no radiologists replaced, as far as I know.
Is that just a transitory moment, or
it is transitory? I mean, there's a question of duration.
Yeah.
Someday radiologists really will be replaced.
But someday is not like...
It's not tomorrow. Similarly, driverless cars. We've been hearing about them since 2012 when Sergey Brin said they would be ubiquitous in 2017. And still, they're kind of limited. We call them geofenced to particular cities where they've been really extensively mapped and so forth. So I don't think there are any driverless cars here
I think
in
it's
New York.
coming here. I think Waymo-ish is coming here.
But I think it's, they're going to still have a driver in the front, and it's going to take a while. They're going to have to do incredibly detailed mapping to really make it work. And it's not clear that they'll be able to make it work on snowy days and stuff like that. So we're still going to have drivers for a while. Like, there was a lot of people, I think initially, including me, who thought, hey, we're going to lose millions of jobs at once. And I think that will happen, right? So the thing about
a lot of people
AI and
just over
automation is once you
catastrophize.
figure out the algorithm, you can make copies of it for free. And so at some point, people will actually figure out a way of doing driverless cars that is fully generalizable, doesn't depend on these detailed maps, works more like a human driver who you could more or less drop anywhere where there's engineered roads. And that's going to be massive when it happens. It's not going to happen next week, probably not going to happen this decade. I mean, almost certainly not going to happen this decade. But in the next 50 years, it might well happen.
But as someone who thinks about AI and AI policy, its impact on society, have you played out, or have you seen people play out? Sure. So we'll have less of those jobs because AI can do this. But as with all technologies, it opens up this, that, or the other thing.
I've heard that argument many times. I'm not impressed with it. I don't know the right answer either. So like, I feel like a lot of things I gave you, I'm very confident of, and this one I'm less. So, what I would say is, like, we had this job a couple years ago. There were all these news stories about prompt engineer, how they were getting $300,000 with an English major, right? But that disappeared. Like, it would last for like 6 months.
Why is the name messed up?
I think in the end, the net effect is going to be that employment is crushed.
Utilitarianism,
we're going to have to move to a different model of humanity where you find meaning not through your work, but through your art, not through your paid employment.
Right.
I think that will happen eventually. I don't know whether it'll happen gracefully or through riots and people starting to take shots at CEOs and stuff like that. I don't know how smoothly we're going to get there, but the long term is, brains are just computers at some level. People get mad at me when I say that, but I think that there's good reason to believe it. We are going to be able to replicate its function at some point, and we're really just arguing about which decade that's going to happen. I think it's going to happen this century. Could be that it's in the next century. Certainly, like 500 years from now, AI is going to be able to do the vast majority of things that people can do.
So just to be clear then, the trajectory of our conversation has been, you're deeply skeptical about LLMs and large data sets scaling to the place that you just described, but you're not at all deeply skeptical. You're quite optimistic, if that's the right word, that these systems in one way, shape, or form will be able to do what the human brain does. When we get there, do you also envision that these systems, to go back to the second or third of the Manish Chinna questions I started off with, do you envision that these systems will be conscious at that point?
I hope not, and I don't think so, but I wouldn't rule it out, I guess. So I think we should not mess around with building conscious computers. Unfortunately, some people are going to try to do it. I don't think LLMs are at all conscious. I think that's just a mistake. Like when an LLM says that it's anxious, it's just mimicking a person that said that it's anxious. There's no emotional content to it. It's like saying that counterfeit money is money. I mean, it's just, there's something fundamentally missing.
Which is my view too, again, not in the field. And that's why I've been so intrigued, maybe is the right word, that there have been a small handful of people that I've had these conversations with who are in the field and say, I would not rule out that these systems have a degree of self-awareness, or
I think that's crazy.
It feels crazy, yeah.
I could even imagine systems that can analyze their own code and so forth, and still I wouldn't want to ascribe sentience, at least to some of them.
Right.
Maybe some subset of them might be. Like that might be a necessary step towards sentience, but maybe not sufficient. I don't think we should want to have sentient systems. AI is hard enough to control in ways that are human compatible, to use Stuart Russell's term, hard enough to control now without sentience, right? Like the LLMs don't really follow instructions.
Right.
And if we had sentient machines, they might decide they don't like how humans have treated them. And like, I don't think we want to go there.
Right. Now, there's two questions there. One, how would you ever know if they really are? A deep question, because you and I
deep
can't
and very
even
hard
be
question.
Hard question. But the secondary question is, it could be the case that sentience may be an absolute ironclad quality of the kind of intelligence that we or this AI system in the future might have. You might not have a choice, right? It just may be what happens when systems are able to process things the way that we're familiar with in our own heads.
Because the definitions are so lacking here, I can't say no to that, but I can, for example, say there's no reason a driverless car system has to be sentient.
I would agree with that, right? But a driverless car system is a very specific, right.
You could, I think, reasonably ask the question of, like, at what level of generality can you achieve without sentience? I think
That
that's
is the
question you're asking. And I think it's a good question, and I don't think we know the answer.
Right. Do you think that these systems may actually be the way that we gain insight into what our own sentience is? Because in principle, you can open up the hood, you can, tinker, you can see what's going on in a way that you can't really ethically do with the brain.
I always think of the end of Wittgenstein's Tractatus, where he says, whereof we cannot know, we must remain silent.
Right.
I just think, like, these questions are interesting to bat around a little bit, but we just don't have a grounding. Like you said, you use slightly different words, but I'll use my own. We don't have a consciousness meter, right? We don't have some measurement we can take. Is this glass conscious? Yeah. That sounds like a ridiculous idea, but there's a theory called panpsychism.
I understand, yeah.
And we don't have some independent validation there. And so I always get nervous. Like, I'm pretty confident saying LLMs are just imitating stuff. And there's nothing more going on there. But I could imagine some boundary
I do
cases.
have it.
It might be hard. I mean, already
Panpsychism.
we have hard boundary cases. Are dogs conscious?
Yes.
Most people would say yes. Some people
I didn't
might
fill
not,
that one out yet.
depending on the definition they draw.
Panpsychism.
But
if you get down to an amoeba, it's
and if you get down to an
Yeah.
amoeba, like, most people have the intuition that dogs are in fact conscious, but some people don't. And amoeba, like, most of us think they probably aren't, but like we don't know. We know how to draw these lines.
Right. So it's just two other quick questions, if you indulge me. So Nick Bostrom, who I spoke to not too long ago, wrote a book called, I think, Deep Utopia or something like that, where he envisioned how the world might be in the good scenario. We all know the dystopian scenario. These things don't like us, they wipe us out, or they cause a nuclear war,
Or just bad actors
or just
use them
or use them in that way, absolutely. But if you go the other direction, the opposite direction, what would the utopia emerging from this look like, do you think?
I think it would be Peter Diamandis's view of abundance. I don't agree with everything that he says, but I do think that's something that we could hope for, where basically the economics of the world are such that we can generate anything we want. That doesn't mean there's not going to still be money. People are still going to fight over beachfront real estate and stuff like that.
Because there's a limited resource of any sort.
Certain things like beachfront real estate are by definition essentially
unless you
limited.
Create them in a holographic deck system,
exactly, right.
Yeah.
So there's always going to be some of that. But you can imagine a world where basically food is infinite, or practical.
And energy, fusion.
And energy is essentially for practical purposes infinite. And so cost of production for things gets cheaper. And there's a political side to it, right? Which is how we distribute such wealth. I mean, the worst case in my mind is like 3 people take that infinite production, take all the beachfront real estate, and screw the rest of us. And that's not at all out of the question, given the way I see things evolving right now. But there is a scenario where we basically make sure everybody has pretty much what they need except for the beachfront real estate, but they have, they have all the transport they need, they have all the food they need, any book they need, et cetera, right? That actually seems to me to be plausible depending on the kind of geopolitical forces. And that becomes a world in which people have to find their own meaning. I've sometimes used the example of Burning Man, which I've been to once.
I've never gone.
I think everybody should go once. And it's what they call a gift economy. And at least for a week, it works, right? Except for what they call center camp, where you can buy coffee. There's no exchange of money. So like when I went, I waited in line for popcorn, and I went to like reach for my wallet, and I realized the popcorn's free because everybody's giving away something.
Right.
And it's kind of a magical place. It still has its own politics. There was a murder there last year for reasons I don't follow up. I don't know what they are. But in general, it's an interesting, like, not quite a thought experiment because it's real, but it's temporary. So like for a week, it's pretty cool. People do these amazing art projects, and then they often burn them. They're not there to sell those art projects.
It's like a mandala. You let the wind just sweep it away.
They let the fire take them away.
Right.
I find that kind of amazing, and we might have a world like that. It's a really open question, like, is that sustainable? And, the people who go there like making art, but not everybody does. And what are those people going to do? And like, you get to dark sides again, where people are just in their cell phones all day, even worse than they are now. Like, but I think it is an interesting thought experiment. What if money is not the main thing, except on these margins of the beachfront real estate, which just have to be allocated in a certain way? We could land there. Another part of the utopia is I think we can do a lot better with medicine. There's a lot of ridiculous claims running around. Like Dario Amodei, who's the CEO of Anthropic, said that it will double lifespan in the next 10 years. That is never going to happen. That's absolutely insane because you have to do clinical work because biology is so complicated. But if you're talking like in the longer limit, not 10 years, but 100 or 1,000 or whatever it takes, probably we will be able to deal with most disease. We won't be able to deal with suicides maybe, but maybe we'll have better mental health interventions.
Maybe so. Right.
People may still get hit by a car. But, there might be some death, but it might be much, much less than we have right now. Not in 10 years, that's probably not plausible, but eventually we might have, much better medicine, much better material science. If we were wise, we would have better political structures. I don't know if we have the wisdom.
Yeah, no, it's kind of scary. And it's also scary that a handful of companies right now are holding the cards in a lot of what we're talking about right here. But sticking in the utopian perspective, final question. So, my dad was a composer, musician. Life was tough to make money there, so he kind of steered us kids away from music. So I took up piano much later, did it for a while, dropped it. Here's my question. Is there still hope for me if I want to go back? I don't need to be Rachmaninoff, but just to get to a place that would feel satisfying.
Totally. I mean, so I wrote this book, Guitar Zero, about learning to play guitar at 40, and I read the literature. I'll just tell you about the mail that I got. I got lots of emails from people.
She understood as a caring relationship. She advocated for educating the whole child with happiness as a central aim of education and called for schools to function as an institution capable of addressing students' overwhelming needs. Wow. That's Stanford. 17 years. Philosophy of education, theory of education, ethics. Ten children, holy shit. 39 grandchildren, whoa! No wonder wow. That would basically make someone like an expert in care ethics having 39 grandchildren. You'd have to be a really good caring person. I like having pets and kids around. Feminists, she commented, sometimes find it hard to admit such things matter to them.
Who like took up drumming at the age of 80 and said,
Wow.
you think you're old when you're 40.
You're just a kid.
You're just a kid.
Yeah, right.
And here's, my practice regime. I'm playing guitar, playing 2 hours a day. I'm finally playing this kind of jazz that I wanted to play. So yeah, you're not going to become Rachmaninoff, starting at whatever that number is.
But how much effort did you put in starting it?
I was putting in a couple hours a day.
With a teacher, no doubt.
Partly with a teacher, and the book is partly about teachers.
Yeah.
One of my teachers is Terry Roche, who lives here in Manhattan. And I also went around and watched teachers of kids doing Suzuki and stuff like that. A teacher is a very good thing.
Yeah.
As compared to when I wrote that book in 2000, well, it was published in 2012, the software now is amazing.
Yeah.
So, chord recognition is one piece of AI that's really impressive and works pretty well. And so, like, you can put in any song into certain
And it will tell you.
and it will show you the chords and and so forth. And will also detect what chords you're playing and whether you got it right and your timing and stuff like that. So, there's lots of software in addition to teachers. I strongly recommend teachers too.
Yeah.
And in the book, I talk about how to find a good teacher. Not all of them are. You don't want a teacher who just teaches you to memorize a song. You want to understand some music theory and understand
Right.
Sure.
You want to learn how
what
it
your
actually
physical
works.
technique is and so forth. But I think that modulo, physical injuries that prevent you from making the chord shapes or whatever, and then maybe you just pick a different instrument. I think anybody can. There's also a million apps on iPad where you can make really kind of amazing music. And so I think if you want to make music at any age is entirely possible. Don't set your sights on being the best in the world. Don't even try to be better than your neighbors, but just learn to improvise, for example. It's super satisfying. It's a wonderful thing.
And the very kind of thing that in the utopian vision
You have lots of
may
time to
be
do it.
the thing you have time to do.
Exactly.
So Gary, thank you so much.
Thank you
It's a
so much.
fascinating conversation.
Fantastic
Thanks so much.
That's pretty general. Most people prioritize people closest to them than strangers, if strangers at all. To define consistently across larger societies, competing obligations. Naturally aligns with concerns about suffering and well-being. The presence of vulnerability often creates stronger ethical obligations. Vulnerability often creates stronger ethical obligations. Disability ethics reveals many insights emphasized by care ethics. Interdependence, accommodation, support systems, and accessibility. Challenges assumptions that independence is the sole measure of value. Challenges assumptions. Analysis and evidence. contractarianism. Contraction. French Revolution. That's why I recognize that. It's ethical theory that argues morality emerges from agreements, cooperation, and mutual benefit among rational agents. What rules would rational individuals agree to in order to live together? The theory views morality as a social contract that enables cooperation and reduces conflict. Thomas Hobbes, John Locke, Jean Jacques Rousseau. Let's see, what's that? Different thinkers propose different versions of the social contract. Individuals benefit from cooperation. Without shared rules, conflict increases, trust decreases, and stability decreases. Moral systems emerge because cooperation generally benefits participants. Examples of social contracts include laws, rights, responsibilities, institutions, social norms. These systems exist because they help individuals coexist. Provides a practical explanation for why moral systems emerge. Shared agreements can create predictability and trust. The theory recognizes that cooperation often benefits everyone involved. Thinking applies naturally to governments, laws, and social. Many beings cannot participate in contracts, infants, animals, future generations. Some severely cognitively so disabled. Theory sometimes struggles to explain why these groups deserve protection. Not all participants possess equal bargaining power. Agreements may reflect power rather than fairness. Many social contracts have excluded vulnerable populations. Agreement alone does not guarantee ethical legitimacy. Okay, so like an example of this would be like the whole Native American, yeah, historical injustice, yeah. So like, So, like the Native American contract, like they agreed, but they didn't entirely know like the full extent to what they were agreeing with. Moral consideration cannot depend entirely upon participation in agreements. Being may possess interests, sentience, and capacity for suffering without being capable of entering a contract. This creates a challenge for contractual approaches. Disability ethics exposes important weaknesses in contract-based thinking. Questions include: what about individuals unable to negotiate, like disabled? What about those lacking equal power? What about those dependent on others? Moral worth cannot be reduced to contractual participation. Animals cannot participate in social contracts, therefore often struggles to explain animal ethics. It could also be a language barrier. There's moral consideration and sentience, suffering, and interests.
Imagine a world without rules. Nothing is free. This might sound like a utopia to you, but according to 17th century British philosopher Thomas Hobbes, it would actually be your worst nightmare. Hobbes called this hypothetical time, with no rules to govern our behavior, the state of nature, and he described life there as solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. And he was probably right. The land of do as you please sounds great until you realize that everyone else is also doing as they please. That's when you find out that you have an abundance of freedom, but you do not have any security. Because when everyone's constantly watching their backs, whoever is the biggest bully will be able to dominate, simply by fear and aggression. And even if you happen to be the biggest bully, life's not going to be any better, because when enough weaker bullies get together, even the strongest can be overthrown. So this type of system, a sort of anti-system without rules and without order, is a terrible way to live. And Hobbes pointed out that rational people would want to change the system. They'd trade in some of their natural freedoms in exchange for the security.
Yeah, so it's like an ableist thing because, like, even if you have a language barrier, so like how can you commit to a contract if you can't even understand what the other person is saying, which goes into neurological deficits, disabilities, autism, uh other disabilities, to where like you can't understand what you're agreeing to, and that's how it led to historical injustices like the Native Americans being exploited in a fucking shitty contract. What about those lacking equal power and those dependent on others? Future individuals can also not negotiate with present individuals. If future suffering remains morally relevant, recursive ethics extends ethical analysis beyond present contractual participants. Yeah, who's being left out, excluded. Cooperation matters, trust matters, institution matters, agreement matters. Rejects the idea that morality originates solely from agreement. A harmful agreement does not become ethical simply because people agree to it. That's sort of like laws. It's like sort of like the law, like laws are moral, even though morality is not dictated by laws. Explains many aspects of social cooperation. However, moral worth precedes contractual participation, sentience, suffering, and morally ethically significant regardless of whether a being can enter an agreement. Contractor contract terrain. I can even pronounce it. How would rational individuals agree to? HyperSanity asks, what would rational individuals agree to, and who remains excluded from the agreement? Yeah, I can see exactly what the problem with contractorianism. Disabled people always get the short end of the stick.
Offered by civil society. The key to saving the world from chaos, he said, was a contract. Hobbes didn't think there was anything deeply real about morality. It's not written in the stars or waiting to be discovered by reason or handed to us on stone tablets by the divine. Morality, he believed, is not primitive or natural. Instead, Hobbes proposed, anytime you get a group of free, self-interested, rational individuals living together, morality will just emerge. Because free, rational, self-interested people realize that there are more benefits to be found in cooperating than in not cooperating. Like, say I have an avocado tree growing outside of my house. I consider it mine, and I can take all the avocados I want from it. You have a mango tree, and you can take all the mangoes you want. But sometimes avocado havers grow tired of avocados, and mango havers grow tired of mangoes. This might actually be a bad example, because is there any such thing as too much guacamole? But sometimes you just really want a mango smoothie, and in the state of nature, where there are no rules, the only way for me to get a mango is to steal it. And the same goes for you and my avocados. So we found ourselves living in a world where we steal from each other, which means that both of us are always on edge and we see each other as enemies. But remember, we're rational, so we find a better way. We make an agreement. We promise not to steal from each other, and we promise to trade avocados for mangoes. Now we have more security and a more interesting diet. What we have created is a contract, a shared agreement.
And I have a feeling they're not going to bring disability into this, because most people that do philosophy and ethics literally always, like 90% of the time, leave out the disabled. So like, how would if this person was disabled and couldn't understand the concept of a contract, how do you make a contract with someone that can't agree to a contract? That leads to oppression.
Trade avocados for mangoes. Now we have more security and a more interesting diet. What we have created is a contract.
Or a language barrier, right? Like, how do you convey a contract to someone you literally cannot communicate with? And not only that, future generations, because you're not just making it for the present, but you're making it for a contract for the future.
A shared agreement, and suddenly morality is born. This view, espoused by Hobbes and followed by many today, is known as contractarianism. Contractarians say that right acts are those that do not violate the free, rational agreements that we've made. And we make these agreements because we think they'll make our lives better. So basically, we trade in some freedom for the benefits that come out of cooperative living. Avocado for mango contracts are pretty straightforward. We both want something, and we make an explicit contract that we both believe will result in us being better off. But some contracts aren't so obvious. We're also bound up in a lot of implicit contracts, ones that we've never actually agreed to but sort of find ourselves in. For instance, natural-born citizens of the United
Yeah, this goes into the future generations and whatnot. So it would the ethical myopia of contractarianism would be the disabled, animals, and future generations. So the natural born citizens are the future generations. It's sort of like a, what do you call it? Like a not recursive. What's that word? It starts with an R. Not recursive. Retro. Sort of like a retroactive causality.
United States never agreed to follow the law of the land. Immigrants who become citizens do. They have to engage in an explicit contract as part of the citizenship process. But for the rest of us, we are expected to follow all sorts of rules that we never agreed to follow. Now, if you try to explain to the cop who pulled you over that you never agreed to the speed limit, so you're not bound to follow it, well, I'm pretty sure you're gonna get a ticket anyway. And that might seem really unfair to you, but contractarians will tell you that it's not. Because you reap all kinds of benefits from being a part of this system. You get to drive on safe roads, drink clean water, and if your house catches on fire, people will show up and do their best to put it out. Rights imply obligations by Hobbes' thinking, so when you take from the common pot by enjoying the goods that the system provides, you are also expected to pay in. That's what happens when you pay taxes, and when you show up for jury duty, and when you accept the punishment for violating the rules.
All which have a problem with if you're disabled.
Even rules that you disagree with. So contracts are a pretty brilliant way for making society not just survivable, but possible. They save you from a situation that Hobbes described as war of all against all, and puts you in this idyllic land where everyone cooperates. But can you really count on cooperation?
No, because how can a disabled person cooperate to something they can't even comprehend?
To explore that question, let's head over to the thought bubble for some flash philosophy. In the 1950s, Canadian mathematician Albert W. Tucker formalized an idea that had originally been posed by American game theorists Merrill Flood and Melvin Drescher. Since then, many versions of this dilemma have been presented, but Tucker's scenario goes like this. You and your partner in crime are both arrested and put in separate rooms for interrogation. The prosecution doesn't have enough evidence to convict you for your main offense. The best they can hope for is to give you each a year in prison on a lesser charge. So the prosecution offers you each a deal. If you rat out your partner, they'll let you go free. But now you and your partner face a dilemma. If you both remain silent, you know you won't get any more than a year in prison. But if you're enticed by the thought of doing no time at all you have to do is squeal and you'll go free while your partner does 3 years. The problem is, enticed as you are by the offer, you know that your partner is thinking the same thing. And if you each give up the other, then the prosecution will have enough evidence to send you both away for 2 years. So now you think, no, it's better to stay silent. That way you'll only get the 1 year, as long as you can count on your partner to reason the same way. But what if he doesn't? What if you stay quiet and your partner's the rat? Well, that means you're doing 3 long years while he gets away scot-free. Facing that unpleasant prospect, if you're both rational agents, you'll be drawn to the conclusion that looking out for yourself is the best option, because it carries with it the prospect of either 0 or 2 years, rather than the 1 or 3 years that you might get if you stay silent. Thanks, Thought Bubble. The prisoner's dilemma shows us some interesting wrinkles in contractarianism. Even though it was rational for both prisoners to squeal, they'd actually have been better off if they could count on each other to stay quiet. Cooperation pays, but only when you trust your fellow contractors to keep their agreement.
Or if they can actually agree to a contract.
This is why a lot of defection occurs among strangers. Defection is where you break the contract you're in, whether you agreed to be in it or not, and you decide to look after your own interests instead of cooperating. For example, the next time you're driving during rush hour, you will see rampant defection. Instead of following the rules, waiting their turn, and merging when they're supposed to, people will speed down the shoulders and try to sneak up to the head of the merge lane, which ends up slowing down everybody. But you see much less defection among people who know each other, because when you flagrantly violate a contract among people you know, it comes with a heavy social cost. There's a special kind of moral outrage for somebody who freely makes an agreement they didn't have to make, make and then violates it because our whole society is built on the trust that people will keep their word. But there's another important part of this theory, one that we haven't mentioned yet, and that is, in order for a contract to be valid, the contractors must be free. You can't force someone into a contract, and the contractors must
Oh, this goes into like the whole Native American situation, right? Like they didn't understand that like they were getting all their land stolen for fucking generations and shit.
be better off in the system that the contract makes possible than they would be outside of it. Sure, there are probably some rules that don't work in your favor all the time, but the system overall must make your life better than if you were on your own. So contractarianism necessarily rules out things like slavery. Any given person will always
Not yes, but no. Because I mean, look at what happened to the Native Americans. Like their land was literally fucking stolen.
be better off outside a system that enslaves her, so that type of system could never be legitimate, even if it's agreed upon by the majority of the group. And maybe you've noticed something else about this moral theory, something that's distinct from, say, the divine command theory, or Kantianism, or even utilitarianism. With contractarianism, there is no morality until we make it up. There's nothing fundamentally real about it, but it becomes real as soon as you and I agree that it is, because once we agree to particular rules, they become real and binding. So in a way, contractarianism is the most permissive of the moral theories we've looked at. Morality is determined by groups of contractors, so whatever they agree to goes. Which means, of course, morality can change. If, as a group, we change our minds, we can simply modify the contract. Which is exactly what happens, explicitly when we change laws, and implicitly with shifting social mores. But contractarianism is still pretty rigid in some ways. If you take on an obligation, you have a duty to keep it. This theory they'd actually have been better off if they could. Contractors must be better off in the system that the
So yeah, contract-based systems can create blind spots such as excluded populations, non-participants, future persons, and non-human beings. So it automatically rules out other animals and disabled people. So so hypersanity instead grounds moral consideration in sentient suffering and interest rather than agreement, because not everyone can agree to a contract, especially not if you're like severely impaired. So like yeah, because with contractarianism and disability ethics exposes important weaknesses in contract based thinking, such about what about individuals unable to negotiate, disabled, what about those lacking equal power, such as the Native Americans versus Americans, and what about those dependent on others, disabled, children, elderly, wounded, so on and so forth. Hypersanity argues that moral worth cannot be reduced to contractual participation.
the contract makes possible than they would be outside of it. Sure, there are probably some rules that don't work in your favor all the time, but the system overall must make your life better than if you were on your own. So contractarianism necessarily rules out things like slavery. Any given person will always be better off outside a system that enslaves her, so that type of system could never be legitimate, even if it's agreed upon by the majority of the group. And maybe you've noticed something else about this moral theory, something that's distinct from, say, the divine command theory, or Kantianism, or even utilitarianism. With contractarianism, there is no morality until we make it up. There's nothing fundamentally real about it, but it becomes real as soon as you and I agree that it is, because once we agree to particular rules, they become real and binding. So in a way, contractarianism is the most permissive of the
Egoism is an ethical theory that argues individuals should act primarily in their own self-interest, which is obviously like narcissism, and goes hand in hand with humane sentimentalism, basically. Unlike many ethical theories, egoism does not begin with collective well-being, duty, or care for others. It begins with the individual. Egoist ideas are often associated with Ayn Rand, Thomas Hobbes, partially, and Max Stirner. Different forms of egoism exist and do not always agree with one another. The individual's interests are the primary source of ethical value. Yeah, it's like basic. Yeah, it's just like narcissism. Personal survival, personal flourishing, personal happiness, personal goals. Under egoism, helping others may still occur if doing so aligns with one's interests, which isn't going to be often. Psychological egoism claims that humans always act in self interest. This is a descriptive claim about human behavior. It attempts to explain what people do. Ethical egoism claims people ought to act in self interest, which is definitely wrong. Because if everyone ought to act in their self interest, then like there would be no firemen, there would be no policemen, there would be no charities. It would just be everyone only looking out for their own interest and screw their neighbor. Egoism is evil, or I should say malevolent. Individuals naturally possess interest. Ignoring personal needs entirely can become self destructive. Egoism emphasizes agency and self determination, so therefore it disregards the disabled and other vulnerable. It challenges ethical systems that demand unlimited sacrifice. If everyone pursues self interest, interests often collide. Examples: resources, power, wealth, territory. The theory can struggle to resolve competing interests. The suffering of others may become secondary. This creates difficulties when evaluating exploitation, oppression, and neglect. Actions that benefit the self may harm others. Egoism often lacks strong mechanisms for protecting vulnerable individuals, as I just said, the disabled, uh, children, and elderly as well. Hypersanity identifies a central tension. A person possesses interests, other beings also possess interests. The ethical challenge becomes, why should one set of interests completely override another? So, like, why would my interest be more significant than yours? Hypersanity does not accept self interest alone as sufficient justification. Egoism primarily focuses on the self. Hyperethics focuses on morally relevant experiences more broadly. Questions include who suffers, who benefits, and whose interests are affected. That scope expands beyond the individual. Recursive analysis reveals potential problems. Questions include what happens if everyone adopts this principle, what institutions emerge, what incentives are created, and what forms of exploitation become acceptable. A system built entirely on self interest may generate instability and conflict. Empath critical analysis asks who is affected, who bears the cost, whose suffering remains invisible. Egoism may overlook these questions, which is ethical myopia. So the individual's perspective becomes the only perspective. Narcissism. This can create ethical blind spots regarding vulnerable populations, the disabled, future generations, non human animals, and collective consequences. Hypersanity agrees with one important insight: the self matters, personal well being matters, self sacrifice is not automatically ethical. However, hypersanity rejects the idea that self interest is the sole source of ethical value. Other beings possess sentience, interest, and capacity for suffering. These factors create ethical obligations beyond the self. Egoism correctly recognizes the reality of self interest. However, self interest alone provides an incomplete ethical framework. It's like a megalomaniac sort of framework on its own. That's why if you participate, if you just practice one ethical framework, it doesn't matter what framework you will always leave out the disabled, children and elderly, or people that speak on other languages. Like any ethical framework by itself is literally anti disability. So like utilitarianism, for instance, it prioritizes the least suffering for the most. So if it prioritizes the least suffering for the most, you easily get instances of like eugenics. You get sort of like the means justify the ends outcomes, which is obviously inherently malevolent, just fucking evil. That's the problem with it, just practicing just one ethical framework by itself. What benefits me, what affects others, and what consequences emerge when this reasoning scales. Rights theory is an ethical approach that argues individuals possess certain protections, freedoms, or entitlements that should not be violated without strong justification. The central question is, what rights do individuals possess? Rights functions as moral boundaries that limit how others may treat a being. Rights based ethics is associated with John Locke, Thomas Paine, Immanuel Kant, partially, and modern human rights traditions. Different theories disagree on the source of rights. Certain interests are so important that they deserve protection. Examples: life, liberty, bodily autonomy, freedom from torture, freedom from coercion. Rights attempt to establish moral safeguards. There's also negative rights, require others to refrain from interference. Example: freedom from violence, freedom from theft, freedom from coercion. Positive rights are then education, healthcare, accessibility, and basic assistance. Accessibility would be disability. Okay. Different rights theories place different emphasis on each category. Rights prevent individuals from being sacrificed solely for the collective benefit. Rights establish limits on acceptable behavior. Rights create predictable protections within society. Rights can help safeguard vulnerable populations from majority interests. Yeah, protection of minorities, which disabled are a minority. Weaknesses of rights theories. Rights sometimes collide. Examples: freedom from safety, property versus survival, privacy versus protection. Determining which right prevails can be difficult. Source problem. Questions arise: where do rights come from? Nature, society, law, morality. No universal agreement exists. Um, Morality, obviously, not law, society, or nature. Those all create oppressive, like fascistic systems. Like, just because something's a law doesn't mean it's fucking moral. I mean, tons of people are arrested innocently, especially with like the new fucking surveillance AI systems that are arresting people that weren't anywhere near where a crime took place. Questions arise regarding animals, future generations, artificial intelligence. Who possesses rights remains contested. So that would be AI ethics. HyperSanity views rights as downstream from moral consideration. Sequence is sentience, moral consideration, rights. Rights do not create moral significance, they attempt to protect morally significant interests. Rights theories often assumes individuals possess inherent value. If individuals don't possess equal inherent value, then you have fascism. You have some rights for some, but no rights for others. However, hypersanity grounds moral worth primarily in sentience, interest, and capacity for suffering rather than legal or social recognition. Rights have played an important role in disability advocacy. Examples: accessibility, accommodation, equal treatment, non-discrimination. However, hypersanity recognizes that rights on paper do not always eliminate suffering in practice. Implementation matters. This could be seen with so that would be like a disability false denial and application and applying for disability. Rights in animals. Rights theories faces difficult questions regarding animals. Examples: can animals possess rights? Which rights? Why? Hypersanity approaches these questions through sentience, suffering, and moral consideration rather than species membership alone, as speciesism leads to fascism always. Rights create long term social effects. Questions include: what happens when rights are weakened? What happens when rights expand? What institutions emerge? Rights should be evaluated recursively rather than only immediately. I have single handedly created the most ethical AI. All rights framework can still overlook hidden stakeholders, future consequences, structural suffering. Rights alone do not eliminate ethical blind spots. Hypersanity agrees the rights serve an important function. They help protect individuals, vulnerable populations, and morally relevant interests. However, rights are not treated as the foundation of ethics. They are treated as protective mechanisms built upon deeper ethical principles. Rights are valuable because they protect morally significant interests. However, rights alone cannot answer every ethical question. HyperSanity supplements rights analysis with moral consideration, avoidable harm, recursive ethics, empath critical analysis, and ethical diagnostics. Rights theories ask what protections should individuals possess. HyperSanity asks what protections should individuals possess. What interests are being protected, and who remains excluded from those protections, which is usually the disabled. Disabled are like one of the most oppressed minorities in America, and generally worldwide too. Disabled are so oppressed that people don't even consider them a minority, even though they are a registered minority. Okay, what else? Let's see. Ethical theories in progress. Negative utilitarianism. Damn, everything's just coming along. This is perfect. Have like the most ethical framework that's literally possible. Negative utilitarianism. Negative utilitarianism is an ethical theory that prioritizes the reduction of suffering over the promotion of happiness. The central question is, how can suffering be minimized? Unlike traditional utilitarianism, negative utilitarianism places greater moral weight on preventing harm than creating pleasure. So, like veganism, that's literally veganism. It prioritizes sentient rights, suffering over sensory pleasures. Wait, do I have traits in my canvas? Some traits. Okay, cool. I do. Negative utilitarianism is most commonly associated with Karl Popper. negative consequentialism. At the bottom here. Strategies view that people should minimize the total amount of aggregate suffering, or that they should minimize suffering and then secondarily maximize the total amount of happiness. It can be regarded as a version of utilitarianism that gives greater priority to reducing suffering, negative utility or just utility, than to increasing pleasure. This differs from classical utilitarianism. So it's basically the antithesis of humane sentimentalism. Maybe I should start doing an antithesis. Humane sentimentalism. One of the most narcissistic, fucking psychopathic fucking frameworks. Fuck sentimentalism. Negative preference utilitarianism says that the well-being and the outcome depends upon frustrated preferences. Negative hedonistic utilitarianism. Yeah, see, yeah, negative hedonist. Yeah, see, humane sentimentalism is a hedonist framework. Like, what do you call it? Well, just basically every sociopath, narcissist that only cares about themselves, that would like walk past someone being assaulted and just continue walking and never help them. Thinks of well-being in terms of pleasant and unpleasant experiences. Karl Popper. Smart also presented the most famous argument against negative utilitarianism, that negative utilitarianism would entail that a ruler who is able to instantly and painlessly destroy the human race would have a holy shit, so that's literally Thanos. This is where the whole red button blue button comes from. No fucking way, that is crazy. That is so fucking fast, dude. Oh my god, I fucking love learning. Holy shit. Open society and its enemies is. Oh yeah, the ideas of negative utilitarianism have similarities with ancient traditions such as Jainism and Buddhism. That's exactly what I was saying. Veganism came from Jainism. Like the Jains were the first one to invent veganism, like thousands of years before Christianity. Amazing. Enough suffering will always remain to make the question of the desirability of their sojourn on earth a question which numbers will answer in the negative. When we forget pain or underestimate it or talk about people getting used to it, we are really so far losing sight of what the universe which we wish to conceive adequately really is. Was relatively rare before the late 20th century. Significant surge in usage since then. In his work, The Hedonistic Imperative, Pierce argues for the use of biotechnology to eradicate suffering in all sentient beings. So this goes in with AI rights. Uh, humans' rights to use AI. And also, like, just biotechnology, so like cybernetics, like pacemakers, for instance. Negative hedonistic utilitarianism is an ethical theory that prioritizes the minimization of suffering, unpleasant, or bothersome experiences over the maximization of pleasure or happiness. Unlike classical utilitarianism, NHU argues that reducing negative well being is a primary moral imperative. So, how is this? So, is that how is negative hedonistic utilitarianism different from negative utilitarianism? Key aspects focuses on experiences. It evaluates utility based on hedonic mental states, feelings, and experiences rather than preference, satisfaction, or objective goods. It challenges the moral symmetry of pleasure and pain, asserting that the horror of suffering cannot be notionally justified by any amount of happiness. Veganism, I guess. Strong version suggests that if suffering can be eliminated only by ending existence, that action is morally obligatory. However, many advocates, such as David Pierce, argue for biotechnology to eradicate. It includes strong only suffering matters and weak suffering matters more than happiness forms, as well as a lexical views where suffering takes absolute priority. That can be seen in veganism, how carnists argue for their sensory pleasures over the suffering of the beings that they rape and murder, which is aligned with humane sentimentalism as well. So ethical pluralism is next. That'd still be under. Yeah, it would be under ethical theories rather than so. So we'll do utilitarianism to deontology, virtue ethics. ethics. That's egoism. So rights theory. Negative utilitarianism. And then ethical pluralism. Ethical pluralism is the view that no single ethical theory is sufficient to explain every moral situation. That's what I've been saying. That's like the first thing I learned about ethics is that you can't just practice one ethical framework because it's always going to have blind spots. Ethical pluralism recognizes that multiple ethical frameworks may contain valid insights while also possessing limitations. Again, nothing's perfect. Every major ethical theory explains something important. Utilitarianism explains consequences. Deontology explains duties. Virtue ethics explains character. Care ethics explains relationships. Rights theory explains protections. And contractarianism explains cooperation. However, each theory also encounters situations it struggles to explain. The single theory problem. Many ethical systems attempt to explain morality through a single variable. Uh, Binary thinking. This is the problem with the average person, as most people are not capable of holding multiple thoughts in their head at the same time. So they think binary, like one or zero. So like consequences alone, rules alone, character alone, or self-interest alone. Ethical pluralism argues that reality is often more complex than any single ethical lens. Different situations may require different ethical considerations. Pluralism reduces reliance on absolutist commitment to a single framework. Anti absolutism, which is good. Absolutism is fascism. Multiple theories often reveal different aspects of the same problem. Ethical problems frequently involve consequences, duties, relationships, rights, character simultaneously. Different theories may produce conflicting conclusions. Questions arise: which theories should take precedence? How should conflicts be resolved? Poorly applied pluralism can become use whatever theory supports the conclusion I prefer, such as like confirmation bias, sort of. Ethical pluralism requires structure, such as like a recursive system that I invented. Utilitarianism contributes outcome analysis, harm reduction, and well being evaluation. However, consequences alone may overlook rights, duties, and outliers. Ethical myopia. Deontology contributes moral constraints, consistency, and duties. However, rules alone may struggle with emergencies, extreme outliers, and consequence conflicts. Kind of like the trolley equation. Virtue ethics contributes character development, wisdom, and moral growth. However, character alone does not guarantee ethical outcomes. Care ethics contributes relationships, dependency, vulnerability, context. However, relationships alone may not fully resolve broader ethical conflicts. Rights theory contributes protections, boundaries, and safeguards. However, rights alone may not answer every moral question. Contractarianism contributes cooperation, institutions, social stability. However, um, that has blind sites such as disability as well. However, moral worth cannot depend solely upon participation in agreements because someone could be disabled and not and unable to cooperate in an agreement. HyperSanity shares some similarities with ethical pluralism. HyperSanity recognizes that many ethical theories identify genuine ethical variables. Examples: utilitarianism gives consequences, deontology gives duties, virtue ethics gives character, care ethics gives relationships, and rights theories gives protections. However, hypersanity does not simply combine theories, it evaluates them through ethical diagnostics, recursive ethics, empath critical analysis, and threshold analysis. Critical diagnostics. Wait, which one? Wait, do I have this one? Yeah, this one. Okay. Cursive ethics. And then empath critical. Threshold deontology. Yeah. Ethical pluralism asks, what can multiple ethical theories contribute? Hypersanity asks, which ethical insights survive comprehensive analysis? The focus shifts from collecting theories to evaluating them. Ethical pluralism correctly recognizes that no single ethical theory explains all moral reality. However, hypersanity attempts to move beyond pluralism by providing a framework capable of evaluating ethical theories themselves. A framework that can test itself, sort of like an answer to Russell's paradox. Which theories should be considered? Hypersanity asks, which ethical insights remain defensible after recursive, empath critical, threshold, and diagnostic analysis? Okay, now we're going back to applied ethics. Disability ethics. The central question is, how should society ethically respond to human variation, limitation, vulnerability, and dependency? Hypersanity treats disability ethics as one of the most important tests of any ethical framework because disabled are typically the most oppressed. Disability exposes hidden assumptions within ethical systems. Many theories assume typical cognition, typical mobility, typical memory, typical communication, and typical independence. Disability reveals where those assumptions fails, who's being left out via ethical myopia or whatever. Ethical, yeah, myopia. Many systems are designed around an imagined average person, examples, buildings, education, employment, technology, and healthcare. So like buildings aren't originally designed for like wheelchairs. Education put special ed. Um Example would be dyscalculia. Technology would be AI, um, text to speech, OCR, um, okay. The average person often becomes the invisible standard. Hypersanity asks, what happens to those who fall outside the standard? Disability does not eliminate sentient suffering, well being, or interest. Therefore, disability does not eliminate moral relevance. This follows directly from sentience and moral consideration. One of the most common ethical failures is equating worth with function. Examples: productivity. This is a meritocratic fallacy. I guess haven't made the meritocratic fallacy yet. It's something I have to do. Examples would be productivity. So, meritocratic systems are inherently fascistic. Meritocracy always leads to fascism. A good example in media would be Fallout. The Fallout Vault is a meritocratic system. If you notice in the show, and there's never a disabled person, there's not one single disabled person in Fallout. That's because a meritocratic system only values human worth in what they can produce, their intelligence, their independence, and economic value. So, under a meritocratic system, which is fascism, would value chickens over disabled people because chickens produce eggs, and if a human being is unable to produce due to disability, they would they would value a chicken more than a disabled person, which is why it always leads to fascism. A reduction in ability does not imply a reduction in value. Many ethical systems unintentionally reward productivity, efficiency, independency, while undervaluing dependency, vulnerability, and accommodation needs. Disability ethics challenges these assumptions. Challenges arising directly from a condition, examples chronic pain, blindness, paralysis. Challenges imposed by society would be inaccessible technology. So, how people gatekeep AI. Um, so, that would be anti AI fascism, lack of accommodations, commu- uh, communication barriers, and social exclusion. These should not be treated as identical. That's why I say anti the problem with anti AI is that it's inherently fascist because it basically says that disabled people who need AI to survive should just die. Fascists don't give exceptions for the disabled. So examples would be wheelchair ramps, screen readers, captioning, assistive technology, alternative communication systems. So assistive technologies would be AI. Accessibility often reduces avoidable suffering. Many harms experienced by disabled individuals are avoidable. Um, Examples would be preventable exclusion, so not being excluded from using AI. Inaccessible environments, unnecessary barriers, so like dyscalcia. Here, let's see. Less calculators. Institutional neglect. That'd be like gatekeeping disability, like how Trump is kicking people off of disability. Hyperethics places special emphasis on these harms because alternatives often exist. Disabled individuals are frequently overlooked during policy formation. Questions include who is missing, who was consulted, and who bears the burden. Ethical myopia often becomes visible through disability analysis. Disability ethics strongly overlaps with empath critical, what barriers exist, what assumptions are being made, what perspectives are being absent. Empath critical analysis helps reveal invisible obstacles. A policy may appear reasonable in the short term. Recursive ethics ask what happens over time, what systems emerge, what incentives are created. who becomes excluded. Small barriers often compound recursively. Autonomy remains important, however, hypersanity recognizes dependency does not eliminate personhood, dependency does not eliminate dignity, and dependency does not eliminate moral worth. Human beings exist across a spectrum of independence and support. Disability functions as an ethical stress test, a framework that cannot account for vulnerability, dependency, accommodation, accessibility, and human variation is likely incomplete. Disability ethics reveals hidden assumptions that remain invisible in average case analysis. Society is inherently fascistic towards the disabled because everything in society is formed around the average person. So disability comes last, if ever. Disability ethics demonstrates why sentience matters, moral consideration matters, avoidable harm matters, and empath critical analysis matters. Which is exactly how sentience leads to fascism, because one of the common reasons for speciesism is a lack of intelligence and an idea that sentience does not exist. Therefore, even if it does have sentience, if it's not intelligence, that would be the average person's reason for killing a sentient being is a lack of intelligence, which is how speciesism leads to fascism. Disability ethics asks, how should disabled individuals be treated? HyperSanity asks, what barriers exist, which harms are avoidable, and whose perspectives are missing, and what ethical assumptions are being exposed? So we have the accessibility ethics. So it would go under accessibility, not disability ethics. Accessibility, accessibility, HEC, accessibility ethics. Accessibility ethics examines the ethical obligations associated with reducing unnecessary barriers that prevent individuals from participating fully in society. The central question is which barriers are avoidable and what obligations exist to remove them. Many limitations attributed to individuals are actually created by environments. Examples: stairs create barriers for wheelchair users, lack of captions creates barriers for deaf individuals, inaccessible software creates barriers for blind users. Complex interfaces create barriers for cognitive disabilities, just like how Obsidian requires a lot of add-ons to add accessibility. The ethical issues often lies in the barrier rather than the person. So the barrier principle, hyper-sanity, distinguishes between impairment and barrier, a limitation experienced by an individual, and a limitation imposed by an environment, system, or institution. Accessibility ethics focuses primarily on barriers. Many barriers create suffering that is predictable, preventable, and avoidable. Examples would be missing ramps, missing captions, inaccessible websites, inaccessible documentation. When practical alternatives exist, ethical concern increases, which aligns with avoidable harm. Accessibility begins with a simple recognition the affected individual's interests matter. The goal is not special treatment, the goal is meaningful access. Many barriers remain invisible to those unaffected by them. You can't see stupidity, but it exists. Examples would be small text, audio only content, non keyboard navigation, and memory heavy interfaces. Ethical myopia often prevents barrier recognition. Accessibility ethics actively searches for these blind spots. Accessibility requires perspective expansion. It requires someone capable of actually considering other people besides themselves. Questions include who cannot use this, who is excluded, what assumptions are being made, what obstacles remain invisible. Empath critical analysis functions as a major corrective mechanism. Universal design seeks to create systems usable by the widest range of individuals possible. Examples: captions help more than deaf users, ramps help more than wheelchair users, clear interfaces help more than cognitively impaired users. Accessibility often benefits broader populations. Technology can either reduce barriers or create barriers. The ethical impact depends on the implementation. Positive would be screen readers, voice recognition, captioning, and alternative input systems, which by today use AI a lot in a lot of the cases. Negative would be closed systems, inaccessible interfaces, or unusable authentication methods. Technology is ethically neutral until applied. Artificial intelligence introduces a major accessibility opportunity. AI can assist with reading, writing, memory support, communication, navigation, summarization, translation, and task assistance. For many individuals, AI functions as an assistive technology. HyperSanity recognizes an important distinction. AI may function as convenience for some users. AI may function as accessibility for other users. The ethical implications are not identical. Just because a lot of people misuse it doesn't mean that everyone misuses it. It's the all or nothing sort of fallacy. Removing a convenience is different from removing an accommodation. Accessibility ethics, however, focus differs. Disability ethics asks what ethical obligations exist toward disabled individuals. Accessibility ethics asks what barriers can be removed to improve participation. Accessibility often increases autonomy. Um, Examples would be independent communication, navigation, learning, and participation. Reducing barriers often increases meaningful determination. Disability ethics has the term um no no decision about the disabled without the disabled, meaning it's not for a man's, just like it's not for a man's place to dictate whether a woman can or cannot get an abortion. It's not for someone else to determine whether a disabled person needs something for the disability. Otherwise you're arguing against autonomy, and that's fascism. Accessibility improvements frequently generate recursive benefits. Example is education access, employment access, social participation, and civic participation. Small improvements can produce large long-term effects. Accessibility ethics represents one of the clearest examples of moral consideration, avoidable harm, empath critical analysis, and ethical diagnostics. Many accessibility barriers persist not because solutions are impossible, but because affected populations remain overlooked. Just how anti AI excludes everyone that needs AI simply because they don't need it. Accessibility is not primarily about special treatment, accessibility is about reducing unnecessary barriers that prevent morally relevant beings from participating fully in society. The stronger the barrier, the more avoidable the barrier, the stronger the ethical obligation to examine it. The more disabled someone is, the more obligation they have to access it. Accessibility ethics asks what barriers exist. HyperSanity asks which barriers are avoidable, who is affected by them, what harms do they create, and what happens when those barriers persist recursively. HSEAI ethics. AI ethics examines the ethical implications of artificial intelligence, machine learning, automation, accessibility, autonomy, and human well being. The central question is, how should artificial intelligence be developed, deployed, regulated, and used? HyperSanity treats AI as a tool whose ethical significance depends on consequences, accessibility, barriers, and affected stakeholders, as in how you use it. A person could use a hammer as a weapon. That doesn't mean everyone uses a hammer as a weapon. Artificial intelligence increasingly influences education, employment, healthcare, communication, accessibility, creativity, and governance. Its effects extend far beyond technology. AI has become a social and ethical issue, specifically for the disabled. HyperSanity treats AI as a tool. Tools are not inherently good, evil, ethical, or unethical. Ethical evaluation depends upon use, consequences, context, access, and harm done from it. The ethical focus should remain on actions and outcomes rather than the technology itself. Basic consequentialism. One of the most significant ethical dimensions of AI is accessibility. AI can function as reading assistance, writing assistance, memory support, communication support, learning assistance, and cognitive assistance. For many individuals, AI functions as assistive technology. HyperSanity distinguishes between AI's convenience and accessibility. Convenience is used to increase efficiency or comfort. Examples would be faster writing, faster research, workflow automation. Accessibility is used to overcome barriers such as dyslexia, cognitive support, memory assistance, communication assistance, and disability accommodations. The ethical implications are not identical. Removing convenience is not equivalent to removing accessibility. AI systems themselves do not automatically possess moral consideration. HyperSanity asks, is there a morally relevant experiencer? Current AI systems may demonstrate intelligence without demonstrating sentience. The distinction remains critical. HyperSanity distinguishes intelligence from sentience. A system may generate language, solve problems, and mimic understanding without necessarily possessing subjective experience like an animal or a person. The ethical status of future AI remains an open question as to whether AI does become sentient. AI and disability ethics reveals ethical dimensions often ignored in AI debates. Questions include who benefits, who loses access, who becomes excluded, usually the disabled, what accommodations are being removed. Policies affecting AI may have disproportionate effect on disabled populations, which is something I've been saying, which is why I hate anti-AI so much, because they're they typically use absolutism, and they don't give a fuck about disabled people simply because they don't need it. AI discussions often focus on technical capability, economic effects, and productivity, while overlooking accessibility, vulnerable populations, dependency, and accommodation. Imagine if everyone started using calculators to make bombs, and then people with dyscalculia never then had calculators simply because everyone else abused it. That's basically what's happening with AI. HyperSanity treats these omissions as forms of ethical myopia. AI and ignoration. Public discussions about AI often contain fear-based reasoning, oversimplification, and false certainty. This is the problem with the anti-AI movement. They are incapable of nuance. They're incapable of holding multiple thoughts in their head at the same time. They're incapable of upholding basic human rights for the disabled. Everything about anti-AI is essentially just fear-based mongering, like fear-mongering. Ethical analysis requires engagement with evidence rather than assumptions alone. Common examples include AI is always good, AI is always bad, AI will solve everything, or AI will destroy everything. Those are absolutist statements which lead to fascistic frameworks. These positions frequently reduce complex realities into simplistic conclusions, and when you reduce, you dismiss. That's the problem with most people is they want to reduce complexity instead of expanding on it. HyperSanity encourages a deeper analysis, actually doing the work. AI and recursive ethics. What happens when AI becomes widespread? What systems emerge? What incentives change? What barriers disappear? And what barriers appear? Immediate effects alone are insufficient. Long-term effects, consequences matter. AI and autonomy. AI can increase autonomy. Examples: independent learning, independent communication, research, and participation. However, AI can also reduce autonomy when over relied upon, centrally controlled, or used coercively, such as like corporations and by police. The ethical outcome depends on implementation. So I'll go ahead and put law. So that would be AI facial recognition. The ethical outcome depends on the implementation. AI and avoidable harm. Questions include: does AI reduce suffering? Does AI create suffering? Are harms preventable? And all are alternatives available for disabled people? That's the last one is usually no. HyperSanity evaluates AI through the lens of avoidable harm rather than technological novelty. AI is neither salvation nor catastrophe. It is a tool that amplifies existing systems, incentives, and capabilities. Ethical evaluation requires examining accessibility, harm, autonomy, stakeholders, recursion, and power dynamics simultaneously in a recursive process. So you need to put recursive. Whoops. Where is it? HSC recursive ethics. HyperSanity verdict is AI should be evaluated according to its effects on morally relevant beings. Questions of excessive. Whoops. accessibility, autonomy, and avoidable harm often matter more than questions of technological sophistication. The ethical significance of AI lies primarily in how it affects people and how it's used. AI ethics ask, is this use of AI ethical? HyperSanity asks, who benefits? Who is harmed? What barriers are removed? What barriers are created? And what systems emerge when this use scales? Now we're going into vegan ethics. Applied ethics notes. Applied ethics. So that would be okay. So vegan.
ChatGPT is throwing
Others in the field have said to me, I was blown away by what Chat was able.
Hi everyone, I'm with Sarah and Shabnam, and today we're going to be watching an epic debate on Jubilee.
Concerns over vegans not getting the long-chain omega-3s EPA foods. Nevertheless, to indulge his concerns over vegans not getting the long-chain omega-3s EPA and DHA from fish, the importance of which is debated, I'll mention that algae-based supplements exist. They contain the same omega-3s and have been shown to be similarly bioavailable to fish oil.
Second, let's go to Cheap Lazy Vegan, who also is very opinionated about this debate and some of the things Dr. Jack Symes had to put up with.
This is so dumb.
Do they have the right to exist? Well, because here's the deal. If you're saying that we should not harvest them, then those animals are never going to exist. So I guarantee if they had consciousness and you put them down and you said, here are the scenarios, you can either exist and you can have one bad day and you can serve a purpose and you can have a beautiful life, you can make a positive contribution to the environment.
So essentially, he is defending the right for animals to be bred into existence simply to be killed.
So this is what you call, what is it, a post hoc rationalization or retrocausality. Because they can't decide to live unless you breed them into existence. So if you just don't breed them into existence, then they don't have a bad day. So the answer is pretty fucking obvious under consequentialism. But then again, non-vegans don't understand morality or ethics.
For our consumption. And what kills me, no pun intended, is somehow he is twisting this to try to make it seem as though this is a benevolent practice. Like we are doing you a favor by allowing you to exist so that we could kill you, so that we could use your body.
Right. When they could just not breed them into existence.
You know? And do they have a right to exist? What the hell is a right to exist?
Right? That gets into like eugenics and shit. That's why speciesism commonly results to fascism.
If you don't exist, you don't exist. How does something that does not exist have a right to exist?
Exactly.
What about the right to live once you exist? Okay? What about once a living sentient being exists, they deserve a right to be free and to live their own lives and to not be killed? How about that right? And also, if animals have a right to exist, then that right shouldn't be predicated on the fact that you want to eat their body. If they have a right to exist, then we should be bringing them into existence regardless of what we can or cannot do with their bodies, because they have a right to exist, right? This is what's so—
And not only that, but like what carnitards usually forget is that animals in the industrial sector are literally genetically engineered. They're not like typical cows and pigs that you'd find in the wild. They're literally genetically altered and are pumped full of nasty like growth hormones and estrogens. They're cancer causing. They're not typical animals that you'd find in the wild. Vegan ethics examines the ethical implications of human relationships with non-human animals. The central question is, if a being can suffer, what justifies harming? Exploiting or killing that being. HyperSanity approaches vegan ethics through the foundations of sentience, suffering, moral consideration, and avoidable harm, rather than species membership. This is why my framework is better than just plain veganism, because veganism, it's all about animals. My framework is about every sentient being, just every sentient being, including animals, which is my problem with veganism, is it only advocates for the animals. So then you have some psychotic vegans like Vegan Gains and Gary, whatever his name is, that talk about killing people in mass, basically serial killing people to save animals and shit. It's fucking psychotic. That's how bad vegans exist, is because it doesn't weigh the value of life for people, just animals. That's the problem with classic veganism. Vegan ethics is one of the largest applications of hyperethics. Billions of animals are affected annually by food systems, clothing industries, entertainment industries, research industries. The scale of impact is enormous. Hyperethics begins with a simple question: can suffering occur? If suffering can occur, ethical consideration becomes relevant. This follows directly from sentience. Animals need not possess human intelligence, human language, or human culture, because if animals needed human intelligence, language, or culture, then this is how you get a system that basically calls for the killing of disabled people and people with intellectual disabilities, which is why speciesism typically leads to fascism. Species membership alone does not explain moral significant questions include: why does species matter ethically? What morally relevant trait is being referenced? Does the same logic apply consistently elsewhere? Hypersanity examines the justification rather than assuming it. Animals can experience pain, fear, distress, stress, and deprivation, as well as mental illness. A lot of animals can have the same mental illnesses that people have. The ethical significance of suffering does not depend upon human identity. Suffering remains suffering regardless of species. Animals possess interests. Examples would be avoiding pain, continuing life, seeking comfort, and avoiding fear. Hypersanity therefore includes animals within moral analysis. This does not automatically answer every ethical question. It establishes ethical relevance. A central hypersanity question is the harm avoidable? Questions include: all are alternatives available? Is the suffering necessary? And is the harm justified? So these would be like edge cases and outliers, like tribes, you know. Tribes aren't expected to go vegan. No one's going up to tribes and telling tribes, hey, you gotta go vegan. The more avoidable the suffering, the greater the burden of justification. Hypersanity reverses a common assumption. Instead of asking why should animals matter, it asks why should suffering be ignored. The burden shifts towards justification of harm. Many forms of animal suffering remain hidden. Examples would be industrial farming, transportation, confinement, and slaughter processes. Consumers often encounter products while remaining disconnected from production systems. This can create ethical myopia. Ethical discussions frequently become focused on tradition, preference, and convenience, which is narcissism, which is like humane sentimentalism. It's hedonism. It's like psychopathic, sort of like Hassan. While avoiding questions regarding suffering, hypersanity distinguishes between lack of knowledge and refusal to engage. Common examples include animals eat animals, nature is violence, humans have always done it. These observations may be factually true. Hypersanity asks, does nature determine morality? Animals rape animals. Does historical behavior determine ethical correctness? No. Slavery. Would the reasoning apply consistently elsewhere? That would be speciesism. This analysis continues beyond the initial claim. Vegan ethics and recursive ethics. Recursive ethics expands the discussion. Questions include what systems are being supported, what incentives are being reinforced, what happens when the practice scales, and what environmental effects emerge. The ethical analysis extends beyond individual actions such as climate change. Rights-based approaches often argue animals hold on, I need to actually change that. It's the wrong canvas. There we go. Just put veganism. Rights-based approaches often argue animals possess interests worthy of protection. Hypersanity evaluates these claims through sentience, moral consideration, avoidable harm, rather than rights alone. Who lacks representation, who cannot advocate for themselves, whose suffering remains unseen. Animals represent a population with limited ability to participate in human ethical discourse. This increases the importance of ethical visibility, just like disabled people. Hypersanity does not begin with species, tradition, or preference. It begins with sentience, suffering, moral consideration, and avoidable harm. The ethical weight of an action increases when suffering exists, alternatives exist, and harm is avoidable. Vegan ethics represents one of the clearest applications of hyperethics. It directly exercises sentience, suffering, moral consideration, avoidable harm, ethical myopia, empath critical analysis, and recursive ethics. Vegan ethics also asks is using animals ethical? Hypersanity asks, can suffering occur? Is the suffering avoidable? What interests are affected, and what systems emerge when the practice is normalized? So again, it's not just about animals, it's about animals and people. So now we need environmental ethics and healthcare ethics. Ethical diagnostics. So that, wait. Foundation. Okay, ethical foundations. Ethical diagnostics. There we go. Ethical diagnostics. Appeal to nature, speciesism, moralizing, average case fallacy, scope, neglect, diffusion of responsibility, status quo bias, just world fallacy, ethical blind spots. I think I already have those. Let's see. Where is vegan again? Applied. Yeah, applied veganism traits.
So fascinating to me. Humans will do the most evil things and turn around and act like they are God's gift on earth. Okay. Humans will breed animals into existence, sentient living beings into existence, feed them for a few years, and then slit their throat and act like that they are doing them a favor.
Okay, so let's go to Dr. Minil Patel, who was also astounded by a clip in this Jubilee debate a little bit later on.
From my experience and the research I've done.
Yeah. Oh, he's done research. This guy's done research. Finally, they've got someone who's done the research. Amazing. Let's hear what he has to say.
You need at least some animal product to survive. Because, like,
Nope.
A lot of the vegan diet is good. A lot of it's good, the fruits and veggies.
See, this is how you know someone's literally like narcissistically talking out of their fucking wet ass. Veganism isn't a diet. It's a lifestyle, an ethical framework. It is not a diet. A plant-based diet is a diet. Veganism uses a plant-based diet. This is how you know someone's full of fucking shit.
And everything. But
what makes you think that, though?
What makes me think the meat is good? Because...
No, what makes you think that you need to eat meat to survive and thrive?
Because I found out recently, I've been doing a lot more of a health to get in better shape, and I found that the more protein I eat...
Oh, of course, this is what you call anecdotal. This is, I did this and I feel it, therefore it is, not I read a scientific paper and I did the research, I did the due diligence. When all animal products cause cancer, all animal products cause fucking cancer. So how is all-cause mortality risk healthier for you?
From meat, chicken, steak, it gets me more bulk.
An hour and 24 minutes in, and finally we have someone using the protein argument. I was wondering when we'd hear that.
As if plants don't have protein. Like, where do you think animals get their protein from? Like, it's crazy that in this day and age, people are so incapable. How am I, a lowly disabled person that can't work, able to fucking do the research and come to the scientific consensus of hundreds of meta-analyses and then just say, oh yeah, the experts are right. I'm not a narcissist. I'm not going to sit here and say that the experts are wrong. I'm not going to fucking moralize immoral fucking... Oh my god,
there
so
are plenty of high-protein vegan foods, and you would hope a chef would know that. Tofu, tempeh, textured vegetable protein, seitan, soy milk, soybeans, black beans, kidney beans.
Yeah, seitan is very high in protein. It is so high in protein. Peanut butter has protein in it. I eat a lot of peanut butter.
All the frickin' beans, lentils, beans and lentil-based pastas, whole grains like quinoa, not to mention plant-based protein powders. It is easy to get enough protein on a vegan diet. And if your goal is bodybuilding or athletic performance, then you only really need about 1.6 grams per kilogram body weight of protein per day. For a 70-kilogram person, that's about 112 grams.
And look how chubby this guy is too. Like, he does realize that, like, too much of something can be bad, right? He acts as if protein automatically converts into muscle when he's still got to burn all that fucking fat to get muscle, which he's not doing.
And that is not difficult, provided you're eating varied sources throughout the day. When it comes to muscle gains, when protein is matched, there is no difference between vegans and omnivores. So stop making excuses, and if you're going to, please leave protein out of it.
Perfectly said.
But when very impossible to become full vegan. There's nothing really in this.
Impossible.
What are you wearing, by chance? Are you wearing Doc Martens, by chance?
Yeah.
Are those vegan?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, they're made of rubber.
And rubber is made of?
Rubber's not made of animals.
But there's a lot of vegan product. There's a lot of...
Oh my god. He's trying to say that because other products that use rubber have animal products in them, that his specifically does. That's crazy.
A lot of animal products and things that you don't wear.
You think I'll turn up to one vegan versus 20 meat eaters wearing leather shoes?
Maybe.
You think I'm...
I mean, a lot of people don't know a lot of
He's
stuff
not
in
as
there.
stupid as you.
Oh my days, man.
To
be honest, it crossed my mind too. It crossed my mind too.
Thank you. It crossed his mind too. I rest my case and my...
That's literally just an assumption. Like, that's not proof. That's just saying, well, because someone might do this, that is the case.
My time is up. Great meeting.
Pick up some vegan.mom. Thank you. So I would say veganism is not good for the world. And
Oh my god, it's the single best thing that you can do to fight climate change. It's crazy how all these like narcissists, literally these egoists, these humane sentimentalists, these hedonists, these borderline sociopaths are literally calling world leading experts liars. They're calling world leading experts liars. That is fucking crazy.
my number one point is burgers.
Which a single lunch, a meat lunch, uses 36 bathtubs worth of water. So a Coke and a burger, a meat burger, uses 36 bathtubs of water. Way more than AI ever will on a consumer level usage. Like, cutting meat is the single best way to fight climate change and save water. Not quitting AI, going vegan.
Have you ever had a burger with cheese on it?
Yeah.
Have you had a burger?
Yeah, it has estrogen and cancer-causing shit in it. Like, I can tell, like, look how fucking out of shape this guy is. It's crazy how this out of shape guy is talking about taste buds. So if humans tasted good, we would have Hannibal Lecter over here telling you how great human sauce is.
And what do you think?
I think that people aren't the experts. They think about their own mind.
Yeah, Dunning-Kruger. Look at this Dunning-Kruger. Oh my god. This is the literal definition of Dunning-Kruger and like meat paradox, meat bias. Crazy.
Giovanni Savani did a study in.
Look at this guy. Oh my god, dude. Oh. How are people this stupid? Like, you have access to all the information in the world, and you're going to ignore the data from the world leading experts and then call world leading experts liars. Because what? Taste buds?
In 2023, where he looked at 175 people and give them blind taste tests and informed taste tests. The majority couldn't figure out which one was the beef burger and the plant-based burger.
Exactly. Scientific consensus has shown that if someone knows it's a non-animal product, they will just say that it tastes bad even though it doesn't. Like, they literally lie. They because they can't admit, because then they would have to change themselves and they would have to admit they're wrong. But narcissists will sit there and lie every way imaginable, then admit that world leading experts are correct. Like, it's easy to determine who's a narcissist because a narcissist will ignore world leading data and then assert they're right. That's something only a narcissist does. Like me, I read studies from world leading experts, I fact check it, and then if it's true, I try to incorporate that into my lifestyle. That's simple. Like, almost like the most logical thing is living your life by the highest proven sources of scientific evidence. Like, that's the most logical, rational way to live, is live by the science, not your feelings.
Burger, and when on the informed taste test, they all preferred the plant-based burger over the beef burger. So no, I don't buy it. When we look at what people do when they're not in this debate setting, it's not clear that they prefer it.
But I would say that I prefer.
Yeah, well, preference doesn't mean anything. Like, preferring something doesn't make it healthy. Preferring something doesn't change the science. This is what you call narcissistic realism. I believe this, thus reality changes to my beliefs. This is a sort of narcissism you see in basically any sort of religion. They believe that because they believe it, it changes reality. They believe that reality changes to their beliefs, to their emotional preferences. And it's ironic that vegans are always called the emotional ones, but vegans are the only logical, rational ones. It's not logical or rational. It's an emotional statement to sit there and call world-leading experts liars. That's an emotional statement, not a scientific one, not a logical one, not a rational one. It's an emotional statement.
Like cheeseburgers, like real cheeseburgers.
See, this is sensory pleasure. That is narcissistic sensory pleasure, right? So if by his logical consistency, if he got pleasure out of killing someone, he would keep killing people.
and I could tell the difference. I have like really good taste buds.
Yeah.
So I really like when it's not like fake cheeseburgers.
Yeah, go for it.
I prefer like they taste like.
You understand there are going to be limits to this, right? You like doing lots of things. I assume you like.
Yeah, exactly. Like a lot of people like shooting up heroin. Doesn't mean you should do heroin. Doesn't mean heroin is good or ethical or anything. A, a psychopath enjoys hurting other people. Does that mean it's right? Does that mean a psychopath should hurt people because they enjoy it? That's pretty fucking crazy.
Like having sex as well, but
hell yeah.
You certainly want to.
This guy is like literally the most stupid Dunning-Kruger example I've ever seen. Like, you typically can't see stupid, but in this guy's instance, you can literally see stupid.
I imagine that you want to get it in an ethical way.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh,
But
that's good.
I think I can get. I mean, if I just go to like the store and buy a burger, that's pretty ethical.
Oh my god. No, that is not ethical. That is convenient, you fucking moron. How are people this stupid? Like, people that have never studied ethics can assert morality. So that's like saying that I belong to this religion, but I'm never going to read the books that this religion belongs to. Imagine someone saying that they're a Buddhist, but they've never heard of Buddha. This is literally like someone saying that they're a Buddhist, but they've never heard of Buddha.
Let me give you this question. You can have sex and it was unethical, non-consensual, but it was great, or you can have the consensual sex and it's not quite as good. Which one do you pick?
Probably a cheeseburger.
Oh my god, so stupid. He would fuck a cheeseburger.
I think.
Well, that's non-consensual, so he just admitted that he would rape. Because a cheeseburger is non-consensual, the animal did not consent. Therefore, logically consistent, he would rape.
Which one do you pick out of the two of them?
Well, you said
Which
that.
one do you pick out of the two of them? Just pick one.
The ethical.
Don't pick the non-consensual.
Well, the ethical
sex.
one, but I would
That's
choose a
good call.
cheeseburger over sex any day.
So the analogy works.
Okay.
And then he's trying to change the fucking topic as usual.
And there's another interesting clip.
I don't understand how people like me are denied disability, but people like this like waste oxygen and are allowed to freely vote and commit actions in the world. Like, fucking crazy how someone that fucking stupid and lazy, uneducated, pure choice, like being uneducated to a large degree in today's society is a choice. You have all the information at your fingertips. Sure, there's a limit to how much an individual person can learn and retain, but like people have all this information at their fingertips and they don't even try. They just, everything they believe, they think it true. Because I thought it must be true. Because I believe it must be true.
From Dr. Mati Nagra. Let's go to that.
Recent studies are showing that you're way less likely to develop heart disease by having the ultra-processed vegan burger over the beef burger.
Yeah, exactly. See, even ultra-processed plants are better than organic meat products. Crazy. Not only that, but you're not going to turn yourself gay from all the fucking estrogen.
Surprised by this either, are you?
Ultra-processed vegan burger is better?
Yeah, the Beyond Meat one, significantly.
Contrary to popular belief, plant-based meats do appear to provide some health benefits compared to animal-based meats on average. For example, in the swap meat randomized crossover trial, Beyond Meat products resulted in lower LDL cholesterol levels and a little bit of weight loss compared to organic and grass-fed meats, without any clear downsides. And these findings are consistent across the literature, as I highlighted in my review that was published in the Canadian Journal of Cardiology and which was reinforced by a recent meta-analysis. Now, it may be a stretch to say you're way less likely to develop heart disease since we don't actually have those long-term studies looking at actual heart attack rates, but all else held equal, a lower LDL cholesterol level and a little bit of weight loss would be expected to translate to a lower heart disease risk.
Pause, you've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
That was a pleasure. Calcium is very important for bone density.
Yeah.
About 30%, if you're vegan diets exclusively, you are 30% likely to have a fracture.
I couldn't find...
Actually, that's the opposite. If I remember right, it's actually dairy that does that. Okay, so The relationship between dairy consumption and bone fracture risk is mixed, depends heavily on the type of dairy product and the population studied. High liquid milk consumption has been associated with increased fracture risk in several large cohort studies. Research indicates that consuming 3 or more glasses of milk per day can lead to a 60% higher risk of hip fracture and 16% higher risk of any bone fracture in women. These findings suggest that high liquid milk intake may not prevent fractures and could potentially increase risk, possibly due to inflammatory processes of the sugar glucose. Crazy. It's like all they have to do is do a basic search.
Find any studies with the 30% statistic specifically, but what most people cite is the EPIC Oxford study in which vegans had a 43% higher risk of fracture, largely driven by hip fracture. And that translates to about 19 more fractures per 1,000 people per 10 years. However, I do take issue with using these data to suggest that vegans are inherently at higher risk.
Is associated with increased risk for bone fractures and death, according to a new study in British Medical Journal. 61,000 women, 45,000 men, for more than 20 years and 11 years, respectively. Among women, those who consumed 3 or more glasses of milk per day had a 60% increased risk for developing a hip fracture and a 16% increased risk for developing any bone fracture. These results are similar to previous studies showing no protective effect of increased milk consumption or fracture risk. Additionally, among women, for each glass of milk consumed, risk of dying from all cause increased by 15%. So, drinking milk increases your risk, your all-cause mortality risk, dying by 15%. That's crazy. For the women who consumed 3 or more glasses of milk per day compared with less than 1 glass, risk of dying increases by 93%. Wow. That is, wow. That is crazy. It's almost like it's really bad for you.
For starters, the risk was only statistically significant in postmenopausal women, not men or premenopausal women, as well as in inactive people and people with a BMI below 22.5.
Yeah, I would rather go with the study that took place over 20 years and 11 years than a study that took place in like a year or half a decade. Because if it's a study over 20 years and 11 years, then that's way more like conclusive and definitive.
The last point is important because there were far more vegans below a BMI of 20 than there were meat eaters, and they did not adequately account for differences in BMI among people who would be classified as underweight. In essence, they could very well have been comparing some vegans who were very underweight to meat eaters who barely classified as underweight. And this is critical because fracture risk increases substantially once BMI gets below that.
Exactly. The more weight you are, the more pressure, the more the more pressure that's put on your bones, the increased risk of fracture. And this is why any scientist will worth their merit will tell you not all data is equal. Not all studies are equal. Sometimes there are outliers, like what he mentioned, the BMI. BMI definitely makes a difference in these studies.
That level. They also didn't adjust for vitamin D intake or status at all and didn't do adequately so for calcium. Contrast this with the Adventist Health Study 2, which was published just months later. They too found that the vegan women had a higher risk of hip fracture than the meat-eating women, but once they only included participants who supplemented vitamin D and calcium, that difference in risk was abolished. These studies just highlight the importance of eating enough to maintain a healthy weight and ensuring adequate vitamin D and calcium from supplements or fortified foods. And fortunately, many plant-based milks today are fortified and contain as much or more calcium and vitamin D than their dairy counterparts.
Without the estrogen, there's so much estrogen in milk.
Should children be vegan?
Yeah.
Why? Doesn't that feel like a bit of a risk?
I'd say
Actually, studies show that vegan diet for all stages of life, as long as it's done correctly. Well, plant-based diets are nutritionally adequate and appropriate for all stages of life cycle, including pregnancy, lactation, infancy, childhood, adolescence, older adulthood, and for athletes, according to the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics and the British Dietetic Association's health benefits. These diets are associated with reduced risk of ischemic heart disease, type 2 diabetes, hypertension, certain cancers, and obesity, largely due to lower saturated fat intake and higher consumption of fiber, phytochemicals, and unsaturated fats. So as long as you're doing it correctly, there's no harm. Like anyone can do any diet incorrectly. Like that's something a lot of people don't realize. It's like as long as you're doing it correctly, there is no risk.
Say the biggest risks on health outcomes, we're talking overall health outcomes, like child obesity in this country, right? Huge problem.
Yeah.
You're gonna have
But most children are on a product diet, not a plant-based diet. So that's a false equivalence right there. So he's equating to like, well, all these kids are obese, so that somehow has to do with a plant-based diet when that's that doesn't make sense because only 4% of the world are vegans. Only 4% of the entire planet are vegans. So if there's an obesity epidemic, then the obvious logical conclusion would be that it's an animal-based diet that they're referring to.
have lower BMI if they're vegan. They can get all the nutrients that they need.
Yes, kids can be healthfully raised vegan as long as some care is taken to ensure they're getting adequate nutrition, just like any other diet. And like Dr. Jack Symes highlighted, there may be some benefits. For example, vegan kids tend to have a lower BMI and lower LDL cholesterol levels. And if you're wondering why that even matters at that age, well, cardiovascular disease begins to develop in childhood or even earlier. So yes, attention needs to be paid to certain nutrients like iron and vitamin B12. But let's not write off the potential benefits of feeding kids at the very least a plant-predominant diet.
See these two here? These are opposable thumbs. We evolved these in order to hunt better. These.
Oh my god. I'm dying. I've actually never heard this one before. We have thumbs, therefore we must not ever eat plants.
Two pair of legs, bipedal. We are bipedal to become better hunters. Even communicate.
Actually, studies have shown, historic data has shown that our ancestors were predominantly plant-based more than meat. Like our ancestors, and this is backed up by the fact that the human eye can see like hundreds of different shades of green because our ancestors had to be able to spot which plants were poisonous and which ones weren't. So they were able to differentiate like harmful plants from non-harmful plants by the different shades of green they could see. It's what you call evolutionary adaptation. It evolved as a necessary component for survival. If we weren't able to see so many different shades of green, then we wouldn't be here today because our ancestors would have all eaten the poisonous plants.
With each other. We've evolved to become better hunters. Our entire existence as human species has been around eating meats. And for you to just say
not the entire existence, no, that is completely incorrect. Look how emotional he is. Let's just appreciate how emotional this meat eater is.
All of a sudden, to be like, oh, you shouldn't do that anymore is kind of asinine.
We evolved these traits like opposable thumbs, bipedalism, and speech for reasons that extend well beyond just hunting.
Yeah.
So suggesting...
Okay, what part of hunter-gatherer does he not understand? We weren't just hunters. We were hunter-gatherers. As in, we gathered plants. We ate plants.
That hunting is the reason is asinine. That said, even if we had developed these traits primarily to make us better hunters, that wouldn't make engaging in that behavior ethical. Similar arguments can be presented around our evolutionary impulse to mate. The fact that that impulse exists doesn't make it ethical to mate without consent.
Exactly. That's a very good point because back in the caveman days, there was no I have your consent before doing it, right? There was just like, I'm gonna bang you over the head and do the most barbaric thing that you could possibly do to a human being. Just because just because our ancestors did it doesn't necessarily mean we should do it now.
In fact, one of the things that makes humans unique is our capacity for abstract moral reasoning. So we can
Exactly.
actually ask
This is what you call moral agency, the ability to decide whether something is moral or immoral, the ability to weigh the outcome of an action and then decide whether we want to do that or not. We don't we shouldn't act purely on impulse and emotions like that.
whether following our biological drive is morally justified. And finally, adaptations that may help us survive in the short term, like
That's exactly what I was saying, adaptations.
procuring calorie-dense animal foods during times of scarcity, can often be detrimental in the long term.
And not only that, but the average rate back then was like 30 years old. Like that was the average lifespan back then, was like 30 years old. So, I mean, you could just use that as a fact to debunk that meat is good for you. Like our ancestors didn't live beyond like the age of 30.
This is something known as antagonistic pleiotropy.
Oh, I actually have that. I have that. I have that note. I fucking have that. Yes, see, I have it. In this standard view, aging exists because the benefits of enhanced fertility early in life are linked logically or physically to the long-term deterioration of the body, and evolution has been compelled to accept the latter as a cost of the former. What is the evidence for this proposition? Indeed, biological aging has sometimes been observed to be genetically associated with enhancement of fertility or survivability in early life. It means there's like a trade-off of things to survive. So aging is selected because of important long-term benefits for the community, but in short-term, individual selection is stronger than group selection. The population is free to shift from high fertility to short lifespan to lower fertility to longer lifespan. So this is like, if you live longer, you're less likely to reproduce, and that's the trade-off. That's the antagonistic like trade-off back then, is that like it depended on like that's how we evolved over time. So like varying environmental conditions demand without risking population overshoot and collapse. And then here's study. We show that the long-lived age mutant has reduced fecundity and offspring production in early life, but increased fecundity, hatching success, and offspring production in late life compared with wild-type worms under standard conditions. However, reduced early life performance of long-lived mutant animals was not fully compensated by improved performance in late life and resulted in reduced individual fitness. Since the strength of selection declines over life cycles of humans and some other organisms, natural selection in these species tends to favor alleles that have early beneficial effects but later deleterious effects. So, detrimental effects. Animal based diets have been associated with increased risk of chronic diseases such as heart disease, certain cancers, type 2 diabetes, and also linked to environmental issues such as greenhouse gas emissions, deforestation, and water pollution.
For example, genetic variants that cause sickle cell anemia can help people survive long enough to reproduce in areas where malaria is endemic. That's because the sickle cell trait protects against malaria, but then it can go on to cause cardiovascular issues later in life. Similarly, Huntington's disease can increase fertility, but then cause death within 20 years of symptoms arising. These traits either increase the likelihood of living long enough to reproduce, or they improve fertility, so they're more likely to pass
their gene on. So it's the sort of like the immortal jellyfish sort of thing. It's sort of like the whole like theory of immortality, passing the lineage down, and you're living through their genes or whatever, sort of, like passing on the torch, so to speak, to the next generation versus living longer.
genes on, yet lead to long-term issues. So adaptations to meat consumption may have actually been beneficial in the short term when food was scarce, but our ancestors didn't typically live long enough to deal with things like cardiovascular disease or colorectal cancer, which usually appear at old age. And those are some of the health reasons to limit red meat consumption today.
80% of all of soy is given to non-human animals. Only 7%
I'm going to stop you right there. I'm going to stop you right there. The soy is grown for the oil. The soy is grown for the oil.
So
It
the
is literally
overwhelming
extracted.
majority-
The
Hannah Ritchie
leftover
says-
product is then fed to cattle. That is a manipulative statistic.
He's just plain wrong here.
Yeah, he is plain wrong. Like, I forget the number, but yeah, most crops that are grown for the animals. So if we were to if we were to abolish animal agriculture and switch to growing plants, we could literally feed like 20 times more people with plants than we ever could with animal agriculture. This would effectively end world hunger. That simple. It would literally end world hunger.
According to data from the Food Climate Resource Network, University of Oxford, and USDA database, 76% of global soy production is for animal feed.
76% of global soy production is for animal feed. I wanted to say 70, but it's 76, okay.
Only 13% is for oils meant for human consumption and 4% for industry use in the form of things like biodiesel.
It is literally the byproduct. They grow the soy for the oil. Even if it wasn't being fed to the animals, they would still grow the soy.
Only
That is
13%
true.
of it.
That is true.
No, it's not true. We can most generously call it a co-product or consider the oil to be the byproduct. The demand for soybeans is tied to global meat consumption. If we didn't produce so much soy to feed to animals, which can also be used to produce oils, we would just shift to producing other oils which could actually save money and resources. That's because soybeans actually have a lower oil yield than rapeseed, sunflower, and palm oil. So he's got it completely backwards.
Okay, so let's go back to cheap, lazy vegan, because she's got something else to say.
We think that dog fighting is bad, don't we? Yes, we do. So what happens when we kill the dog, we eat its flesh, and then we fight? Is that wrong as well?
What do you mean we? I don't speak French. I've never done that. So I've never...
Wait, what did he say?
Let's go back to cheap, lazy vegan, because she's got something else to say.
We think that dog fighting is bad, don't we? Yes, we do. So what happens when we kill the dog, we eat its flesh, and then we fight? Is that wrong as well?
What do you mean we? I don't speak French. I've never done that. So
Well, I mean, it depends. Like, so veganism isn't about perfection. Like veganism, like you can eat meat and be vegan if it's like your only means of survival. So like for me, for instance, we use Meals on Wheels because we're fucking broke as fuck. So we can't always eat 100% plants. Like that otherwise we would starve some days, and that's not practical. Veganism is about reducing harm where possible and practical. It's not about 100% avoidment if it means starving to death. Otherwise, veganism would be telling people in tribes to go vegan, which no one has done. No vegans are going up to tribes and telling them, stop fucking killing animals. I don't care if it's your only way of survival. Don't do it. Like, it's just like if you're homeless, you're not expected to starve to death if you're a homeless vegan. You're expected, if you have the choice, you choose the one that reduces the suffering the most. That's simple.
I've never seen anybody that does that either.
A chicken?
A pig, a cow, a chicken. But you're saying that in such a Western term.
What's the difference?
The difference is one we raise as a companion and the other one we raise as food.
And that makes the moral difference. Why?
It makes a moral difference because I need to feed my kids.
Okay, again, that's a false equivalence. So if we grew humans, if we cloned humans to eat, he would eat humans. That's logically what he's arguing for. Simply because we do something, we ought to do it. Simply because something is done, we ought to do it.
You can't feed your kids a plant-based diet?
Right. So rice, beans, legumes, oats, all these are the cheapest plant products. They're cheaper than meat. And meat is only as affordable as it is because the government subsidies meat and in general animal products. Otherwise, meat would be like $20 for like a pack of chicken nuggets.
I love that he asked, and that makes a moral difference. Why? Because we arbitrarily raise animals for food, and we arbitrarily assign animals as companions.
Yeah, so if you take that to the logical conclusion, if we grew humans to eat humans, he wouldn't avoid from that. He would eat the humans even though he had an alternate choice.
This is all very cultural, and literally we just make it up. Okay, we make it up. There is no moral difference between these animals. Dogs and cows, for example, they both feel pain. They both have enough intelligence to know what's going on.
Actually, pigs are more intelligent than dogs, which is something I love pointing out, because most people will say that, oh well, they're stupid animals and they have low intelligence and this and that, but pigs are actually smarter than dogs and cats. Fun fact.
They're sentient beings. They can suffer. They have connections to each other. They have connections to other animals. They have connections to humans. There's really no moral difference between these two animals. Yet we assign arbitrarily the roles that they are to play in our lives and in the world, because we think we are human, we can play God, we can do whatever we want. Just because we raise an animal to be our food doesn't mean we should.
Yeah, it doesn't mean we ought. That goes with what I was saying. Just because we do something doesn't mean we ought to do it.
We've done a lot of things in the past. A lot of systems have been in place in the past.
Right. That would be like, this is where a lot of vegans would bring up the whole slavery was a tradition, slavery was cultural, but that doesn't mean we should do it, that it was ever ethical or it was ever moral thing to do. It wasn't.
That we now recognize as immoral and unethical. There is a great movie that I always reference. It's called Never Let Me Go.
Oh, let me check this out. British dystopian romantic drama. Keira Knightley discovered they are clones to donate their... Wait! There was another movie just like this with Ewan McGregor. Yeah, so okay, this is exactly what I was talking about. So they are clones destined to donate their organs. There's another movie that's an American movie exactly like this with what was it? Ewan McGregor. So is it The Island? Yeah, The Island. See, a utopian compound to discover he is one of many clones used for organ harvesting and surrogate motherhood for wealthy individuals. Same thing, just different region. One's UK, one's America. But yeah, this literally goes into what I was saying. It's like I fucking read the writing on the wall or something. That's crazy. That's so wild. Like predicted it. So yeah, if we grew clones for organ harvesting or eating them, this person would literally eat human beings simply because they're grown.
Oh, it's set in this school, and it looks like just a very normal kind of private school. It looks like regular children, regular normal kids, but we very soon find out that these kids are actually clones of other humans. So they are humans genetically, everything about them is human, except for they are just, made in a lab, I guess. But they can feel pain, they can suffer, they can love, they can experience everything a human being can experience, and they are human by every definition of the word. Now, why were they cloned? We find out that they were cloned in order to become involuntary organ donors. From a young age, as soon as they're fully developed, they start having surgeries to remove their organs so that those healthy young organs can be donated to sick people. And this is all done without them deciding for themselves that that's what they want to do. This is just the role that they were assigned by other people. They get their organs removed.
An even better movie that I think everyone would... An even better show is this show called Grotesquerie. It's only got a 6 out of 10, but I guarantee you, this is one of the best shows I have ever seen. It is amazing. It is I don't even know how to explain it, but it's almost like Donnie Darko meets Hannibal Lecter. It is so fucking fascinating. It is so crazy. It is awesome. This show is amazing, but this show also has sort of the similar overlapping themes. It's really good.
Moved one by one until they basically die because they can't survive without their vital organs. They were cloned into existence so that humans could use their bodies as organ donors, okay? Does that make it okay? Does it make it okay for humans to be killing these other humans so that we could use their bodies when they did not decide that for themselves? Does it make it okay?
Also, another point that you could bring up as a vegan is that in China they populate dogs to eat dogs. Does that mean it's right? Simply like by our standards we would say no because they're dogs, but in their culture that's like a dog is like a pig to them. A dog is a cow to them. So, yeah, it's just cultural tradition. That's all it is.
Really? I don't think so.
So I will not defend factory farming.
Every time in these videos, they all say, I don't defend factory farming. I'm against factory farming. Yet, they do not acknowledge that 99% of animal products purchased and consumed in the United States, and probably we can extrapolate that number to many other countries in the world, they are all produced in factory farms. Majority of animal products consumed are produced by factory farms. Why? Because in order to feed this gigantic population of billions of people, as many animal products as we consume today, we need factory farms. Okay, that is the truth that you do not want to admit. These meat eaters do not want to admit that factory farms are a necessary thing if you want to have it so that there aren't that many vegans, for example. Because if we got rid of all factory farms, which apparently all these people are against, apparently none of these people buy meat from the grocery store, none of these people go to restaurants and just eat steak without asking if it's locally sourced or grass-fed or whatever. Apparently all
And also, like, that's another thing that a lot of carnivores or whatever don't realize is that they just slap a label on. There's no like they don't have to actually enforce this. Like they can just put like grass fed, they can put free range. That doesn't mean they're not forced, they're not upheld to a standard of making sure that they're actually free range. Like 99% of the time when it says free range, they're not free range. Like that's a fact. It's just a label they throw on there to sell. That's it.
of them only purchase goods from non-factory farmed places. Really? I don't think so. Statistically, no, you are not doing that. All of you are purchasing goods from factory farms. I can almost guarantee it. Doesn't mean every single thing that you eat is from a factory farm, but I can guarantee that they do not avoid factory farmed meat. If you're going to be so against veganism, but you're also saying you're against factory farming, I think that is very ironic. Okay? Because vegans are actively not participating in factory farming.
That's like saying, I'm against life and I'm against death. Wait, what? I'm against life and I'm against death. So, you're for nothing?
Farming, of course, they're also not participating in other forms of animal agriculture, but they are the very few people that are actually actively not consuming factory farm meat. Because again, chances are, even if you say you're against factory farming, chances are you still consume factory farm meat. The only people that aren't doing that, guaranteed, are the vegans.
And let's go back to Dr. Minil Patel, who found another interesting moment in the Jubilee debate.
Yeah, I get the minerals I need. Yeah. What are you gonna do about the calories? Because, you know, you get rid of the meats, and you cut out that calorie, but you also cut out a lot of the calories that you need to survive. Because if we
Actually, aren't carbohydrates the better fuel to burn than calories? Aren't carbs? Yeah, carbs are better. Carbs are more efficient from what I remember. Maybe not. One gram of carbohydrates provides 4 calories of energy, whereas 1 gram of fat provides 9 calories, and 1 gram of protein. Man, I cannot. Carbohydrates are, oh, so wait, I am right. Carbohydrates are the preferred and most efficient fuel source for high intensity exercise and brain function because they break down glucose rapidly, whereas fats provide slower, sustained energy. However, for weight loss or general energy storage, calories matter more than the source, as excess calories from any macronutrient can be stored as body fat. So yeah, this I learned this from Joey Carbstrong, which is why he has carb in the name. It helps me remember it.
Become too malnutrition and neurodivergent, we will die.
Did you just say malnutrition and neurodivergent?
Wait, what? Plants make you autistic. I'm dying. Quitting meat makes you autistic.
He says you need calories. Excellent. You know what contains calories? Food. Potatoes, pasta, rice, oats. Those are your sources of carbohydrates, which contain plenty of calories. You want to get some healthy fats in as well? Great. Nuts, seeds, avocado, olive oil, or even one of my favorites, peanut butter. If only we had to...
I live off of peanut butter. Like at 90% of my diet is peanut butter.
Some examples of absolutely huge vegans. Oh wait, we do. You've got Jordan Drains, you've got Joe VJ, you've got Nimai Delgado, Patrick Baboumian, Brady Crandall, John Thomas, aka the bodybuilding vegan, Nick Squires, aka Meaty McSorley, and that's just a few off the top of my head. There are many, many more. These guys aren't out here making excuses about the fact that they can't get enough calories on a vegan diet. They're lifting hard, they're eating enough, and they're getting absolutely freaking huge in the process. You don't need to eat meat. You need to train and eat enough calories and protein. It's that simple.
Because of factory farming for the raising cattle.
I'm not defending factory farming.
80 to 90% of all your wildlife extinction. Your original
Argue
point,
against regenerative agriculture.
Was that having cows, pigs, chickens.
Regenerative agriculture is actually that's another point that a lot of non-vegans see. There is no evidence that regenerative agriculture can reverse climate change. In fact, some studies suggest that grazing livestock systems are a net loss of carbon due to methane emissions outweighing soil sequestration. Yeah, so regenerative agriculture does not work. It's an oxymoron.
Regenerative agriculture.
Yes.
Argue against regenerative agriculture.
Because it destroys the wildlife. Because it destroys the climate.
So this guy's really big on regenerative agriculture. He says regenerative agriculture is better for the environment. Remember, the claim being argued is about suffering. But is his claim even correct? No. A report by the International Research Collaboration, led by the Food Climate Research Network, found that grass-fed livestock are not a climate solution. Grazing livestock are net contributors to the climate problem, as are all livestock. Rising animal production and consumption, whatever the farming system and the animal type, is causing damaging greenhouse gas release and contributing to changes in land use. In fact, you need 150% more land, and grazing cattle would produce 43% more emissions. Plant-based sources of protein use far less land, far less water, create far less greenhouse gas emissions, and cause far less water pollution as well. Remember what he said, he didn't want to jump around, but it seems like that's all he did all debate and didn't address any of Jack's original claim.
Perfectly summarized.
So, animal testing.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
For all of the devices, immunizations.
Okay, so this is another fallacy. Most people can't actually like a lot of these fallacies can be avoided if you have them state what veganism is. Because if you have them state what veganism is correctly, they can't commit to most of these fallacies, because veganism is not perfection. So you can already tell the argument that they're going with is an argument for perfection. Like you hear this, like 90% of anti-vegan arguments are about for perfection. Like, oh, what about tribes? What about, oh, your cell phone has exploitation. Oh, this has exploitation. That has exploitation. What about crop deaths? You know, but veganism is about reducing harm where possible. So if you're reducing harm where possible, then that's it. It's that simple. You're just reducing harm where possible. You're not expected to do the impossible. Like, why would anyone think that you're expected to do the impossible? I don't know why, but that's like the default idea that a lot of people have in their head when they hear veganism is perfection, like as if something has to be perfect for it to be better. For some reason, better gets turned into perfection.
They need to, per the FDA, do animal testing first.
So in 2022, the FDA Modernization Act 2.0 was signed into law. This allows for alternatives to animal testing in the preclinical phase of drug development, in part because there's such a low translation of results from animal studies to human studies. More on that.
26% of all of the experiments done on non-human animals transfer.
Where's the research?
I'm giving it you now.
No. I want to know who wrote the paper.
Oh, Harry Harlow, the editor of the Journal of Comparative and Physiological Psychology.
Really? And you think that's enough to prove your point?
This is well understood. It's like she's never actually looked into the topic yet wants to debate it. Here's another.
Right. So she didn't even know what he was saying, and as soon as he said, she was like, "Well, you think that's enough to prove your point?" But it's like, how can you assert that it's not without even having looked at it first? That makes no sense.
Another recent review, separate to what Jack is citing, stating that, on average, the translation rate of animal research to humans is about 5%.
He looked at 2,500 articles and he said, quote, most of the observations, most of the data is not worth publishing and most of the experiments not worth doing.
So you're...
He's straight from the horse's mouth.
No, hold on. So you're basing what you just said on one person's opinion.
No.
Oh my god. So this is what I was talking about previously. This is like the narcissistic egoism. They don't understand empirical science, and meta-analyses are not opinions, and they're literally stating that they are smarter than experts. So who should be listened to? An expert, or someone saying the expert is wrong without any conclusive evidence that they're wrong? Because a scientific approach, a science-based approach, means you have to scientifically disprove their research. Just saying something isn't true doesn't mean it's not true. That's just your opinion that it's not true. There's a difference between an empirical fact, an objective fact, and opinion. Disagreeing with an objective fact means you're unreasonable. It means you're illogical. It means you're making an emotion-based statement.
No, I just told you 6%.
No, his opinion on what a whole bunch of other people
He's one of the
have done.
experts in the area,
Yeah.
And I also said that the biochemical engineer at Cornell said the same.
That was just cringy. She asked who wrote the paper or where she could find the research, but I think it's pretty clear she doesn't actually care. No matter which researchers were involved or where it was published, she was probably just going to respond with, "Oh, that's all you've got?" Accompanied by a fake laugh, of course. And I'd be curious to know if she's...
Which is hilarious, because vegans are always called like the emotional ones, but vegans are like the logical ones. You can also be, there's also a fallacy there. You can be logically emotional, or you can be illogically emotional. Most people don't even make this distinction. Like, it's much better to be logically emotional than it is to be illogically emotional.
He's even aware of the FDA Modernization Act that I mentioned earlier, replacing the old requirement for animal testing from 1938. That aside, we currently live in a world where medications have historically been tested on animals. However, moving forward, because of the poor translation of the animal research to humans and advancing technology like AI, I could see a transition, albeit a slow transition, away from animal testing being the standard.
My name is Nicole Ashley.
Nice to meet you.
Also, like, again, that has nothing to do with like your diet. Like, how does a plant-based diet have anything to do with animal testing? It doesn't.
Nicole Ashley.
Yes.
Jack, how you doing?
I'm great. I think killing plants is murder, though.
Oh, okay. This is someone that doesn't understand sentience and consciousness. She doesn't even understand. She must not understand that she is sentient. She must not understand that she has a consciousness. She must think that she doesn't have a consciousness, because a plant does not have a brain. So in order for sentience and consciousness, there needs to be a brain and a nervous system. Plants don't have either one of those things. Plants don't feel pain, period. They don't feel pain.
Come on, you're joking.
You're ripping it from the ground. You're ripping it from its mother. It's murder.
Poor Jack here even asks if she's trolling. There are actually people that believe this. Yes, plants are living. However, they do not have a nervous system. They don't have a brain. They don't have pain receptors or nociceptors. So they cannot actually perceive noxious stimuli or perceive pain.
And also, this is a common fallacy, because if you actually think about this from a logical perspective, which most vegans are always taking the logical perspective, the logical take. So what's worse, killing a plant or killing a being? It should go without saying that killing the being is objectively worse than killing a plant. So, like, even if plants could feel pain, reducing harm where possible, you would still choose the plant even if the plant was sentient, because less harm is caused that way, and otherwise you starve to death, and no one's arguing that you starve to death.
There's no plausible reason to believe that they have a consciousness or that can experience pain and suffering the way humans and animals can. What plants can do is respond to physical stimuli, such as light, changing chemicals, and even touch.
Photosynthesis.
Famously, the Venus flytrap or the sensitive plant, also known as the touch me not, they're both capable of something called rapid plant movement in response to a physical stimulus. Now, this type of plant biology is absolutely fascinating, so if you want to learn more about it, then check out this article. But responding to stimuli is something even machines do, like our phones or computers. However, you and I would both agree that our phones and computers are not sentient beings. They cannot experience what it is to be living.
Do you think we should reduce the amount of pain that plants are experiencing?
Yes, we should. Plants matter. Hashtag plants matter.
Okay, so according to Hannah Ritchie 2022, you get a 75% reduction in all of the land that you need for farming. So if, given the fact you're getting 40-to-1 in your calories and 30-to-1 in your protein from plants to animals then slaughtered, you get a 75% decrease in the plants that
Yeah, exactly. So this is logical. So more plants are grown to feed the animals to then kill the animals to feed people. So if you cut out animal agriculture, there's there's less land being taken up. So if you're arguing that you want less plants killed, you actually go with the vegan approach. Crazy how that works, because it takes so much more plants to feed animals to then kill them, and the conversion ratio is horrible.
you're going to kill if you go vegan.
So Jack plays along and asks if he wants to reduce plant pain and suffering. So let's grant the premise that plants feel pain and that they can suffer. If you want to reduce that, then moving towards a plant-based diet is one of the #1 ways to do that. 50% of all habitable land at the moment is currently used for farming. 77% of that is used to grow crops and graze animals that are then used for food. This only provides 18% of global calories and 37% of global protein. If everyone moved to a
Yeah, it's a terrible conversion process.
plant-based diet, we could free up 75% of all land. We could rewild it, we could have much more room for plants, and we would kill a lot less plants in the process. So if you're a plant rights activist, you should be vegan.
I did actually think that that person was trolling. I thought it was somebody going on there pretending to say the stuff that anti-vegan trolls say, but she was deadly serious. She was completely serious about it.
I think she knew she was trolling, but she represents a viewpoint that many, many people believe. That's the point.
Part of my job at Plant-Based News is to respond to comments, and we get that all the time, where it's like, don't you care about plants as well? So I always respond with the same thing, which is, you know that the majority of the world's crops are being grown to be fed to animals who are then slaughtered. So you're not only eating the animal, but you're also eating all of those crops. So if you actually cared about plant suffering, like Dr. Patel said, then you would actually be vegan too, but nobody wants to hear that.
I mean, when we just take a look at the global food system, right? Animal agriculture uses 77% of all farmland and produces 57% of all emissions. To me, that just doesn't seem like a great return on investment if it's only producing 37% of the world's protein.
I enjoy the trivial pleasure of doing with the lions, with the hyenas.
Okay, and this is again the hedonist approach, like Hassan. There's no logical rational behind it. So just because something feels good doesn't mean it's morally justified. Psychopaths get a physical and mental sense of pleasure in harming other people. So by that logic, it's okay for serial killers to serial kill simply because it brings them joy. So it's not a moral argument. It's not a logical argument.
What the tigers have done for.
And we're also not hyenas, lions, or tigers either, which are what you call obligate carnivores. We are not obligate carnivores. We do not die if we just stop eating meat and start eating plants. We are omnivores, not obligate carnivores.
History.
Okay, we're back with crazy Plant Lives Matter lady. So she's talking about what lions, hyenas, and tigers do in the wild. Essentially saying that human beings should be able to do the same.
Right. Wild animals also use coercive mating. Does that mean we shouldn't ask for consent before having sex simply because animals don't? No, it doesn't.
As these carnivorous animals. So another quick biology lesson. Humans are not carnivores, despite what your favorite social media influencer has been telling you. We are opportunistic omnivores, which means we can eat both animal-based foods and plant-based foods. The animals she mentioned are obligate carnivores. They have to hunt and eat animals. Biologically, there is no reason that we have to eat meat. Also, this is an ethical debate. We should not be basing our morality on what wild animals do.
But what about to the caveman?
That's what you call an appeal to nature. If you didn't know that, that's what it's called, an appeal to nature. Because this is done in nature, therefore it's somehow ethical or moral.
Times. The caveman times the cavemen lived.
Again, we're going into like an antagonistic pleiotropy realm, where cavemen only lived to be 30 years old. So like you want to go back to dying at the ripe age of 30? Like that's how long you want to live? That's crazy. Cavemen also did not ask for consent. Fun fact, cavemen did not ask for consent. You would think that as a woman, you would not be arguing for coercive mating among people. That's crazy.
They lived off of eating meat, so what is the big deal?
So again, we're arguing from tradition here and habit. Just because we've done something for so many years does not...
Yeah, so this is what's ironic, is that most vegans are actually racial minorities, because racial minorities understand oppression. They understand like things like slavery, and like slavery was a tradition. So it is incredibly like stupid and ironic that someone is arguing for tradition when that same argument was used for slavery for hundreds, if not more years. Slavery was a tradition. That just because something's a tradition, just if someone has a tradition where we sacrifice 100 people at the peak of a volcano or whatever, one day every year, does that mean we should keep throwing people into the fucking volcano simply because it was done for hundreds of years? No. If everyone jumps off the bridge and kills themselves at a specific time of day every year, does that mean we should do it? No. Like, tradition is nothing but simply doing something that's been done for a period of time. That's it. There's no logic behind it.
Does not make it morally right. Human beings have waged war, killed one another, enslaved one another for centuries. Does that then make it correct because we have been doing it for so long? No. We often hear that our ancestors ate meat, but what did they actually eat? As I said before, human beings are opportunistic omnivores. We will eat anything we can get our
We were hunter-gatherers, as in, we did both. We are omnivores. We did both. We didn't just do one.
hands on. We are capable of eating both animal and plant-based foods. Historical research shows that human beings mostly ate a plant-based diet, and occasionally would scavenge meat that was brought down by large predators. With the advent of stone tools, our appetite for meat increased as we began to hunt, but still did not make up the majority of our diet. The other issue is basing your food choices on what our ancestors ate seems pretty ridiculous when you consider that our ancestors had a life expectancy of around 30 years. I don't know about you, but I intend to live a lot longer than that. And actually, we now know that eating a plant-based diet and actually reducing the amount of meat is associated with longevity and reduction in risk.
This is another good point that you can use against carnivores, is that a lot of people obsessed with immortality are vegan because you live longer not eating animal products. So what's that one rich guy immortality? Brian Johnson. Yes, this guy right here. So this guy, he eats plants, and does blood transfusions for immortality. He's literally trying to be immortal. And so he injects himself with like young blood, literally, as you can see here or in other places, but he's on a plant-based diet. So if I do Brian Johnson, Brian Johnson's Blueprint Diet is a strict plant-based regimen designed to optimize longevity and reverse biological aging, centered on nutrient density and caloric restriction. He consumes approximately 2,250 calories per day, eating only 3 meals within a 6-hour window. So this is why a lot of rich people are on a plant-based diet, because they're smart. They have a higher education, they're more logical, so natural. And if you're rich, you typically want to live longer so you can enjoy being rich. What kind of a rich person wants to kill themselves early? Like like if you're rich, you won the fucking lottery. You have like the easiest existence imaginable in the entire planet if you're rich. Why wouldn't you want to live longer?
Chronic disease. So it makes no sense to say that we should be eating meat just because cavemen did.
The protein argument, the land use argument, the emissions argument, the plants have feelings argument, they're all just divesting from an actionable plan that could take place.
Can we talk about Dr. Jack Symes very quickly? So what an amazing guy, what an amazing communicator for animal rights. I never knew about him until about sort of 3-4 weeks ago, but such an amazing advocate for this movement. He handles himself so well.
Yeah, I think he's also been on the Joe Rogan podcast and a number of other big podcasts because he is just so good at advocating and debating in clearly quite challenging situations.
Thank you everybody for watching another episode of Plant-Based News. Please like, comment, and subscribe, and we'll see you very soon.
That was a good video. I liked it. I mean, I liked it, but I didn't like it. Let's see, where was I before I got diverted? Let's see. I was on environmental ethics. So that's veganism. Let's see here. Let's see, environmental ethics. Ethical diagnostics. Applied ethics, environmental ethics. Environmental. Okay, here we go. Environmental ethics examines the ethical relationship between humans, ecosystems, non-human life, future generations, and the natural world. The central question is, what obligations do present beings have towards the environments that sustain life? HyperSanity approaches environmental questions through sentience, suffering, moral consideration, avoidable harm, and recursive ethics. Environmental decisions affect humans, animals, ecosystems, and future generations. Environmental issues are rarely isolated. They produce recursive effects across time. No being exists independently of its environment. Water systems, food systems, climate, and ecological systems. Environmental harm often becomes indirect harm to sentient beings because it logically goes to say if you're destroying the planet, you're killing everything on that planet. Sort of like if you were to pour all the water out of an aquarium, you'd be killing all the beings in that aquarium. That's why I've never understood, like, if you actually value your kids and your future generations of family and stuff, then you wouldn't be contributing to killing all life on the planet. It's just sort of like an oxymoron. Environmental harm includes habitat destruction, pollution, resource depletion, species extinction, and ecosystem collapse. The ethical significance depends upon the effects produced. HyperSanity does not primarily evaluate environments because rocks, rivers, or forests themselves suffer. Instead, it asks, how do environmental changes affect sentient beings? Environmental damage often creates suffering indirectly, such as like rising heat causes heat strokes and heat deaths. Let's see. Oh wait, where's my HSA veganism? So I need to. There we go. One of the most important questions: what obligations do present individuals have towards future individuals? Future generations cannot vote, advocate, or participate, yet future suffering remains ethically relevant. Actions actions should not be evaluated solely according to immediate effects. What happens in 10 years, 100 years? What systems emerge? Who inherits the consequences? Environmental ethics often requires long-term thinking. Hypersanity focuses on preventable damage, suffering, and risk. Questions include: is the harm necessary? Are alternatives available? Are less harmful approaches possible? The stronger the avoidability, the stronger the ethical concern. Environmental problems often suffer from visibility issues. Examples would be delayed consequences, distant consequences, or indirect. People frequently experience benefits immediately while harms emerge later. This creates ethical blind spots. Empath critical analysis expands ethical visibility. Questions include: who bears the cost? Who benefits? Which populations are affected? Which future populations are affected? This helps reveal hidden stakeholders. What costs are externalized? Who absorbs the harm? And what future burdens are created? Environmental ethics and AI. Technology can reduce environmental harm or increase environmental harm. AI, automation, and technological systems should be evaluated according to outcomes rather than assumptions. Technology remains a tool. However, it could be argued that if everyone does their part for climate change and just switches to a plant based diet, then you literally don't have to worry about AI, since the leading cause of climate change, of climate destruction, is animal agriculture, not AI. Which is, I don't understand why a lot of people that are anti AI don't understand that's like the leading cause is animal agriculture, not AI. Like, the thing that's been destroying the planet all along, that existed way before AI. Environmental ethics demonstrates the importance of recursive thinking. Many environmental harms appear insignificant in isolation. However, small actions repeated across large populations can create substantial consequences. This is exactly what we see with animal agriculture. As Poore and Namek in 2018 said, switching to a plant-based diet is the single best way to fight climate change. Yeah, so right here, like if you look at the data, uh, top 20 project drawdown climate solutions by emissions impact. These are solutions that you can do to fight climate change. The top one that a person in their life can do is not building wind turbines or solar, it's a plant-rich diet. It's the single best thing an individual can do to fight climate change. Okay, what would the next one be? Applied ethics. Healthcare ethics. So applied ethics, healthcare ethics. The ethical obligations surrounding health, medicine, treatment, care, access, autonomy, and well being. How should healthcare systems respond to suffering, vulnerability, illness, and human need? Healthcare sits at sentience, suffering, moral consideration, accessibility, and avoidable harm. Healthcare is fundamentally concerned with sentient beings, what suffering exists, what treatment exists, what outcomes are possible. The ethical significance arises from the experiences of affected individuals. Every healthcare system implicitly answers whose suffering matters. HyperSanity treats this as a central ethical question. The exclusion of morally relevant individuals requires justification. Healthcare access is often uneven. Barriers may include cost, location, transportation, communication, disability, and technology. Healthcare ethics must distinguish between treating suffering and devaluing disabled lives. These are not the same. Rejects frameworks that equate disability with reduced moral worth, as in disabled people are worth less for some reason. Treatment should focus on reducing suffering and increasing autonomy rather than eliminating human diversity. Individuals possess interests regarding their body's treatment decisions. Healthcare systems should generally respect autonomy while balancing harm prevention, capacity, and well being. Autonomy remains ethically significant but not always absolute. Many healthcare failures involve avoidable harm, such as preventable diseases like from animal diets, lack of treatment access, neglect, inadequate accommodations, and systemic barriers. The more avoidable the suffering, the greater the ethical concern. Healthcare systems often focus on visible conditions while overlooking chronic illness, invisible disabilities, mental health, cognitive barriers, and rare conditions. Hypersanity treats these omissions as potential forms of ethical myopia. Questions include who lacks access, who is underserved, who is invisible, and who bears the burden. Empath critical analysis helps reveal populations that may be overlooked. Resources are finite. Questions arise who receives treatment, which treatments are prioritized, and should scarcity be managed. Instead, it evaluates harm, need, consequences, fairness, and long term effects simultaneously. AI increasingly influences healthcare through diagnostics, communication, accessibility, research, decision support. Hypersanity evaluates these systems according to accuracy, accessibility, harm reduction, and autonomy rather than technological novelty alone. Healthcare decisions often create long term effects, preventative care, early intervention, public health systems, and accessibility improvements. Short term costs may generate long term benefits. Recursive analysis helps identify these relationships, demonstrates why suffering alone is insufficient. Effective healthcare requires balancing suffering, autonomy, accessibility, fairness, long term consequences. No single variable can fully explain healthcare ethics. Healthcare systems should be evaluated according to their ability to reduce avoidable suffering, increase meaningful access, respect morally relevant individuals, improve long term well being while minimizing preventable harm. Hypersanity asks, what actions most effectively reduce avoidable suffering while respecting autonomy, accessibility, moral consideration, and long term consequences? Oh, so we need ethical failures now. So would that be under applied? So there's ethical theories, applied ethics, and a new branch. Ethical failures. Yeah, under applied ethical theories, applied ethics. Yeah, ethical failures. So speciesism. I already had speciesism though. Let's see. I guess I could cross link it. Wait, that's not right. Okay, how do I do transclusion? Let's see. Species. Oh god. Okay, that's really long. Just put that there for now maybe, or I guess I could put it down here. Put it under gotta love transclusion. All right, got speciesism under. Wait, is that ethical diagnosis? Whoops, that needs to be under failures. Wait, no, where'd it go? Wait, why does it keep? There we go. Ethical failures. Yeah, failures. Okay. And then average case fallacy. This is a fallacy that happens that targets the disabled, which assumes that assumes most people are average, which ignores disability edge cases. And then ethical myopia, where is that? There it is. Who disappears when averages become the standard? Disability, rare diseases, minority populations, and exceptional circumstances. So basically, every sort of minority gets accounted for. So that, like, racism, disability, sexism, transism, all that stuff doesn't hurt people ethically. And then scope neglect. Also, answering basically any questions anyone has on ethics. While I'm working here. Scope neglect occurs when individuals fail to properly account for the scale of consequences. Okay, okay. How many beings are affected? A person may react summarily to 10,000, or 10 million harmed individuals, even though the scale differs dramatically. Human intuition often struggles with large numbers. As a result, large harms may be underestimated, large benefits may be underestimated. Scope neglect and recursive ethics helps reveal cumulative effects, systemic effects, long-term effects that intuition may miss. Scope neglect and vegan ethics questions include: how many beings are affected? what systems are being supported, and what cumulative consequences emerge. So simultaneous consequences, outcomes. Scale itself is ethically relevant. Ignoring scope can distort moral conclusions. Ethical analysis should account not only for severity but magnitude. I need to change this to veganism. Wait, did I not? Well, that's why I didn't change the name. I guess I could put on another video while I'm working. See reaction.
Others in the field have said to me,
Sometimes these monkeys who were not fed every day were so hungry that they would stick their finger. Sometimes these monkeys who were not fed every day were so hungry that they would stick their fingers inside the cage grid to pick out undigested pieces of food in the feces tray below. You see the animal experimenters in their white lab coats, they're smoking cigarettes while these baboons are tied to surgical tables. You see them making jokes about the condition of the baboons. One baboon who had sustained head injury, and it was sort of like what you imagine a stroke victim. That baboon could not use his limbs, and they were pulling up his arm, and it would drop back down, and they would make jokes about this. 95% of all new drugs that test safe and effective in animals are found to be either unsafe or ineffective in human beings. My name is Dr. Alka Chandna, and I serve as Vice President of Laboratory Oversight and Special Cases at PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, and I've been there for 22 years. I was an undergraduate in university when I came across the animal rights movement. This was in the early 1980s. I was a progressive student on campus. I was involved in various human rights issues, nuclear disarmament, feminism, that sort of thing. And as part of that, I wrote for our student paper. And this was in Canada, and all of the Canadian student papers belong to a consortium called Canadian University Press. And when one paper didn't have enough articles to fill its pages, it would snap up articles from other papers. So one such article that was snapped up was on animal experimentation. I was 19 years old at the time. I had a pretty big chip on my shoulder thinking, I know what's going on in the world. I read the alternative press. I'm really aware of what happens in other countries. But here, reading this article about animal experimentation, learning that animals were used in painful and deadly experiments to test cosmetics or in curiosity-driven experiments at universities like my own, was a huge shock to me. I was really taken aback by the fact that I didn't know that any of these issues existed. The shock of knowing that we treat animals in this way shook me to my core and made me think about what it meant, what our relationship as human beings was with the other species with whom we share the planet. So about a month later, I was sitting with the editor of the student paper, who was a friend of mine, and I said, you know, Kevin, somebody really needs to write another article about that animal issue. It seems important to me. And like a good editor, he said, well, why don't you? And so I had this assignment to write an article about this animal issue. So I looked into it, learned that there was this burgeoning animal liberation movement, went to the library and I found Peter Singer's book, Animal Liberation. I read that cover to cover, really just digested it almost overnight. You know, I just kept flipping pages and it was all so stunning to me. And I learned that there were animal experimenters on my campus. So I went and I interviewed one of them. I learned that there was an animal rights organization in my hometown of Windsor, Ontario. So I went to their meetings and I wrote this article. But it was much more than an article at that point, because particularly when I read Peter Singer's book, the way that I saw the world, you know, thinking about the haves and the have-nots, thinking about the oppressed and the oppressors, I saw that the animal issue fit into that larger way of seeing the world. And I knew that animal rights, animal liberation was a social justice issue, just as these other human-focused issues were social justice issues. So I wrote the article. Very soon after that, I organized a rally on my campus to raise awareness of animal rights issues. I started attending the local groups' meetings regularly and learned a lot there. Now, this was all around 1984. It took a while, you know, and then I started thinking about veganism, in particular because I started getting literature from groups like PETA. And PETA was the group that was sending me information on how I could have a literature table, how I could write a news release, how I could do all of these things, organize a protest, speak with the media. It really was a fast track to becoming an activist. And through PETA's literature, I learned about the abuses in the meat, dairy, and eggs industries, but I was a little bit slow making the changes. And finally, it was around 1989, after I read John Robbins' Diet for a New America, that I decided that I could no longer support these industries that harmed animals, you know, basically from cradle to grave. Like every moment of those animals' lives was unmitigated misery, and then they had a violent death. And I just could not support that anymore. And I was really struck by something that John Robbins said in one of his interviews, where he said, when you know about what's going on in factory farms, in slaughterhouses, and you decide that you're going to consume those products, basically you're saying, I know what you're doing, but I'm okay with it. Here's some money, do it again. And that really resonated with me and it shook me. And I realized that my addiction to cheese, my, you know, love for ice cream, you know, couldn't justify continuing to support those industries. And so I went vegan and I haven't looked back.
What was the nature and impact of the early anti-vivisection campaigns?
Well, PETA started in 1980, and the case that initiated PETA was an undercover investigation at a place called the Institute for Behavioral Research, which was in Silver Spring, Maryland, you know, in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. And Alex Pacheco, who is one of PETA's co-founders, along with Ingrid Newkirk, he took a volunteer position at this facility and was horrified by what he saw, because there were monkeys kept in tiny, barren, bleak metal cages with a wire floor. That's where they lived. They never got out of those cages unless they were going to be experimented on, which meant that something painful and invasive was going to happen to them. And the cages were not cleaned properly. Sometimes these monkeys who were not fed every day were so hungry that they would stick their fingers in the cage grid, inside the cage grid, to pick out undigested pieces of food in the feces tray below. The place stank to high heaven. The experiments themselves were painful. The monkeys were put in devices where they were totally restrained, and then after they had been used in invasive surgeries that manipulated their spinal cords, they would have cigarette lighters burning their fingers, or pliers that were applied to their testicles or their appendages. And then they weren't given veterinary care. So perhaps because the cages were decrepit and there were wires sticking into the cages, these cages that were barely bigger than the monkeys' bodies, they would have injuries that would become infected. There were abscesses, open abscesses, and there was no veterinary care for these animals. Some animals would die in the cages, and then these dead bodies would be put in freezers. Just horrific things. There was like an amputated hand that was on the lead experimenter's desk that he used as an ashtray. PETA, through Alex Pacheco, took photographs, took video footage of what was going on in that facility, showed the absolute conditions of privation for these animals who were imprisoned in this place, and also took very diligent notes of what was happening. All of this evidence was taken to various experts, veterinarians, medical doctors, and others, to get scientific critiques of what was going on and the condition of the animals. And this information was shared with the media, was shared with members of Congress, people in prominent positions, and so on. This was the first time Americans were seeing what goes on with animals in laboratories. You know, people knew that there were these laboratories. Everybody assumed that they were probably really awful, but nobody had seen inside these places. So that very first investigation pulled back the curtain on what was going on, and Americans were shocked. There was another investigation, and it was the Animal Liberation Front had gone into a laboratory at the University of Pennsylvania, and they took 70 hours of video footage that was shot by the animal experimenters themselves of a laboratory at UPenn where baboons were fitted with these cement helmets, and a hydraulic device was used to slam the baboons' heads into the cement helmet at a very high velocity, inducing brain damage. And the video footage is stunning. You see the animal experimenters in their white lab coats. They're smoking cigarettes while these baboons are tied to surgical tables. You see them making jokes about the condition of the baboons. One baboon who had sustained head injury, and you know, it was sort of like what you imagine a stroke victim. You know, their limbs, that baboon could not use his limbs, and they were pulling up his arm, you know, and it would drop back down, and they would make jokes about this. It was a real eye-opener. That video footage found its way to PETA's doorstep. PETA produced a 27-minute video, which people can watch on YouTube now, which was called Unnecessary Fuss. And it was given that name because the lead experimenter of that head injury laboratory said that he wasn't going to be responding to any of the claims being made about his laboratory because he didn't want to stir up all sorts of unnecessary fuss. But then when you watch the video, you see why such a fuss was being made about the rumors that were coming out of that laboratory. So these two cases, the Silver Spring Monkeys case and the UPenn Baboon Head Injury Clinic, these were brought before members of Congress, and again, the American public was shocked. Members of Congress say they received more letters from the public about these cases than even the Vietnam War. And this really shook up the public, it shook up the legislature, and legislators from both sides of the aisle, Republicans and Democrats, took action. And, up to that point, there was a single federal law in the United States that governed the treatment of animals in laboratories, but it was restricted to how animals, in particular dogs and cats, got to the laboratory and what happened to the animals' bodies, how those bodies were disposed of after they had been used, abused, and killed. How were those corpses going to be disposed of? That was the Animal Welfare Act. And when these two cases came in front of the US Congress, the 1985 amendments to the Animal Welfare Act were passed. And this basically was like a seismic change, shaking up the entire animal experimentation industry, where all of a sudden what happened in laboratories was in fact something that the agency overseeing laboratories, the US Department of Agriculture, would have a say in. And so for the first time, all laboratories that used animals who were covered under the Animal Welfare Act had to have veterinarians. They had to have an institutionally based oversight body that was ensuring that certain strictures were applied, and so on. So it was a massive shift. So there was this legislative shift, and then there was also public awareness that shifted radically because of those two cases.
What was the nature and impact of the early anti-vivisection milestones, like Silver Spring monkeys, NIH, sit-in, unnecessary fuss, early ALF raids?
With the University of Pennsylvania head injury clinic with the baboons, PETA had brought that information to the National Institutes of Health, which was funding the experiments. And NIH at first was quite resistant to doing anything about those experiments, even though the public was up in arms, members of Congress were up in arms, but NIH resisted. And so PETA and other activists went to NIH. They staged a sit-in. It was a 4-day-long occupation of NIH offices, including the director of NIH's office. And after that, NIH relented. The laboratory was then shut down and was forced to return $1 million in public funding to the agency. So that was huge. With the Silver Spring monkeys case, there were additional ramifications as well. In addition to the public learning about what was happening in laboratories and members of Congress being alerted to the fact that there was an issue that they needed to take seriously. In addition, it was the first time in US history that there was a police raid on a laboratory. Police went in and filed criminal charges against the lead experimenter. And this was massive. And those charges would have stuck because the lead experimenter, Edward Taub, was in clear violation of Maryland's anti-cruelty statutes. Eventually, the case went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and it was a technicality where the other side was making the claim that because Taub, the experimenter, was being funded by the federal government, he didn't have to comply with state anti-cruelty statutes. It was transparently ridiculous. But nonetheless, I think it was a huge wake-up call to the experimentation industry to say, you are not above the law. You will be held accountable. You must pay attention to what the public, which is frankly footing the bill for what you're doing, what the public thinks. That was a precedent, and we've seen additional progress being made since. And so I think that really laid the groundwork for a lot of progress that's been made since. I'll say that the Animal Liberation Front raids that took place in the 1980s and the early 1990s were critical as well. I think a lot of people are familiar with the case of Britches, who was a baby monkey at the University of California in Riverside. This was a baby monkey who was taken from his mother when he was born, when he was a newborn. His eyelids were sewn shut so that he wouldn't be able to see the world for the beginning of his life. and he had a sonar device that was attached to his head. When the ALF, the Animal Liberation Front, broke into the UC Riverside, they saw Britches and they rescued him. And they removed the sonar device. They had a veterinarian remove the stitches from his eyelids. Britches had developed tremors because of the conditions in which he was kept, the fact that he had been taken from his mother and just had a surrogate for comfort. And eventually he was placed with a real surrogate monkey mother at a sanctuary where, people can go and see video footage online. And it's absolutely beautiful to see that this poor monkey from whom everything had been taken and who was abused so horrifically was actually able to have a happy life with this new surrogate mother, this foster mother or adopted mother. So these were all cases, and there were so many cases. Texas Tech, where there were cat experiments going on there where devices were drilled into the skulls of cats who were then held in stereotaxic devices where their heads were kept stock still. There were experiments, sleep deprivation experiments involving cats, so many things, cruelties that we just cannot imagine. And were it not for the heroic and self-sacrificing work being done by the Animal Liberation Front, there's no way we would know that these things were going on. It was true then, it's true now. Animal experimenters have always been obscenely arrogant, so arrogant. And they will say, well, the public doesn't understand what we're doing. The public is ignorant. The public has no right to see what we're doing. We're scientists. We know what we're doing. As the ALF was helping shine a light into these dark corners of torture and abuse and death and violence, we were able to see, you don't know what you're doing. You're keeping animals in conditions that are prison-like, that are prison conditions, worse than that. These animals live in darkened areas, cinder block rooms with fluorescent lighting. They never see the sun. They never feel the wind in their face. They never feel the ground underneath their feet. They're kept in conditions of extreme privation. They are physiologically compromised. They're psychologically compromised. You are not doing science. You are just carrying out violence against vulnerable beings who can't defend themselves. That is what's going on. And as we looked at these investigations that were done by the ALF, and we had medical doctors and veterinarians and people who specialized in ophthalmology in the case of Britches and other things like sleep specialists, we could then see the critiques, these scientific critiques of the experiments that were going on and say, what's going on in these laboratories has nothing to do with what happens at the human patient bedside. This is all obscene, it's violence, and it needs to stop. But this was what was happening in the 1980s and the 1990s that was so critical to laying the groundwork for everything that followed.
What were the major accomplishments in reducing the use of animals in vivisection?
What we've seen since 1980, when PETA came onto the map and those early investigations, the ALF raids, there's been increasing scientific involvement in what happens to animals in laboratories. Scientists have been asking the question, is what's happening to animals in laboratories, are these experiments that are being done, are they actually informing what happens at the human patient bedside? And a lot of people who are not animal rights activists or not even animal welfare proponents have been doing things like systematic reviews where they review the literature, all of the experiments that have been done, let's say, in the area of depression or in the area of Alzheimer's research or cancer research or any number of diseases and conditions. And they will say all of these animal experiments that have been done and the data that has come out of these animal experiments, has it actually yielded cures or treatments for human beings? What these scientific analyses have found is that the answer is no. That this is one world over here, which is animal experimentation, and this is another world over here, which is how doctors treat their patients. And the problem is that historically, up until very, very recently, most funding has gone to animal experiments. Most biomedical research funding to solve human health issues has gone to animal experimentation. But when we know that 95% of all new drugs that test safe and effective in animals are found to be either unsafe or ineffective in human beings, when we know that less than 10% of highly promising discoveries in animal experiments actually translate to something for humans, we realize that our investments in animal experimentation is really like flushing money down the toilet. And so this new critique of animal experimentation that has been going on for the last 20 years or so has really shook up the industry, to the point where just earlier this year, on April 29th, 2025, the National Institutes of Health, which is the world's largest funder of biomedical experiments using animals, the largest funder, funding animal experiments to the tune of more than $20 billion every year, the NIH said, we're going to stop. We are going to shift our priorities and go to human relevant methods like organs on chips, like organoids, like artificial intelligence, bioinformatics, take big data and supercomputing, marry these things and get human relevant results so we can get cures and treatments for human beings. The NIH acknowledged what we have been saying for all these years, that animal experiments don't yield treatments or cures for human beings. We've got to do better. I mean, obviously, I care about animals. A lot of people care about animals. And we think what goes on in animal laboratories, whether they yield treatments and cures for humans or they don't, is just wrong. It's wrong. End of story. But the fact is that when we're spending $20 billion every year on animal experiments and the data from those experiments isn't yielding cures or treatments for human beings, it's time to reevaluate. Before the NIH news release came out in April, one of the things we would say is, scientists say that they're evidence-based, but the evidence shows us that animal experiments don't work. So why are they clinging to this outdated, archaic, violent system of trying to find information? Why don't they move to these non-animal, human relevant methodologies? And now we have the National Institutes of Health saying the same thing, which is a huge shot in the arm. We're seeing horrible experiments that are happening being shut down. NIH is pulling funding, which we think is brilliant. We see that other government agencies in the United States are also shifting away from animal experiments. The FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. They are acknowledging that animal tests do not predict human outcomes and are therefore shifting away from animal tests. I mean, this is a phenomenal time to be alive in this particular ecosystem of animal experimentation because we are seeing seismic changes being made, which is just wonderful. I would have liked to have seen these changes made 50 years ago, 60 years ago. People should never have thought that we had a right to take animals who are sentient, whose lives matter to them, take these animals, throw them into cages, deprive them of everything that makes their lives worth living so that we can perhaps advance well-being for human beings. From PETA's perspective, from my personal perspective, just because it would advance human well-being doesn't make it right. And so we never should have done that. But what we're seeing now is that the scientific community, the National Institutes of Health, other agencies in the United States, and similar agencies around the world are recognizing that in addition to the obvious fact that animal experimentation harms animals, is also the fact that animal experimentation does not help human beings.
What are the prospects for additional reduction?
The future looks very bright right now. I mean, make no mistake, we have a lot of work to do. There are right now more than 100 million animals in US laboratories, and they are living lives of extreme privation, of deprivation of pain, agony, depression, misery, and they don't deserve to be there. This needs to end. But the writing is on the wall, the paradigm is shifting, there are seismic changes being made in the industry in the United States and around the world. I just saw earlier today the biggest primate facility in the Netherlands has been told that it will no longer receive federal funding, which is huge. This is the biggest primate laboratory in Europe with thousands of monkeys, and they are being told that they've got a 5-year phase-out period, and they will then receive no federal funding for what they're doing, that they have to shift to alternatives. Government agencies around the world are saying this, and when the money stops flowing, the experiments will stop as well. This has been the problem this whole time, is that when you have NIH or other agencies writing checks and sending them to universities, if I'm at a university and I'm a researcher, I might say, hey, I wonder what happens if I give cocaine to these baby rhesus macaques. If I take these babies away from their mothers, and then, will they be more likely to become addicted to cocaine or methamphetamines or alcohol or what have you? As long as I'm getting money, my university will get money in the form of indirect costs. So a percentage of the money that I've received will go to my university for infrastructure costs. I'm happy, the university is happy, money keeps flowing in, and I keep writing the papers. Maybe this will help human beings, more likely it will not, but who cares, because I'm getting money, and the university is happy with me because I'm bringing in the money. And that has been the problem up to this point. The money has called the shots. It was never science. It was always money, publications, a peer review system, which is based on other animal experimenters saying, yeah, we should fund that guy, or yeah, we should fund that person over there. But now that the animal experimenters are being forced to say, prove it, prove that what you're doing is actually going to help human beings, I think we're going to see a radical shift. It couldn't have come soon enough. So I think the future is really, really promising, and we're going to work our hardest to make sure it comes as fast as possible.
What were the major accomplishments in reducing the use of animals in fashion?
This has been another area where we're seeing phenomenal shifts away from the use of animals for clothing and toward non-animal materials. Everybody thinks about fur when they think of the use of animals in fashion, and we all know that fur is dead. All of the big fashion houses no longer use fur. There are 1 or 2 holdouts at this point, but all of the big names that you can think of are no longer using fur. And we know that very big designers like Stella McCartney famously don't use any animal products in their designs, and they're very well regarded. I remember, and I think most animal rights activists remember, being outside of Macy's, being outside of Nordstrom's, being outside of Saks Fifth Avenue, all of these different stores, these big department stores that used to have fur salons. I remember 20 years ago, one by one, they stopped, they closed their fur salons, and it was really fantastic. None of these stores sell fur anymore. We know that there are countries that don't permit the sale of furs, like Israel. The state of California doesn't permit the sale of new fur. There are cities that don't permit the sale of fur. Young people wouldn't be caught dead in fur. There are these little resurgences that you hear about where people talk about, oh, well, if it's, fur that you buy from a thrift store, then maybe it's okay. To me, those are the cries of an industry in its dying throes. But we're really talking about an industry that's basically dead. There's been a lot of progress made in other areas too. At PETA, we knew that fur wasn't enough. We had to go after leather. We had to go after exotic skins. We're talking about ostrich and alligator skin, snake skin, all of these things, the exotic skins. We had to go after wool, have to go after mohair and angora. PETA has done dozens and dozens of investigations, undercover investigations, where our people work inside these facilities. They take jobs, work inside the facilities, and wear hidden cameras so they can capture exactly what's going on. And seeing animals in, the leather industry, for example, cows being skinned while they're still conscious. Seeing cows being strung up by one leg and having their throat slit and they're being bled out, even as they're being dismembered. Just these really barbaric methods of killing animals, of taking their skins from them, letting people know that leather is not a byproduct of the meat industry, that it's a co-product of the meat industry. And in fact, it's the lucrative leather industry that props up the beef industry and allows it to continue in spite of the fact that a lot of people are getting away from red meat, beef, and so on. So leather, really needs to go down, and we're seeing that a lot of companies are no longer selling leather. We had big campaigns against stores like Gap. There are designers who will not use leather. There are car companies, when they offer their interiors, the luxury interiors were considered to be leather, but now more and more car companies that offer those luxury interiors offer alternatives to leather. As we see the leather industry being attacked for animal abuse and cruelty, we also see all of these wonderful plant-based leather companies coming up, and these are absolutely ingenious. You have apple leather, pineapple leather, cactus leather, leather made from flowers, and this I really love. In India, obviously there are many temples, and people routinely take flowers and put flowers in front of the gods and goddesses who are arrayed at the temples. And these flowers eventually, die, and there were people who were sweeping up the flower petals, and they thought, well, this is a real shame to just dispose of these flower petals. And, human ingenuity is a marvelous thing. People started making a leather alternative using those flowers that were being disposed of, and they call it fleather. And these are phenomenal products. I actually have some samples of various vegan leathers. These are, from an environmental standpoint, much better. You think of the waste of the pineapple industry, the exterior of pineapples. Otherwise, it's thrown away, and they contribute to greenhouse gases. Converting them into pineapple leather, way better. As we see the animal-based industries being criticized for the abuse and cruelty, which is so out of step with today's ethics, we see these other industries coming up. And it's the same with wool. We've done dozens and dozens of undercover investigations at wool facilities. People tend to think that wool is like a haircut. No, that is not true. You go to these places, Australia is one of the biggest countries that produces wool, and they have practices like mulesing, where they actually cut off flesh from the backsides of sheep to prevent fly strike, but this is done without pain relief. It is absolutely horrific to watch. The lambs are bleeding and crying out in pain. And keep in mind that all of these industries where animals are used and abused, once they are no longer producing commercially viable levels of wool or whatever, Angora, mohair, whatever it might be, those animals are sent to slaughter. The same slaughterhouses where animals who are used for food, exploited for food, are sent. These are violent industries, and the more undercover investigations that are done, the more alternatives, these climate-friendly, environmentally friendly, wallet-friendly alternatives that exist, the more that these come into play, the more consumers realize they can make cruelty-free choices. And, those are better for everybody, the animals, the environment, and the consumers.
What are the prospects of additional reduction?
The prospects are huge for additional reduction of use of animals in the fashion industry, because the alternatives to the materials that are derived from animals are so great. They can be engineered to have better properties, whether it's breathability. I mean, I remember 20 years ago, sneakers were being made less and less with leather and more with these synthetics. And one of the big reasons was that you can wash synthetics, you can't wash leather. So from the perspective of keeping a pair of sneakers, which aren't cheap, for longer, it was better to get the synthetics. Now it's so easy to get these synthetic products, whether you're talking about sneakers or any other type of shoe or other product, coats, sweaters, et cetera, et cetera. So the more we see the market being saturated with cruelty-free products in the fashion industry, the easier it is for the consumer, and the more we're going to see the decline in animal use.
So what are the major accomplishments in reducing the use of animals in amusement?
There have been massive shifts in how the public views the use of animals in entertainment. The biggest victory, I would say, bar none, in the past couple of decades has been Ringling Brothers Circus. I mean, I think most people remember when Ringling Brothers would come to town and they would have the march of the elephants from where the trains would stop over to the venue, the big top where they would be performing. And this was happening in towns, across the US, across Canada and elsewhere. And they would also have the lions and the tigers in tow and other animals who were being used. It was in 2017 when Ringling made the announcement that they would retire elephants and then all animals from their circuses. And now they've gone to completely human performers in their circuses. And so these are people who want to be there, people who enjoy being under a big top, who don't need bull hooks, to be beaten by bull hooks in order to perform. Elephants were being, held by their legs. They were in constant captivity for their entire lives and often chained for more than 90% of their hours when they were being used by circuses. And when Ringling stopped, other circuses followed suit. Now, it's not a complete victory. We have more work to do. There are still circuses that, again, are hanging on and insisting on using elephants and other animals to entertain the crowds. But we see that there's been this big shift in what circuses are offering and a big shift in how the public sees entertainment. They realize that their couple of hours of amusement cannot justify the torment and abuse, physical violence, and truly enslavement of animals for their entire lives. We also know that the movie Blackfish, the documentary Blackfish, made a huge change in how people see places like SeaWorld, these what we call marine abusement parks. And we see that all of these abusement parks are moving away from using these intelligent, beautiful animals like orcas in their shows. We know that the breeding of orcas stopped in the United States and other countries are following suit. And that basically means that there's a light at the end of this tunnel. We are seeing a timeline here where we will see that there are no more orcas, no more dolphins, and no more other animals being used in these places of abuse and confinement, imprisonment, deprivation, privation, and early death. Similarly, in movies, on television shows, with the advent of CGI, computer-generated imagery, puppetry,